Arjun, well, he played well in the first 3 rounds, but then lost to Nihal Sari. So I'm not so sure like whether Arjun will be able to sort of beat Vincent today, especially with Vincent having white pieces.
I don't know, because Arjun is always a dangerous player with either color, and he's full of surprises, especially in the first 10 moves or so. And if anyone can take him down, I think it's Arjun.
I mean, Keymer has not had a single defeat, right? He's undefeated. 3 wins and 2 draws so far. Arjun in that crazy game against Nihal lost that, but it could have gone either way. The thing is, I don't know whose way it will go. Both players playing really well. One at pole position by a whole point lead. That just shows the kind of form that Vincent is in. But Arjun, he's always a fighter. Completely agree with you. I think Arjun opening preparation is a huge part of it. Is he able to draw Vincent, who's a positional player, a fundamentally super classy player who likes those strategic fights, into Arjun's battleground? Will he be able to create that Arjun mess early on? And I think that will be a key factor in this.
Yes, and we have things kicking off already in the playing hall. Arjun versus Vincent has begun, guys. 1d4 played by Vincent. Action has begun here.
I'm not surprised. Sorry, Saj, go on.
1d4. I mean, if you want to play for a win as black, King's Indian, Benoni, Benko, what do you go for?
Tough question. I'm guessing G6. Arjun is this guy who likes to completely play out of the box. He has played the perk defense recently. We saw him against Gukesh in Norway chess. He went for E4 D6, and I think today he's going for D4 G6.
I think there will be G6 with the idea of fan-catoing the bishop. At some point, I will say he starts with the knight developing first, knight f6, and keeping some options open. That's my first move prediction. What about you?
I think I like Sagar by 6, so I'm gonna say 1d6.
Oh, let's have all the 3 moves on our board. So knight f6, g6, d6.
I think if all 3 moves prove to be right, at some point it'll be a King's Indian.
What if none of this happens? What does that say then about us?
No, I mean, Arjun has to play for a win, right? And playing Perk against Gukesh in the Tata Steel was an insane decision, and it paid off as well, if I remember correctly.
Whoa!
Let's go.
Man's a hedge. What a guess.
I thought he said d6.
Yeah, I said d6.
Oh, he
It's
played
D5.
D5.
Oh, wait.
Sorry, guys. Arjun played like this famous game of Fischer versus Tal, I think, where, Fischer goes E4 and then Tal pushes his pawn to C6 and then C5.
Yes.
But this is slightly surprising. This is the Slav defense against the queen's pawn opening, and it's a very solid approach at the start. I'm still expecting Arjun to play your move g6 to get the bishop there, but he does delay it. He brings out his light squared bishop. I don't know about you, Sahaj, but for me, this Slav approach by Arjun, given the tournament situation, I'm slightly surprised.
Yeah.
Maybe he is banking on the fact that Vincent is not gonna go for a straight draw, and Vincent is gonna try to play for a win, and that's where he can, sort of strike back in this position. But yeah, allowing Slav exchange is not maybe not the best decision given the tournament situation.
Yeah, but I think sometimes, as you guys rightly pointed out, Vincent is such an uncompromising player. He will be like, okay, I have white, I should play for an advantage. And then Slav becomes a very potent weapon because you are super solid here. And then the opponent tries to push a bit much, and then Arjun gets his chance. So I'm very excited with this opening choice. But Vincent, look at the speed with which he's playing. He's well prepared.
That definitely feels like prep, right? And he plays the first move that comes with a direct threat of attacking the b7 pawn, which needs to be handled. And now there's an approach where you can actually offer a queen trade. And he doesn't. I'm happy to see that on the board.
Yep. Okay. So maybe we're not going into a dry endgame just yet. I do think that once White inevitably takes that bishop on g6, there's going to be an imbalance in the position, and Arjun is a master of imbalances in that sense. So I'm still gonna say that Arjun will try to win here.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think this game will have a lot of content here. It's not a dull game by any means. So fighting opening. But then again, Vincent could also triumph here. So all 3 results possible out of this opening that we can see. What pawn would you recapture with? I think this would tell, yeah. If you take with the C pawn, it would be pure symmetry. If you take with the E pawn, more fighting chances.
I think when you're playing for a win, or if you want to create that imbalance, I would expect him to take with the E pawn, but he's really paused. And this is slightly also surprising for me because, again, Arjun is a player who has incredible opening preparation. We've seen him with those 30 move games, and he does, in fact, take with the C pawn. So, going for that symmetrical structure, and this does invite white to develop the bishop with a check.
Yep, absolutely. And he can answer with maybe knight to c6. He goes bishop to d2, making room for rook c1 later on.
I'm a bit scared with Vincent's speed of play. Yeah? He's playing so fast. Knight comes out to c6, and this is one of the reasons why Arjun took with the c pawn, because his knight was undeveloped and he can put it on this wonderful square. If it was on d7 already, I pretty much think he would have taken back on d5 with the e pawn.
Big question. Is Vincent setting up a long castle here? Are we going to see fireworks not by Arjun but with Keymer this time, and he does it?
Wow.
Just as I was shaking my head saying, Tanya, that's not going to happen. The bishop is on this diagonal. But Vincent's just done it.
So he's taking the fight to Arjun.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is what Arjun wants in the first place. So we have a game. We definitely have a game. By the way, in Nihal versus a Wonder, I see, okay, some moves have been played because...
No, Nihal versus Yordan, yes?
Sorry, Nihal versus Yordan. I couldn't see the first move being played for a little bit. So I wasn't sure if Nihal was meditating or Nihal was a bit late to the game.
Nihal, I'm pretty sure, came late. He's doing that in this tournament. He comes like couple of minutes late. And I always am amazed by a couple of things about him in this event. He's playing offbeat openings. And also when he develops his knight, he always kind of turns the knight backwards, looking backwards. Have you ever seen a player doing that? I don't know if we can zoom in on that knight on f3. But Nihal is generally, I think, the only player I've seen who makes the knight's point backwards. Like generally you have sidewards or frontwards, yeah?
I always try to put my knights facing each other.
Yes.
I guess that's the normal thing.
That's like Grandmaster. I think, Tanya, you must be putting frontwards, yes?
I think it's one of the two, but you're right. A knight's facing backwards is super rare in chess.
Yeah.
You definitely adjust it either. I think sometimes I would do both towards the left and not facing each other. Or frontwards also is very natural. What about you? Where are your knights?
I try to put it like frontwards, looking straight.
But is it slightly diagonal?
No, straight, because I want them to go ahead. But Nihal, I am always surprised when he puts his knight like this. Anyway, it's not a big deal. As long as your move is good, he plays the same opening, actually not the same, similar to what he played against Arjun Erigaisi with b3, bb2. But in that game, the bishop came out from this diagonal this time. Nihal is like, I need the double fianchetto.
So I looked at this opening very recently actually, and this is a shaky move order for me because as soon as Nihal had played b3, Yordan could have played d5. And there is this setup whenever you play b3 and bishop b2, you should not allow d4 from the black pawn. No, d4 from black. So after move 3, when Nihal played b3, in this position, Yordan could play d5 here. And if you go bishop b2, the idea is I'm going to play c5. And now if you play c4, which is very logical, I'll go d4. So this already, according to engine, at least according to a very, very strong engine, this is already some minus 0.5 position.
Nice.
For black. So he's still looking for those crazy opening ideas, because I think he was inviting this position early on, but Yordan doesn't go for it. He goes for his typical King's Indian position.
Yeah, I want to also just set the table here because both these players are on 2 points currently. They are from 7th to 10th, which means that for them, a result is very important. If they want to have any shot at a podium finish, then they want to fight in this one. And I think Nihal's opening approach, it might look cagey a little bit, right? Like no pawn has gone beyond the 3rd rank. But usually these openings tend to just say, I want a game. I don't want a theoretical battle. I want a long fight. In the middle game, once you start capturing the center and there are trades, the position does tend to explode. So even though it looks very sort of cautious by both these players so far, I think they're both very, very aware that they need to make a fight in this one. Like a draw does not suffice for either of them.
Absolutely, and I think Nihal would love to give a present or a gift to someone today. Any ideas on who that person is? Important one in his life right now, whose birthday is today. Sorry?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, Grandmaster Vishnu Prasanna, who is his coach here, is celebrating his birthday today. And so Nihal is like, okay, I need to give a gift to my coach. Guru Dakshina, as they say.
So a very happy birthday to Vishnu. I think he will be he's here with Nihal. I'm probably hoping maybe he'll join us in the commentary as well at some moment. So this one's still early days. Should we do a quick opening tour and check out all the 5 boards? Maybe zoom out and go through, because we also have a battle between 2 very good friends today.
Oh.
Which one? Oh my God.
Sagar.
Wow, we have the big clash between Anish Giri and Vidit Gujarati today, and Sahaj has some great stats on this.
So one thing that I was really perplexed about that is that between these 2 players, they have played around 26 times, and Anish has won 8 times and has suffered 0 losses against Vidit, which to me was a crazy stat. And they have drawn around 16 times as well. The last time they played against each other was in Tata Steel, and it was a Slav exchange. So, very, very typical, not a super competitive game. But today, as you can see, Anish has this bishop on on h4 now. And it sort of invites black to play g5 in this position. If you castle early on, then you are unable to play g5, because I can sack that knight and completely go into this huge mess. And it would look like an Arjun type of a position.
Very interesting that he's actually inviting Vidit and provoking him to go g5. Awesome stats there, but the stats go beyond that, right? Because there was also a very famous death match, Sagar, between Vidit and Anish. I mean, everybody, their friendship is world famous. Both extremely competitive by nature as well. Tell us a little bit about that. What was the vibe there?
I think in general, it was such a close matchup because Vidit was this close to winning it. And then he lost the critical game and Anish won it. And then he lifted this trophy. It's still fresh in my mind. Like he lifts it like this. And then I thought, okay, this is the end of their friendship because, this is done. But of course, they both are such good friends. Then Vidit had his marriage recently in Pune, where Anish traveled all the way from the Netherlands with his wife Sopiko and attended it. So I think they are very close. But on the board, I think today both of them want to win because they are at 50% score. The one who wins today will get a good chance to finish at the top.
Absolutely. And the position, is just that, in my opinion. Anyone can win here. As I said, black wants to play g5 and create that attacking chances on the king side. Whereas white is hoping black is going to overexpose, on the king side and maybe strike in the center via d4 and create some counter chances there. So yeah, it can be anyone's game at this point.
Can we just take this from the top? Can we start from the beginning and see how the players got here? It was the king's pawn opening.
Yes, it was Anish's favorite opening, I think, with 1e4. He loves the Italian. He puts his bishop on c4, and I think Vidit is also quite an expert at this with both colors. So it'll be interesting to see who springs the first surprise. It doesn't surprise me at all that Vidit is 6 minutes behind on the clock. He's been doing that throughout the event. Yeah, he's always having less time.
I think that's one thing that Vidit actually recently has struggled with, not just in classical standard formats, but across chess formats. And I think that also comes from perhaps a feeling that he hasn't been training or practicing as much, big life changes, getting married, traveling around. So I think Vidit does feel that, and when you're at the top, when you're playing against these kind of opponents, I think that does play a role. So Vidit has been having problems on the clock, getting great positions on the board, but in those critical moments, things seem to go wrong. But this I fully understand, because here, your heart wants to play g5. You haven't castled as black. Your opponent has castled already. The bishop on h4 will be hit. But it's such a committal move. Once you go g5, there's no going back, because then you have to decide, are you going to go long castle? Can you go long castle when you've already played a5 on the other side of the board?
It is not advisable to go castle on the long side, but in Vincent's game we saw something similar where he went long castle, and I was also pretty shocked by that. But in general terms, you should keep the king in the center for a long time and then try to create an attack, and then you castle on the short side despite playing g5, which is a bit weird. However, from Vidit's perspective, it is a bit strange that he allowed bishop g5 to me, because you can prevent it. You can play h6 early on and then go d6 and then go short castle, and the bishop remains on c1, which is more of a dry. I would say both players would be a bit more comfortable. But my guess is that maybe Vidit didn't expect Anish to go all out with bishop g5.
Very interesting, very provocative, and because we've got an audience with us, aap logo ko kya lagta hai, will we see g5 on the board? Will Vidit go g5?
No, says Jaikar. Okay, no g5. So basically, people are like, Vidit more positional. He might be like going.
I heard a big yes there.
Who said yes?
I thought someone said yes.
Yeah.
I want to see g5 on the board. I think as commentators, that would be the dream position.
I think Vidit has to play g5 at some point. Whether it will be this move or the next one, I do not know. And this is what Anish wants Vidit to do. He wants him to be provoked. I think Vidit is also happy to get provoked here, because this means both will have a fighting chance over here.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, Sahaj, we both have been commentating since last 5 days. Tanya, it's the first day for you here. How do you like this atmosphere? How do you like the live crowd here?
That is factually incorrect. My first day here was back in 2013.
Oh.
So it's been a while.
Yeah.
But it's awesome to come back.
It was also in this hotel.
It was right here in this hotel.
In this room? Were you sitting here with like Lawrence Trent? No.
I think we have.
It was downstairs. Okay.
Yes,
Basement.
but I think our commentary for the World Championship match was upstairs. They had a press conference room, and next to that was our studio. So different setup, same hotel. Very nostalgic to be here. And it's it feels special to be back.
Right.
So while it's been a while, and I'm kind of glad that I could come for these last few rounds and be with two of my favorite commentators for when the tournament looks like it's going to really heat up today. If g5 happens.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun, Tanya. And one thing which I've always been seeing here in this hotel is from my room, I can see the swimming pool. And that's the same swimming pool in which Magnus jumped after becoming the world champion in 2013. And I'm wondering, the one who wins this tournament, should we kind of get that person and throw them in the pool? Both the masters and challengers. I mean,
That
they
will
will jump, but maybe we could also try.
That will be so much fun, and every day I've been thinking about the swimming pools situation, and it's great that you waited for Tanya to come here to bring it up, because she was here the last time it happened, right?
And that is, I think, one of the most iconic photos of chess.
Yeah.
In 2013, when Magnus became the world champion.
does this,
Yes,
yeah. Yeah.
in the pool.
Yes.
He was thrown into the pool. He didn't jump into it.
Right.
So I think we might have to follow tradition. Maybe it depends on who wins as well.
Well, right now, Vincent looks really good because, guys, did you see he already has a position with quite some edge? If we go to that game, Vincent versus Arjun, the bar already suggesting, very comfortable position for Vincent.
Absolutely, and the position and the pawn structure is pretty symmetrical, except for the pawn on g6 and g7. That's being the only imbalance overall. And of course, there's a bishop versus knight difference as well. But when the position is this symmetrical, the advantage seems to be quite stable. As in, you don't have to make super precise moves in order to retain your advantage. So I think this looks really good for Vincent in that sense.
But Sahel, what about the kings on the opposite side? Does that not kind of make you feel that Vincent will go g4, h4, h5, just last open the position?
Yes, and Arjun can go b5, knight a5, knight c4, and just b4. I mean, it can become a race very, very quickly. That's a very great point, that kings are on opposite sides of the board, so it can become really hectic really, really quickly. And looking at the time, It's the first time I think Vincent is thinking, yeah?
True.
So probably Vincent is the better prepared one, or what do you think?
I want to just back up to that point pawn takes pawn happened in the middle of the board, because I think it's really interesting how quickly Vincent played and what the whole idea was. Few moves have happened since. So there was a trade at the center. We see another move that Vincent has just played. The bishop came out, the knight was developed, and then I think there was a long castle, a developing move, bishops traded off eventually. And here, this is what I really like what Vincent did. By the way, really instructive stuff. Whenever you go long castle, always take a pause to put your king towards the corner of the board on b1. It's a lot safer. You sidestep any checks, any open lines on the c file. So before Vincent starts with anything on the right flank, he replaces his pieces in such a way, king, ek step, rook, ek step, putting the rook on the c line, stopping Sehed's idea. Now getting b5, knight a5 becomes that much more difficult and tricky for black. Meanwhile, for Vincent, he has a hook on g6, right? You've got g4, h4, and look at this move that he's played. He's rerouting his queen all the way to the other side, eventually, I think, aiming at that e1 square. Once g4, g5, g4, h4, h5, queen e1, queen h4. This is what you want to eventually try to get.
Checkmate is coming. And Arjun has to be like super precise here, guys. Don't be fooled by this bar,
This is
which
amazing.
is just saying 0.5. I think the battle is on here. Vincent is going for Arjun's throat here.
Absolutely. And I just want to add one more point. There is queen e1, queen h4 as well, but queen d1 is also a very good prophylactic move as well. Because black wanted to play b5 and knight a5, right? Knight a5 being a tempo, because it attacks our queen on b3. But now if you play knight a5, you're going to have knight takes d5 and your queen is going to be under attack. So in order to play knight a5, he has to sort of move his queen
time.
out of the way and waste that crucial tempo in a game which is basically a race.
This is amazing. It's almost like Vincent is setting up for a freestyle game. You know, he's put his king on the corner, the rook on c1. The queen comes back to its starting position. And that's a multi-purpose move. You have these attacking setups that you're aiming at, but you're also playing prophylactic chess here, defending against Arjun's plan. It actually feels like it's starting to get a little uncomfortable, especially because Arjun has a hook, right, on g6, which gives white direct plans, direct way to try to open up the h line.
Meanwhile, for Arjun, what to do here is not so clear. I mean, b5 seems like a natural starting point. Put your rooks on c8 and b8. Put your queen here. Yeah, I mean, his attack will come through, but for white, it's like straight on, you know?
I also feel it's not so easy. I don't know if we can have a few moves on the board and ignore the eval bar, but just to kind of show how difficult it is for black to kind of just proceed from this. Let's make a natural move for white. Let's push one of the pawns. Let's go g4. Now the problem is, if black continues to attack b4, you run into knight a4, which is an amazing outpost for the knight, right? And suddenly all the attack on the left flank is stopped. Let's go back. If not, b4. You can't go a5 because b5 is so tender right now. The knight and the bishop attack it. Yes, you can play rook b8, but again, that's not going to be enough because that's only one defender. And eventually, if we just have that on our analysis board, b5, g4, rook b8, h4, it's still black is behind. You're not able to get b4 in. You're not able to get a5 in. It almost feels like Arjun, he's going to struggle to get his counterplay on the queen side.
Yeah, I don't know what he'll do. Maybe he said, do you have any good ideas for black here, how to attack?
I was thinking something like queen b7 and then knight a5, knight c4, but I am not in time here as black.
Oh, yeah,
I don't-
h5, let's go.
Because the point is, once I throw h5 and you take gh5, I'm not going to take on h5, I'm going to play g5.
Amazing.
And then open up the h file completely, and it's only a matter of time before you get mated here.
But maybe you can do g5, but
Okay.
then I go h6, then you go g6, you try to keep it as closed as possible. But I don't think it's foolproof. This is not bulletproof. I think you can push h7, e4 opens up, g5 pawn is soft. Don't like it.
No, Arjun is not enjoying his position, and Arjun's a player who's usually far ahead on the clock, especially in the first phase of the game. He's always the one who's got more time on the clock. And look at the clock situation, that kind of reflects what we're saying, that it's just so much harder to create attack as black here, and it just feels like the play flows for white.
Absolutely. I
Guys,
mean,
I have an idea.
Okay, tell us.
Can I just leave all this king side, queen side attack, just break in the center, and I think then you are at least feeling safe, although the bar is saying like bad idea.
Hmm.
But I thought like if you break in the center, you just make this attack look a little slow.
No, when the center is open, then the flank attack I don't think is going to work, or it's going to be too slow. So you're not going to go G4, H4. However, I do have to say that it is Arjun after all. He does thrive in positions like these. He does love, this sort of imbalanced race between, both flanks, I would say here.
But I think Arjun would prefer to play white this position. He loves the imbalance when his opponent is on the defense.
I mean, true, absolutely true. I think to him, having a advantage of 0.5 or having a disadvantage of 0.5 matters very little in the opening, because he does go for these, as he played Perk against Gukesh, for example, on the first move itself, that's a 0.7 advantage. So it's like he does thrive in positions like that. So I think he would feel comfortable here.
I just feel
I don't know.
that he should not have, he should, what is it?
No, we're just wondering like what Arjun's mindset is, because it's such interesting points that Sahaj is making. And to me, it just feels that Arjun as a player, he thrives when there's complete chaos in the position. So he actually, if he feels he's under pressure, he might make a move like E5 to try to create, maybe not at this point, but it's on his radar. He undoubtedly realizes that B5, B4 is not easy to pull off here.
Absolutely not. So you will not play B4.
Yeah.
Just like I think white shouldn't play H5, because as rightly pointed out by Sagar, that I can play G5 in that position and I can block the king side completely. So both sides are going to have this option of breaking in, white with H5, black with B4, and it's about timing.
Speaking of timing, just a quick update. Vidit still hasn't made his decision on his board. So no G5, he's down to an hour and 12 minutes on the clock. That's how difficult he's finding to sort of, does he go for it or not? The big question.
Yeah,
to be or not to be.
I think Vidit has to be very careful about his time here, because this is just the beginning. If he does go G5, the position will go wild and then you need time. So yeah, I'm a bit worried with the way he uses his time, but we'll see. We'll see how this game shapes up. We haven't yet seen couple of games. Should we have a look at it? Karthikeyan Murli versus Ray Robson.
Let's do it. Wait, is this close Sicilian? This is close Sicilian, no?
This is this famous line that I faced as a kid. I had no clue how to face it.
Oh, it's Rosolim, okay. Yeah,
Oh,
this.
no, it's Rosolim.
It's. I also thought the same thing, Sagar bhai.
This knight c3, bishop b5.
Yes, same.
Okay. Bishop b5, g6 by Ray Robson. But guys, just taking a moment here to admire how Karthikeyan Murli has performed here. Last minute entry into the Masters and scoring 2.5 out of 5, being the last seed over here. I think, maybe he's not the last seed, Pranav is, but still, he's doing really well.
There is something to be said about these situations. Very often when a player is not expecting to make it to a tournament and they get into it, one, you don't feel the pressure. Second, you take it as this huge opportunity that has been given to you. I think chess tradition has shown that so many times, even in recent past, where a last minute entry coming into an event, it happened even at the Esports World Cup recently. It's happened at freestyle chess a couple of times.
That happened with you, Tanya, ever?
Well, actually it did.
When?
I don't know how much I can say about it, but I was actually not supposed to play the Budapest Olympiad. It was so I got into the team much later as board 5.
And then
That
you
went pretty
got the
well.
gold medal back home. So yeah, I think last minute entry definitely reduces the pressure on you, right?
And you're
there's-
hungry. You feel like this was not supposed to be your opportunity, but here you are. And I'll also say, India is so full of talent and so many strong players. I think for these youngsters, having these opportunities means so much, because for a Gukesh, Prag, Arjun, they have them. Now they've made it into the absolute elite. But for players like Pranav, like Karthikeyan, to be on this stage is extremely meaningful, because to them it feels like this is their chance to shine.
Correct. I mean, the Chennai Grandmasters proved to be a catalyst in the career of Arvind Chidambaram. After winning this, you saw he moved up to
I wonder
2750.
who's the other player in whose life the Chennai Grandmasters was a catalyst, because I can't remember. Can you remind me, Sagar Shah?
17-year-old kid who then...
Is there anyone in your mind?
It's a good question.
Maybe we can ask the audience, guys.
Actually,
do you
yes.
remember who won the first edition of Chennai Grandmasters?
Yes.
yes.
Okay. It was
Kukesh,
Yes.
absolutely.
And it wasn't just about winning the tournament, right? That was the start of his journey because he got that much needed FIDE circuit points, made it to the candidates, and like they say, rest is history.
Yeah.
Literally history,
And-
becoming the youngest ever world champion.
And then sacrificing his queen yesterday. You know, he's just continuing his role. He's playing at the St. Louis Rapid right now and is doing very well.
Guys, can we hear it for Sagar Shah, who was up till 3 a.m. commentating on Gukesh's game with as much energy? And I don't know, Sagar, how you do it, but I mean, it's pretty amazing.
That's very kind of you guys. But as I always say, that without good players, there's no point in commentating. Yeah. So.
What about co-commentators?
Yeah, I think, guys, can you join me tonight? You know, I have, we'll put up 3 chairs there. But yeah, I think it's a golden time for Indian chess. You know, you have Gukesh playing in the US, you have Arjun playing here. Prag will go to the Singfield Cup very soon. So many events happening. It's just amazing. Amazing time to be an Indian chess fan.
Meanwhile, I think Vidit has responded with not G5.
Didn't go, yeah.
Not so. I still think G5 is on the horizon in that position, but he's keeping it for a later stage. But Bishop D7, does he want to castle on the long side?
I think it's a very flexible move. You know, the fact that Vidit did not rush with castle. Let's just do an action replay of this last move, Bishop D7. And right here, he could have gone G5, but Vidit doesn't want to show his cards. He doesn't put his king on the right flank either, so that's an option. Also, this move, like you said, once the queen comes to E7, kind of clears the path for the black king to rush to safety if needed. The other thing Bishop D7 sometimes sets up far in the future is a move like B5, if you're able to defend that pawn.
Absolutely.
But I have a feeling that long castle is not going to happen here, right? Like when you have the pawn here on A5, it's very unlikely. So Vidit is just waiting, as you rightly pointed out.
There's one more plan, sorry Sagar,
Yeah.
which I think could be on his radar, which is to go A4, knight A5, and then start advancing on the queen side.
Could be.
It's also a very thematic way to approach these positions.
Yeah, this is very much possible. And you can see Anish has paused here. And I think that was also one of the things that Vidit wanted to do. He wanted to get Anish out of his prep because Anish was playing so quickly. So this move, Bishop D7, little offbeat, maybe not prepared by Anish. Now he has to think over the board.
Do you guys like playing against friends? Because that's always been something that I have struggled with during my playing career, where it's just not comfortable. Somebody who you know so well.
I remember playing you in Tata Steel, and that was not a good experience, I have to say. I did not enjoy that.
What?
Because you decided to sack your pawn, and for 4 hours I had to defend my position, and one bad move I would be killed in that.
Wait, how did it end?
We drew. I somehow
So
survived.
peacefully.
But it was not a pleasant experience, I have to say. So no, I do not enjoy it. By the way, this move Bishop D7 has been played twice by Magnus Carlsen against Gukesh. Actually, no, once against Arjun, once against Gukesh.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. And do you know which events were they? When
I'm just gonna look it up right now. It was
Oh, Norwich has
No.
23.
Norway Chess 23 against Gukesh in 2020. Yeah, in 23, and against Arjun it was Meltwater Champions Chess Tour in 22, which he won, by the way. So Bishop D7 has been played at the elite level, and most recently it was played by Leon in 2025, which he won as well. So Black tends to do really well in this position,
in a
historically
way,
speaking.
it's quite a praiseworthy thing for Vidit that after thinking for around 20 minutes, he makes a move that Magnus has played, which means that, Vidit is also thinking in the right direction here. Look at Anish, by the way, guys. This is like Anish's way of saying, I know this move I've seen it some point, but I just need to recollect my lines.
I will say one thing, if anyone knows what Magnus has played in the past, it's Anish Giri. He would definitely know this, but it was a while ago. So can he recollect? Also, it's not been played as much. So few games.
Only 4 to date. 2 wins for black, 1 draw, and 1 win for white.
Oh, by the way, guys, he goes knight to d2. And okay, the engine went down, then it goes up again. It's a normal move. I think he's planning rook e1, knight f1, knight e3, these plans. We'll see where the knight heads to after d2.
So in the game of Magnus versus Gukesh, Magnus went for knight to a3.
And Magnus was white.
Magnus was white, yes. Sorry, Gukesh was white, and Gukesh played knight a3, and Magnus took on a3 immediately afterwards. Wow. So so knight d2 right now has never been played before. So we are completely in new territory as of this moment.
Interesting. Okay, so while this game builds up beautifully, should we look at one game which we haven't seen yet? Pranav versus Awonder Leang. Somehow, guys, I must say, I've become a fan of Awonder Liang's humor. He came yesterday, always super funny. Yesterday, he had a winning position against Nihal, where he accepted a draw. And he was like, why the hell did Nihal have to go to c3 with his knight and now have to answer these questions about why I took a draw in a winning position? He could have just played knight c5 and I would have been, happily sitting there. This guy is super chill.
No, my favorite quote, and I'm going to say it for Tanya as well, because they asked him how does he feel here, and his response was, thank you for inviting me to the Arjun-Erigaisi farming invitational. On the first day he said this.
Well, spitting facts I want to say, but the way the tournament's gone, I mean, Arjun being the top seed is a point behind the leader. So would you say that he has a wonderful sense of humor?
Yes, Tanya, exactly. He has a wonderful sense of humor, just like your wonderful puns. We were waiting for it for so many days.
I can't wait for him to be here for an interview and for you to repeat this exact same thing. It would be beautiful.
I might throw it in a couple of times.
If he wins the game, you could say like, oh, what a wonderful win. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
You will.
Yes, we'll come up. I think I would need backup as well there.
No, you are on your own here. Okay.
Fine. Throw me under the bus, but let's get back to the chess as well and to a wonderful position with the black pieces, I want to say, because symmetrical pawn formation, no weaknesses if you're Leang here. But I still feel that in these positions, black can also get the bishop out to e6. Meanwhile, white bishop is blocked behind his own pawn at the center of the board. Feels very healthy for black.
Absolutely. I think that's a great point you brought up about the fianchetto bishop on g2. Because generally when you have a fianchetto bishop, you don't want to play e4 or e5. Wait, he just took bishop a3 in this position.
Bishop a3, and it's the best move, guys.
That is some super GM level understanding. So, Sahaj, break it down.
Not a super GM, but I think bishop takes a3 makes sense because the center is more or less closed, and that knight on a3 would have had a great future on b5 or c4. Where it puts pressure on the e5 pawn, and also will always have this option of taking on d6 if needed. So I think from that perspective, it makes perfect sense to go bishop takes a3. And also in every position, you want to imagine it in its absolute sense. So if I could just have one piece on the board for white and one piece on the board for black, I think it's without a question that for white, it would be the bishop on g2. As black, I mean, if I'm playing as black, I would want that bishop on g2 to remain for as long as possible, because it's the worst piece right now, as it's blocked by its own pawn. And for me, it would be the knight. Like the knight on f6, knight on c6 doesn't really matter. So if it's just bishop versus knight situation and no other pieces on the board, only black is playing for a win. And a move like bishop takes a3 takes me one step closer to achieving that goal.
That's a really great point. And do you think it sort of comes in the way of Pranav's development? Because now that rook on a3 is super misplaced and you'll have to lose a tempo to get it back into the game. And this last move does not give you a tempo. It sets up an idea, right? Bishop a6 is a big threat with a skewer on the queen and the rook.
I love how Awonder is just playing to that quote that it doesn't matter what goes out of the board, but what remains on the board is what counts. And yes, he gave up the bishop, but he's so happy with all his pieces here. queen, bishop a6, maybe queen e7, rook goes to d8. I like black's position.
Right. Pranav in some trouble here, I would say, as white already.
All right, so things looking good for Avanda in this one. Let's move on to, I want to take us back to our marquee matchup of Arjun because a lot has
Exactly.
happened on that board and I think
my
this is
God.
feisty, right? Because these are the plans saga we were talking about, and before you guys break this down, let's do an action replay from where we left it.
Yeah, we left it off here where we were saying that, how will white attack? But the queen had come to d1. So Arjun put his rook on c8. Pawn went to g4. Queen went back. h4 as we had imagined. Knight to a5 played by Arjun. And look at this. Already white seems to have a very sizable advantage here.
I think very Arjun type of move, creating that mess early on. What doesn't make sense to me is that why didn't he go b5 immediately, and then decide where to put his knight? But I'm guessing that after knight to a5, he wants to keep that option of going back queen b6 and putting pressure on the b2 pawn, because once he has committed b5, the queen can no longer look at the b2 pawn anymore.
How are you so calm here? I'm getting so nervous with this h5 break coming up. I feel like as if I'm going to get mated now.
No, I feel after h5 I have g5. No,
You think that is solid?
You have calmed me down there because
That's the big question. What happens if he continues with f4? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Are you feeling as solid after a move like f4?
takes knight c4. I mean, it is dangerous for sure.
This stuff,
I'm calm.
I mean, g5 is
Okay.
coming, h6 is
So
coming.
let me just rephrase myself. I'm calm not because of the position. I'm calm because it's Arjun.
Because it's not your game.
Because it's not my game. Yes, that's another very very great
I
point.
think if this is my position with black, I am kind of terrified.
I'm not able to sit calmly. Oh, just like how Arjun is not sitting on the board.
Arjun is not even on the board. He's walking around.
He's chill.
That's
Oh, there
him.
he is. Is that Arjun?
I don't know. Can we have that view where we can see that hall from the distance, and there we can see everyone walking around? If that view is possible, then we can see it there. For now, Vincent seems super focused. He's trying to see a way to get in. Yeah, there we see. Can we?
There he is.
There
That is Arjun. Yes.
I mean, Arjun's got nerves of steel, right? He's icy nerves. I've seen him in tournaments with heart rate monitors, and regardless of what the position on the board is,
beats per
60 and 66. Actually, 66 I've noticed is his sweet number there. It doesn't matter who he's playing against. It could be anyone in the world. And it doesn't matter what the position is. The position is on fire. But Arjun's chilling at 66, 67. But that is a sort of a cheat code you need to be able to play the kind of chess that Arjun plays.
True, I agree. And right now, I'm pretty sure Vincent's thinking my position looks good, but why is Arjun so confidently walking around?
I mean, probably. Okay, first of all, this is very much Arjun's types of position. Number one, and I think white has to be super precise here. Like you playing h5, it's the only move to have that sizable advantage. Number one. When you play g5, f4 once again is an only move to have a sizable advantage. When you take, you have to have this idea of playing h6, g6, and f5 break, and
Let's see
all
that
of this has to be forced. If you make one move differently, then the position becomes balanced again.
But these are very natural moves to me. I mean, he set up h5, right? g4, h4. h5 has to be what Vincent is looking at right now. Your opponent responds with g5. Let's have that on the board. Let's go step by step here. And you're always looking for ways to break. Whether he goes with f4 or not, it has to be a move that everyone considers.
Right.
So even if it's the best move, it also feels like the most natural approach, I want to say, in this position.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree with you. This move f4 didn't cross my mind, but once I see it, I realize that it's quite strong. Vincent, thinking here about what to do in this position. Is there any other move apart from h5 that comes to your mind? Can we go g5? I guess g5 would just spoil all our attacking chances, right?
Because then you give the black knight, I think, to hop over to h5. and then you don't have the break, the dream break that you're looking for.
Exactly. You would want the pawn on h. If you could just take a move and just remove that pawn from h4, it would only help white. So definitely not g5 in this position. That's a great point. But yeah, after h5, g5, I was also thinking that what if I just make a normal developing move like bishop d3, right? That's only going to help my attack on the king side. However, it would be a waste of a crucial tempo simply because black wants to play knight c4, and your only response or your only logical response is to capture that knight. So you want to do that capture from f1 to c4, not waste a move via playing bishop d3.
Correct. Yeah, it's well explained there. While this game continues to be super exciting, and we are pretty sure that Vincent will go h5. Shall we quickly check what Nihal Sareen did in his game with Yordan?
Let's
Let's
do
do
it.
it.
Okay. More calm position than one would have imagined. It's kind of an English opening kind of a setup now that white has. I don't know if we need to go through all the moves that have happened because it's such a non-confrontational position. No pawns attacking each other, no pieces traded, and we are on what? Move number 14 already. 13 moves have been completed.
This position is the other end of the spectrum from what we just came from. From the Arjun Vincent board, where it just looks like it's all set for an explosion on that right side on the right flank. Here, it's extremely positional, extremely cagey, but just for me, first sight, instinctively, it just feels that white should be more comfortable. And I'm trying to understand why that's the case. I think it's more intuition based here. I think white is the one who holds the keys to the break, whether it's getting d4 in or b4 in at the right moment. And usually the player who has the option to break is the one, I feel, who dictates the nature of the game.
Yes, absolutely right. d4 and b4, great point there actually. However, if the position is, sort of slow, it doesn't mean that it's going to fizzle out into a draw. I just want to explain that to the viewers. It's just that both of them really need a win to sort of have any chance to be in the top three or to finish first. And I've noticed this as a pattern that when you want to play for a win, you try to avoid exchanges as much as possible. One game that really comes to mind is that game between Anish and Aditya Mittal from the Sharjah Masters. Sagar bhai, we have spoken about this game before. When Anish needed a win, his first move was knight f3 and his second move was e3. And knight f3, knight f6, e3. I've never seen an elite player sort of start this slow, and the game was really long. He kept pressing, and ultimately Aditya, didn't survive the pressure. And I think the same thing is happening here as well, because all the pieces, not even a single pawn is traded off on the board. This means that they are waiting. This game might be the longest out of all of them.
Could very well be. And I think Yordan yesterday was so happy. He's the only player who won his game. He beat yesterday Ray Robson. And then when I was actually going up to my room, I saw him just come out of the elevator, and he was so thrilled at this victory because it was such a long one and his first win in this tournament. So he might be feeling very good about himself right now.
His first win in the tournament, and that also after 2 back-to-back losses, right? So it's exactly what you need to go ahead in it. And speaking of his mindset, I did see him at lunch today before the start of the game, and he was sitting on a table by himself. He did have like his phone on, he was watching something, and I promise I wasn't trying to look what it was, but I did happen to cross it, and on his screen was Vishy Anand.
Oh.
So he was watching, it felt like some interview of Vishy, when in Chennai.
Or
Actually, when anywhere.
doing a call with Vishy. He's
Was
worked
it?
with him, right, before? Yeah,
Really?
at some point Vishy...
He's worked with Magnus, I know.
Yes, but also Vishy had revealed, I think it was for Leon Masters or some event that Anand played, that he had been working with Yordan. So Yordan has worked with Vishy before.
Yeah, it felt like he was watching an interview at the point, so trying to get maybe as much inspiration.
Oh, that's
From,
nice. That's it. By the way,
5-time world champion.
Nihal plays knight
I
to
like this
e4.
move. It's a very cool move because if you take here, suddenly the pawn moves away and the rook starts attacking the slightly backward pawn on d6.
Yeah, but you can double up on the D file, put pressure on the D6 pawn, and another great point is here is that the square on D4 is not an outpost. That's the advantage of having double pawns here, because you can always play E3 and just guard D4, F4 if needed, and you can double up on the D file and put that pressure in. Nihal, I think I'm liking his position more for sure.
You know, this move knight e4, for me, it just feels like it's not a move that maybe would be on a lot of our candidate moves. You're sort of inviting a trade that doubles your own pawns. You're blocking your own bishop on g2 on the light square. But once it's on the board, once it's been played, you can't unsee it. It just feels like he's trying to create that imbalance. So a very creative idea here by Nihal. Pressure on d6. I saw Yordan. He was, I think, about to pick up his queen. That's the hand movement that I saw. And place it on e7 would be my guess, and there it is. You know, hand reader. After playing,
Crazy.
you just feel it. You're like, that is heading on e7.
How many talents do you have? Yeah? Like spuns and then
If you
hand
need
reader.
a hand reading expert in the commentary, I am ready for that.
Creating new roles here, Tanya. But Tanya and Sahaj, did you guys see what Anish, Giri and Vidit just did right now? So after knight d2, we left it off here, bishop a7, and then rook c1. What the hell? What is the rook doing on c1?
No, I wanted to go back to this game for quite some time, but I couldn't figure out the meaning of rook c1. So while we were talking, I was still thinking what was the point of rook c1, and I still don't understand. What?
The only thing that comes to my mind is that he wants to go d4, and after takes, the rook suddenly opens up on the c5.
But I thought about that, but you're losing a pawn.
Yes.
So how do you play d4 in this
Is
position
it
then?
completely crazy to suggest that Anish will now bring his knight back to b1? Because putting it on b3, you feel the bishop on c4 might end up in a bit of trouble. Well, okay, knight b1 just feels like too much, but maybe rook e1, knight f1, and then go with d4. Like, I think that could be the plan, and then your idea that your rook on c1 is better placed if the c file opens up.
Yeah, it's a very weird move, one must say.
It's passing the ball.
Yeah, I think it's moves like this that make your opponent also feel like, something's wrong. And then he makes some move which is quite bold, like with it, castled here. And the engine already says, with it, you should have played g5. Why didn't you go for g5 and castling here?
It's very clear, I think, that Vidit is not comfortable playing g5, at least not at this moment. But g5 is not something you can hold for much longer, because I will play rook e1, I will play knight f1 like you mentioned. I'll try to put my knight on d5, and eventually you have to play g5.
Yeah.
And I think the more you delay it, the more dangerous it can become, because if you play g5 instantly, then the king is in the center. So there is no threat of knight takes g5, but now knight takes g5 is something you will always have to consider.
Guys, Anish is going for this plan, rook e1, rook c1. And maybe, I think this is what Anish wanted. I kind of get it. The thing is, he didn't want to commit his rook to e1 before some move like short castling happens. And he was trying to find a slightly useful move for himself. And he said, okay, rook c1 seems at least slightly useful. Let me do it.
Okay, we have to.
Okay.
We must.
To Arjun Vincent.
Immediately.
Wow, what happened?
It is shocking.
No. Arjun Erigaisi is like,
On fire.
you come at me, I let you come at me. Yeah, he doesn't even stop it.
And he looks so chill while he's doing that. Like, not a care in the world. Okay, this is a gutsy decision by Arjun.
And it's the best move according to our engine, yeah?
Sagar, back up one move, just one move. So h5 is what we were expecting Vincent to play. And I just want to say, every single human will play g5 here. But sometimes Arjun is just superhuman when he does these things. You want to keep your king solid. You want to keep your king side defended. And he just voluntarily takes pawn. And the problem is not that white recaptures, but Sahed's earlier idea. You're actually inviting g5, rook takes pawn, opening up that h line. And what does Arjun have in mind? Is he just getting greedy with the g pawn? This is brave stuff.
Yeah, he is getting greedy. He'll go g6, then push the rook away, let's say rook h1, rook h2. And then he'll capture the pawn on g5. And for all the suffering that he has to endure, he will have an extra pawn.
If you have to suffer, you need to suffer for something, right?
Yes.
Absolutely. And I also like the idea of knight to e8. I know it looks crazy, but somehow I'm also thinking about going to c4, like knight d6 and knight c4, just to have something over my opponent to create that urgency. Rook h5, g6,
Okay.
and then you go rook h3, and then I take on g5. Is this really that bad for black?
Should we try to checkmate Sahaj here? Okay, let's play a move that I find... I want to see what happens after e4 here. Maybe the bar will just immediately drop.
It's the best move.
It's the best move.
So far, so good.
See, this. I'm getting those memories from 2012 Tata Steel again, because then also I was a pawn up against you.
Yeah.
I was a pawn up against you.
Let's
and you had this
definitely
crazy-
checkmate Sahaj in this position. Get that revenge win in.
Finish what we started, all of those years, 13 years ago. But yeah, this looks very, very scary. I have to give you that. Maybe keeping the knight on h7 is the smarter choice here, because now bishop coming to d3, even the queen going to h1, that Alekhein's gun.
Maybe do this, Sahaj. Bishop f6, and if Tanya pushes further
Fine.
on, then you have this nice home here.
What is nice about this? I'm sorry, but this looks... I don't want to be black here.
Yeah, this doesn't look that good. Yeah, the home looks a bit shaky here.
Yeah.
Bishop h6, and then maybe just build it up with bishop e3, queen d2.
Okay, if you give me a knight on f5, like instead of e8, I'll take it.
Whoa. And look at that. We have a decision from Vincent. He does not go for g5. A different approach. A temporary pawn sacrifice keeps the tension on that flank between the face-off of the pawns. Develops the bishop.
Well, Arjun now has to tread super carefully. If he takes this pawn on g4, expect checkmate in under 10 moves. F takes g4.
Under 10. I love how Sagar went for under 10. That's the safest option in the position, you know. 10 move mein to ho hi jayega.
Exactly. Queen f3, g5. It just feels. I mean, a resignation is on the horizon here. But he has to play knight c4. It's the only move that doesn't give Vincent a winning advantage, basically. Yes.
Yeah, true. I also feel like after knight c4, if you have to take bishop c4, then what did you achieve with this bishop d3 move? So I think he won't take the knight then.
Oh, I think I understand his point. He doesn't want to take the knight. He wants to play g5 and g6. G5, move the knight, g6. Let's go.
Knight e8 or h7, now knight h7 makes little sense because
Bishop
we
h7.
have the bishop here. So knight e8.
And now g6.
This is crushing. I mean, the bar says it's still fine and holdable, doesn't give a massive advantage, but the human evaluation here feels like it's a lot more crushing.
Yeah. I would think that I'm lost here already. And Vincent has been giving these stares throughout this tournament. We saw it yesterday as well, and I just saw a stare towards Arjun as well. I feel like he is here for business. I think, and if he wins this, at least it would be a 1.5 point lead over everybody else. At least.
Yeah, that would be 1 foot into the championship. I mean, if you're able to convert this advantage, and the thing is, he's sort of managed to get Arjun in a position that Arjun does not like at all. As a player, he doesn't want to be on the defense. He's okay being worse as long as there are tricks and there's chaos in the board, both sides. You know, that famous Mikhail Tal's forest of complications is where Arjun lives. But this just feels like Vincent's having all the fun. I don't think this will happen. I don't think he'll allow knight c4, g5. So how does he defend? What does he do after bishop d3 here?
Yeah, I think knight c4 will happen.
You think so?
At this point, I pretty much think this is going to happen here. I'm not so sure if Arjun will play this move or not. It's actually a very intense moment in this game, in this tournament, guys. I think we are going to take a very, very short break of 2 minutes, and on the other side, we will continue with the analysis.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players automatically with smooth, accurate tracking. No camera operator? No problem. Control it from a joystick, a phone, or let it run on its own. With crisp 4K video and easy streaming, it fits right into your setup. Perfect for schools, clubs, and live sports broadcasts. PTZ Optics, professional video, made simple. Brought to you by RTAV, your broadcast AV partner.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you will beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something.
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now because Chess.com is best.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for...
And we are back with round 6 action here at the Chennai Grandmasters by QUANTBOX, and the positions are really heating up into the second hour of play right here. And of course, we're being joined by Kay here. This is the moment that we've all been waiting for, because what we have, I think, on the Arjun board, our marquee matchup, right? It feels like Arjun really needs to survive this.
Most definitely. I mean, we all knew that this match was going to be probably the most important game of the whole tournament, and the players are bringing us such an exciting game. I mean, who would have expected such a wild position?
Definitely, it's Arjun. So I would say
Everyone's expecting a wild.
Everyone's expecting a wild position. Just I expected Arjun to be on the other side of it because he's going for these crazy things. But yeah, now as we were talking a bit earlier, Kincho, knight c4 is the only move here that he can play. Otherwise, he's in basically a losing position, and it's not even been 20 moves, which seems a bit strange to me. Tanya, what do you think? What will he find knight c4?
I mean, any player who puts the knight on a5, that is Arjun's idea. There's no question about it. But he's trying to calculate what happens after knight to c4. If white was to push that g pawn forward, maybe trade the knight on c4. So many options. The line I want to look at to also show everyone the dangers that exist on h-file, why it feels like a big mating attack that could be forming here. If Arjun was to take on g4, how would this continue? Let's say you take pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. And once again, just to show an idea, a possible idea, because we love showing those checkmates. And let's say the black knight falls back. You know what I want.
Yes, I know. I was going knight e8, but then I realized, it's the same thing.
It doesn't matter where the knight goes. And this is why the h-file needs to be kept under lock and key at all points. The queen swoops in, gives the check, you can run but you can't hide, and that is game over.
I like how you played queen h1 instead of queen h5 just to be more stylish in the position.
I'll be honest, I didn't see the h5 square. I think it's easier when you move that rook from there to h1 pair.
True. But it was a nice line anyways. But yeah, g5, he cannot afford to lose the h file or have the h file be completely open. So he has to be super careful in the next move. But looking at Arjun, I mean, he seems so calm. I mean, okay, he plays knight c4, okay, on the board. We're happy.
Arjun is always seems to be calm. I mean, he can't afford either to show emotions. That also helps the opponent. And I mean, if Vincent sees that Arjun is maybe a bit uncomfortable or nervous, that can also give a lot of confidence for him.
Absolutely. And by the way, I just saw Vincent do that death stare thing that you were earlier talking about. And that does feel like a sign of confidence, right? When a player, there's no doubt that Keymer knows that he's the one who's on the push here.
Yeah.
He's the one on the front foot.
Absolutely. And this is quite refreshing to see from Vincent's perspective, because I've never seen a Vincent stare before this tournament. And here it's happening every single day. He's having a good position, then he just looks at you as if he's going to destroy you. And I feel like if he wins today, he basically, I would say, has a 95% chance of winning this tournament. 3 rounds to go and you would have a 1.5 point lead over everybody else.
No, That would be absolutely crazy, and I'm sure that he's going for this. I mean, you can see how focused he is. And while Vincent is thinking, maybe we can shift our focus towards the Anish, Giri, and Vidit Gujarati game, because there seems to have been some progress over here.
Yeah, G5 was played by Vidit finally, Tanya, and now after Bishop G3, he went Knight to E7.
So he's trying to reroute his knight to g6, but not only that. There was another idea that we spoke about, which is to push the b pawn to b5 to try to expand on the other flank as well. So he's setting that up. I think he wants to get the knight to the king side. G6, f4 are two juicy squares, and also the expansion on the other flank.
Yeah, so b5 on the horizon, knight g6 on the horizon. Suddenly, I'm starting to prefer black here instead of white. Kinsho, if I was to ask you a question, you're playing against, let's say, anybody, would you take white here or would you take black here?
I was actually thinking about this while you guys were, breaking down the position a bit, and I definitely would play with the black pieces here. I mean, it's so comfortable and easy to play moves. I mean, we have all of these plans with knight g6, knight f4, and that knight looks so comfortable and safe on f4, and it's not so easy to kick the knight out of there. While white has to think of some ideas what to do with the g3 bishop, it's a difficult task to face.
Absolutely. And Tanya, I'm not sure if you know this, but Kinsho here is a Mora Gambit specialist. and she loves these positions where you have the super attack on the king side, on the queen side. So it does not come as a surprise to me that you would choose black here.
You see, specialist is a bit strong of a word, but I definitely enjoy playing the Mora Gambit, and so I'm always happy to see some of these aggressive, expanding positions.
I completely agree, and I think it's very interesting the points that you make. I just feel that Anish somewhere did make those inaccuracies. Maybe a slightly slower approach with getting that rook to c1 is a move that stands out in that case, where he just might have given Vidit that opportunity to regroup his pieces, to get that castle in, to get g5 at the right point. And now it just feels that maybe the game is taking a swing, although still it's Anish who's got more time on the clock. I think this one, a game for all three results.
Yep, absolutely. All three results definitely possible. Both of them having the same points. By the way, Anish has made 5 draws in a row already. So and I feel this game it could be the one where that streak is broken.
All right, so this is heating up, and before we move back to our marquee matchup between the tournament leader, Vincent-Keymer, and Arjun Erigaisi, currently in second place, but a whole point behind, so he needs to strike in this game to try to get that pole position in as well. Should we do a quick roundup of our challengers?
Absolutely. Let's go there. So, yeah. There we have it. So, we have Harshvardhan versus Inian here. Harsh, was selected to play from the qualifier section. He finished 3rd. And he's the only international master to play in this entire event. And so far, hasn't had the best tournament, I would say, so far. He has, especially in the first 4 rounds, but he did score a very big win against Vaishali with the black pieces yesterday. So he must be feeling a lot more in the groove here.
Well, first feelings here is that it looks like he's doing well, Harshvardhan, right? He's got the bishop pair. And a bishop pair is super useful when you have an open position, a lot of open diagonals here to play for as well. In return for Inian, he has a direct target, the c3 pawn, which can be put into attack. You've got knight a5 ideas, the c4 square as well. So it's still a lot to fight for black. But in general, I am quite biased towards bishop, and that's the big argument, right? Bishop versus knight. It's the eternal debate in chess. Which side are you on?
I'm definitely on the bishop's pair side. I mean, it's so nice to, have this pressure that the 2 bishops are putting on the queen side. And while I am a bit scared of these knight a5 ideas, I still feel like the bishop pair can become so dangerous after just a small little mistake.
In general, I like the bishops here, but if you ask me a question between the knights or the bishop, I'm taking the knights. 100%, because I feel the knight is the most unique piece. But here, That knight doesn't seem as unique to me.
Wait till it gets to C4 though.
Yeah, okay.
So maybe then we might be talking about a different story. But I've got a question for our audience here. Let's see how many of you can answer this one. Which Indian player, apart from, well, Sahaj in this position, like you said, you do prefer knight. There's one Indian player who very famously loves the knights and has given up the bishop for the knight in multiple brilliant games of his. Does anyone know who I'm talking about?
Tanya Sachdev.
You didn't have the right answer there. Vishwanathan Anand. Vishy is a player, he is known for it. You know, some of his masterpieces have been giving up the bishop pair, for getting that knight, and then how he goes on to finish it. So he's definitely one who loves to play with the knights. Meanwhile, Indian first blunts one of the bishops, the dark squared bishop, and I think in the end, knight a5, knight c4, the plan coming up next.
Yeah, that c3 pawn is going to be an issue. Let's see how Harshvardhan deals with it. And while he thinks, Tanya, where do you want to take us?
I want to take you to my teammates.
Let's go.
It is the Indian women team clash here. Vaishali with the white pieces against Harika with the black pieces. But also, what a crazy position this is. There's already a connect 4 in the position. You know, the pawn formation looks very, very interesting, with Harika having one on d4, which means black has space as well. But the biggest fight is on the h file. Harika's managed to get h5, h4 in. White has the lead in development. It's Harika's attack versus a more harmonious position for White. Who's better?
So, Tanya, quick question for you, and sorry to put you on the spot. These are both of your teammates. You know what I'm going to ask you here. Who are you rooting for?
For chess, always.
Oh, come
I'm
on.
rooting for the occasion. You know, it's very tough. I had the same thing I was thinking about, and I was asked about this in Riyadh when it was Divya versus Humpy in the World Cup finals as well, because it was such a big moment for Indian women chess, right? To have two finalists, and it almost felt like whoever wins, Indian chess wins. And it was such a big fight. I think both Humpy played an exceptional event. Divya, flawless throughout, amazing to watch. So I think this is the same story here. It's hard to root for any one of them. Both are, I've played alongside both. I've played against both these players. Super strong. And like I said, I think the position promises to be a fun one. I completely dodged it, I know.
And I thought at the end of that sentence you're going to say, Vaishali.
Okay, I will say though, I like Black's position here.
I do. I do. Because that bishop on g2 and the pawn on e4, you know, being sort of blocked by its own pieces, I mean, definitely not ideal. However, that pawn on f5 does pose some, let's say, opportunities for White to create a kingside attack. But the problem is that Harika hasn't castled. If Harika had castled on the king side, then I think White would be very close to being winning. But that hasn't happened yet, and Harika might even just go on the long side, and all of this ambition you have on the king side is just completely squandered. So, yeah, I would take Harika here as well. Kincho, white or black?
I completely agree with you. I would also play with the black pieces here, and just what you mentioned, the long castle. I think that's actually what Harika might be preparing here with b6. Maybe bishop b7. Yes, Tanya is also showing queen d7 and the long castle. Then maybe rook g8, and we can also maybe challenge that f5 pawn with something like g5 or g6, and it can become such a scary position for White here, just in a few moves.
Love how she broke it down, you know, this whole plan for the next 10 moves already, you know, everything fully prepared. And yeah, it looks quite scary, Tanya.
I agree. I think visually it feels like the moves flow easier for Harika in this one. So Vaishali with a bit of a defensive task. Should we move on to some of the other games? I want to go to the Beast.
Just one thing I want to mention before we move from this game, and it was absolutely shocking to me. Harika and Vaishali have never played against each other. This is the first time they're ever playing against each other. I checked from 3 different sources. They have never, not chess.com, not Title Tuesdays, not like any national championship. I couldn't find a single game between them.
That's actually very fascinating, but I think I understand where that's coming from. I think Harika doesn't play online as much, so not so many appearances in the Title Tuesdays, and I think it's also a clash of generations, right?
Yes, of course.
So yeah, it's very interesting that they've been teammates in several in the world team championship, in Olympiad, but have never faced against each other in any of these Grand Prix events or any of these women events.
Absolutely. But yeah, first time they're playing against each other. Let's see how this.
And I wonder if this plays into like the mindset, right? Because Harika did play. I think she lost to Divya in the World Cup.
Yes, in the World Cup quarterfinals.
And I have to say, like, whenever the older generation is playing against the younger generation, you know, you kind of still want to establish sort of your dominance, that there's still work to be done before you're able to come across.
Absolutely.
So I think you're extra motivated for that. I've seen, like, we know Magnus, Hikaru, they talk so much about this, that they're always take it such a challenge when they're playing against the younger lot. And I think it's exactly the same here as well.
Absolutely. So Tanya, you don't have to give me names, but do you think the younger generation is stronger, or do you think, okay, stronger is maybe a very strong word, but do you think the older generation, especially in Indian women's chess, which one has been more dominant to you?
I mean, if we talk about domination, it takes years to establish that, right? So I think it's too early to say that about the younger generation. It just feels like very different kinds of chess that's happened. And that's because of the tools that the younger generation has to their disposal, you know, computers at such a young age, fantastic training, opportunities. So I feel like their minds just think differently. The kind of moves that we see from the likes of Gukesh, Pragnananda, Arjun, it just feels like you would not get to see that maybe 10 years ago, or from the generation that was sort of the past. So it feels like just a different beast. Chess feels like a different game altogether now.
No, that's a very interesting point, because Gukesh is known to sort of make these worse moves in drawish positions. And I saw sort of remnants of that in Divya versus Humpy as well, where Humpy was trying to sort of not trying to equalize the position, but she was okay with making a draw. But Divya was on purpose going into positions that didn't necessarily make her position worse, but kept the game going, which was very refreshing to see from women's chess as well.
I'll tell you the one difference that I find in the younger generation, and let's first, before we do that, go back to our masters section as well and see what happened on the Arjun board. But the one thing that comes into my mind that I think is a very key difference, but I'm going to first pull up our marquee game in this one.
Yeah, there we have it.
There you have it.
No, Vincent.
I'm going to bring up Vincent board that I'm just struggling, and there it is. All right, so not much has happened since we left it last, but Vincent is just pretending that right side, there's nothing happening there. I'm just going to keep the 2 pawns there, the tension as is, and just do a quick action replay from when we were here last. The bishop was developed to d3, and black Arjun here jumped in with a knight, the best move in the position. He finds it, and Vincent continues to keep the tension, the face-off between the 2 pawns. And just to wrap up, before I throw it to you about what you think about this position, Kim Shaw, is that I think the big differentiator in the younger generation that I find, especially after commentating on their games, is that they don't fear anyone. They don't care who they're playing against. They have a lot of respect for players, but over the board, they take them as competitors. You know, it's the story, you know, as Eminem would say, when your idols become your rivals. And I feel like that's their mindset. They don't let players live rent-free in their head.
I think that's a great point, and what a quote, and what a quote right there as well. Tanya, we missed you here. We missed you here for sure. And by the way, a small correction. So thanks to our chess.com team and Rakesh by here, they did play, but it was in the Women's Grand Prix in 2025. So that's still a bit surprising to me that there's still just one game, and they have been teammates for 5 to 10 years at least, and it was just very, very refreshing to see. But anyway, so let's continue with the game. He plays queen to e2, still keeping that tension on the king side, not committing g5, not committing g takes h5. All of these moves are still possible. And, Arjun has this threat of queen b6 in the position. And Arjun also maybe can go bishop b4, which I think is quite an interesting move, because I want to capture on d2 and I want to capture on c3 and I want to go into the endgame, because then I can be sure that I'm not going to get mated. So all of these different ideas in the position, not really sure how he would continue. Kinchu, what do you think?
Aren't you scared with black that maybe white can play rook c g1, take that h-pawn and somehow just create some some like really
H6 or something?
yeah, h6, and then we just run down on the king.
I
That just seems to me like the first idea. Then I don't know how Arjun can manage to protect that.
I think Arjun needs to be super precise over the next 2-3 moves, or he could just be completely lost. He can't give White the time and the tempo to make all these moves that you're talking about, bringing the other rook. I just want to point out that it's very fascinating to me the way Vincent keeps the tension between these two pawns. He's not committing with g5, neither is he capturing on h5. If you were to take pawn takes pawn at this moment, again, it's same ideas. Your queen is now even poised to come on the h file immediately. This would be a disaster. Arjun has to keep the pawn as is, which means I'm expecting either queen b6 or some forcing trades. Let's see what happens once the queen does come to b6. This has to be a move on Arjun's radar. It threatens a checkmate in 1.
So of course, rook c2 you can just completely rule out because there is knight a3 check.
Very important point though.
Yeah, still White is not losing here, surprisingly.
That's how strong the attack is.
Yeah, that's how strong the attack is in the position. Actually, this looks quite interesting now because I can play g5, rook takes h5 and still have some attack on the position. Of course, it's unnecessary because a rook in this situation is a vital attacker. So you would want to keep that for as long as possible. So why sack the rook in this scenario? There is bishop takes c4, which is an interesting move. But I don't like that because I feel like even though I'm taking away a very strong attacker for black, I think I'm also taking an important attacker for myself as well. So should he go bishop takes c4? What do you think?
It's the most direct line, right? Checks, captures, threats, and I think when you're on the attack, you're always looking for that. And I wonder if now the point is that you simply continue with momentum, you go g5, let's say the black knight falls back, rook takes pawn, and I'll point out one thing. This little move by Vincent, it not only lines up the queen ready to come to h2, but also the rook from c1 can slide over to that h file. So everything once the h line will open up will fall into place very quickly.
Yes, and actually, firstly, I didn't really like the idea of bishop takes c4, but the thing is that it's so easy to play for white here. I mean, we really have some direct ideas that even in this position, we are doing so well with the white pieces. And I just don't see that even after queen b6, how can Arjun still manage to defend his position?
I think you have to be super precise here, as in one careless move by black can be just completely over. Like this game can be finished in the next 10 moves if Arjun makes even a slight inaccuracy in the position. So very, very difficult for Arjun here. But I am confident that Arjun will continue this game for a long time because it is Arjun. He's known for sort of playing on the edge, and I feel like this is as edgy as it gets when it comes to the position.
And he still looks pretty unconcerned on the camera, Arjun does. It doesn't look like the tension's getting to him.
That's another stare by Vincent. I feel like there is some psychological battle that's going on between these two players. And Vincent seems to be doing quite well so far in the tournament.
What does our audience think? What do you think Arjun will play in this very difficult position? Any suggestions for Arjun here?
And I think we also have a microphone. So if you want to share your idea, you can also just raise your hand and we will provide you a microphone as well. But of course, no pressure.
No pressure, but full pressure. Give us a move. Because we're struggling here to find a move, a defense here. I do like queen b6 simply because it comes with a one-move threat. But this is super elite grandmaster level chess. So they're not thinking in those terms. They're thinking much ahead. What happens after queen b6, the trades, and how does he defend this position? Any other moves except queen b6, guys?
Arjun and Vincent, neither of them are just looking at the board. They're just looking at each. There was for a solid 5 seconds they were just looking at each other, and sort of I believe, but this is how they analyze the position, right?
Maybe also, they're not only fighting on the board, but off the board as well. This psychological battle is also going on between the two of them, and it's still going on. Like, they're still looking at each other.
It almost feels like they're twinning, each other. They're mirroring each other's expression. Like, both have their hands around their faces, and they're both sort of looking thoda sideways.
Yeah, and also look at their hand movement. It's exactly the same hand.
Totally mirroring each other.
What's going on? It's maybe Vincent is using some reverse psychology here.
That's really interesting. And it's such a difficult position for black, especially right now. And Arjun, for the most part, he doesn't. This is another thing that I've noticed about him, that he very rarely looks at the board to calculate.
Yeah.
He's always looking sideways or everywhere else. Of course, the position's inside his mind. And then only when he's ready to play the last 1 minute, he'll look on the board.
Yeah.
Just to double check maybe if everything's in place.
Just maybe to check if he's putting the piece on the right square, because he doesn't need to do that otherwise. Very, very much like Beth Harmon, yeah?
What do you guys think? Queen b6 is happening or not? Or do you think he'll find another resource here?
Difficult to say. I think Arjun will find probably another sort of dubious move in the position that gets Vincent into this situation where he has to make a bunch of really, really hard, accurate moves. How is he going to do that? I don't know.
I want to check one line if you guys don't mind.
Yeah.
Because again, checks, captures, threats. I think black has to be super direct here. Knight takes bishop, queen takes knight, and this is an idea that you earlier mentioned. If black was to try to trade off as many pieces as possible to ease off the pressure, how does white continue the attack here?
See, this is exactly the type of position I was talking about, because here white has to play g5. If you don't play g5, you go gh5, then the position is more or less balanced yet again. So g5, I think knight e8 makes the most sense, or knight d7. Maybe knight e8 because I want to go to d6 and maybe have the option of going knight c4 and all of that. Let's go rook takes h5. Perhaps it's a free pawn. Why not take it?
Have to stop bishop h7 check, all these ideas, so I push your rook away.
Also that idea of rook h8 check just that you mentioned earlier. So g6.
Let me just show that because it's so beautiful, but it doesn't
Queen e7.
quite work right
Queen
now.
e7, let's say from black it will work.
Yes. So this was a trick that white has set up. Once the H line opens up, you take my rook, I take your king, game over.
Yup, so queen e7 maybe is not the best move. Instead of queen e7, you can I take a pawn? So let's go g6, you move the rook and I take the pawn on g5. So this, I think, is very much like Arjun. Okay, maybe there is a problem with king safety, but Arjun does have a pawn. There is an imbalance on the board. And Vincent does have to be precise here.
Yeah, it's kind of like you can afford to get greedy because it looks scary once the white rook comes here. But I want to point out, this is not checkmate. The
Right.
black king can actually either hide on e7 or maybe in some cases even go king of the hill and get to f6.
Wow. Both of them just seem so dangerous to me in this position.
But Arjun literally doesn't care about that.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I mean, I think this is actually one of the most likely positions to come. I mean, I feel like he's very much into these positions where he also puts the opponent in tough decisions. And here, it's not so clear as it was in the other positions.
I agree with you. I think that last position is actually, even though the bar gives white a big advantage, but think about it. These guys, they don't know what the objective evaluation is. They need to think of it themselves. That final position isn't clear. You're down a pawn. If you're not checkmating black in that, you're probably just lost.
Absolutely. I'm checking I'm checking all the games from the Masters section, through the bar, and there is this small little like line in the middle which says that the position is equal, right? All of the 4 games are hovering on that line, except for this game. This is the only one where Vincent has a sizable advantage, at least according to the bar, and it feels quite dangerous to be Arjun here. So maybe while Arjun, ponders over the position, how about we look at Anish versus Vidit to see what exciting chess has happened there, because he did play g5, you remember that, and it was quite difficult, I think, to play from either side.
Let's do it. And I think for Arjun, it's a decision between either getting his queen to threaten the checkmate or to go for more trades. We'll see what he comes up with. Or does Arjun things and completely surprises us with a third option?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Okay, so g5, bishop g3, knight e7. This is where we were, Tanya. d4 and knight g6, right? Are we still choosing black here, Tanya?
I mean, commentators are super fickle like that, right? They keep shifting their evaluation every move. I do like that the black knight is headed to f4. I like that b5 is there. I see the bar is pretty much in the balance. But having played these positions with the black pieces, I think I would rather be black here than white. The bishop on g3, kind of stuck. I also want to point out that in the last move, white could have won a pawn.
Really? How?
After knight g6, e5 was hanging.
Oh,
Let's show that.
There's bishop f2, no? At the end. So
Wait, let's show that.
Yeah, let's show it. So d5.
There were tactics in this position after knight g6, a trap that Vidit actually set up. Pawn takes pawn, and white's got 2 attackers. You can go knight takes pawn. But after this line does finish, there's a counter sacrifice, and this is quite beautiful because it all relies on the fact that white has played the move rook to e1, and suddenly the bishop that was on the edge of the board picks up the pawn with a check, king takes bishop, knight jumps in, the king has to fall back. You regain material, it's still material balance, but look at the position, the knight beautiful on e5, a healthier pawn structure. I think Vidit would have been super happy with his position.
It's a nice little subtlety that you mentioned, that the rook on f1 it wouldn't happen and the rook on e1 it would. I mean, just one small difference in the placement of the rook can change everything in the position. But yeah, I think this is difficult for white. D takes e5 not possible. The trap evaded by...
And he stops it. So now he's actually threatening pawn takes pawn because he's taken away the g4 square from the knight.
Nice, very nice. So now maybe knight h5, is that a good move? Or am I just missing something here? Knight h5 is what I think would occur to my mind instantly here. But I think there's a tactic here there. I just don't know what it is, but I feel like there is a tactic incoming. Maybe this knight takes e5. Is it?
I was going to ask our audience.
Oh.
But let's show it to everyone. We still don't know if it works or not. Our bar will tell us if it's right or not. Again, knight coming to h5, threatening this. But knight takes pawn, opening up the queen's diagonal. If black recaptures, you simply win the knight back. And the point is that after knight takes bishop, you can win black's knight on g6. Once again, helps that the white rook is on e1 and not f1.
And that queen h5, queen h6 would be very dangerous as well. So not knight h5. So what else can Vidit play here? Shall we go with your move, Tanya, and b5?
b5 looks interesting, but I'm still looking at knight f4 somehow. I mean, it just looks so natural. Still, if bishop takes, we can maybe even in some scenarios take back with the g pawn, and maybe some king h8 or king h7, putting the rook on the g file. And I know it might be a bit ambitious, but also the bishop is looking at the h3 pawn. There could be some ideas there, no?
Can definitely tell you like playing Mora Gambit.
Wants to give away the pawn.
Exactly.
We have an attacker here with us. I really like the concept of knight f4. I think it just requires a calculation of what actually happens after pawn takes pawn in those positions.
Yes.
I think that's the key line. If black can get away with giving up the central pawn, then you're super happy. But if not, and it does look dangerous for both sides.
So maybe you play queen e7 first, and then you can try a knight f4, I guess. And the e5 pawn is, I think, protected, and I think it's good. In fact, I think queen e7 looks very good. But also, I feel knight f4 is a committal decision, right? You can play knight f4 at any point. So why not play first king h7, rook g8, knight f4? So going with Kincho's plan there, and then play knight f4 at the end.
But the problem is that white is threatening pawn takes pawn right now. Because he stopped knight g4. So if you move your king, you need to defend this pawn at the center, right?
No, I think first queen e7.
Queen e7 anyway.
And then king h7, then rook g8, and then you sort of, hover around this
I'm
knight
going
f4
to throw
square.
this out there. We've been talking about b5. What are the chances that Vidit has g4 on his mind at some point?
I would be shocked to see that, to be honest. I mean, we know that Vidit is always really solid, and I think both players here are actually really, really solid players normally. So I would be still very surprised by g4, but maybe Vidit is, trying to beat Anish with some attacking chess, some aggressive chess instead of solid chess here.
Also, I feel Vidit's body language right now is not of the g4 move. It's more queen e7, and I think he was about to reach with the queen. Wanting to get your idea. Oh, he doesn't. He instead plays another slower move, but defends the e5 pawn. Rook e8 on the board. So now still knight f4, possible knight.
Very interesting that he plays rook e8 and not queen e7, because I wanted to use my queen because I wanted to keep my rook free, because I wanted to have that rook g8 plan that Kincho mentioned a bit earlier. But Vidit says, no, I'm going to play rook e8. This means he doesn't want to play rook g8 anymore, right? But he keeps the queen open. So does that mean he's planning some queen f6 ideas, Tanya? Maybe knight h7, queen f6, knight h5, queen f6. I'm not sure how, but could that be the plan?
Very possible that he feels there's a better square for the queen. But again, in this image as well, we see the players mirroring each other. It was happening in the Vincent Arjun board and now in the Vidit Anish board. As soon as I say it, he of course changes his posture there. But I think this is going to be a slow fight. Yeah, there we
Back at it, yes.
Head in hands, the classic chess pose.
By the way, question for the chat, so question for the audience here, I'm used to saying that, there is queen to b3 attacking b7 and f7, right? First of all, how should black play in this position after queen b3? What do you guys think? I'm attacking both f7 and b7.
I'm also thinking about this one. I'm with you guys here.
It's not an easy decision, but I think the point is sort of provoking something in the position. It's not a good move. It's you have to respond with direct moves, like Tanya mentioned. Checks, captures, threats. If you eliminate all the options, I think you will come to the solution here.
Any suggestions, guys, after queen b3? Bishop e6. That
Bishop-
looks like a very playable move here.
Yeah, bishop e6 I think is a good move as well. Because but the problem is I can go queen takes b7 and then I have the square on c6 open.
For the queen to run away.
Exactly. So first, you see, bishop e6 doesn't really threaten anything. So try to look at checks, captures, threats here. Once you eliminate all of that, then look at moves that are more defensive in nature.
I mean, you say checks, captures, threats. I'm looking at bishop takes pawn, and that's a check, that's a capture, and it's a threat on everything. So that's the move that I want to fight against. Alright, so what is the idea here?
The idea is a4, which is very, very interesting because now both of the pawns are poisoned. You cannot go bishop f7 check because I'll just move my king and the bishop on f7 is now basically gone.
Queen c4, you just go b5, and the queen loses connection with the bishop.
Absolutely. And if you go queen takes b7, then I think there is, just bishop b6 and you just trap the queen on b7. Yeah, that's a beautiful idea.
And you're going rook a7 next? Is that the move?
Yeah, rook a7 and you just trap the queen and the game is over.
That is beautiful.
So it's not a very clear trap, but I feel like, at a lower level, a lot of players would fall for things like that because they see, oh, I'm playing queen b3, I'm attacking two pawns at once, let's just go for it. And then it's a counter trap of sorts. I think it's a nice thing to mention.
I would have played queen b3, so dil se bura nahi.
In blitz, I think, for sure.
In blitz and bullet, I would definitely fall for this. I would, even take on f7 and just play queen c4, and then after b5, I would be like, all right, resign, go to sleep,
It's very hard to sleep after making mistakes like that. For me,
I'm
but
used to this actually.
Alright, so this one, kind of still in some sort of dynamic balance where Vidit's trying to create his chances on the right flank. Meanwhile, there's tension in the center. Let's go back to the Vincent board. I want to say, although actually we don't need to because nothing much has happened there.
yeah, I think Arjun's still in deep thought on the same position.
Let's check in with Nihal.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, wow.
Okay.
Wait, I'm just trying to process what's happening here.
It's funny. I want to say that the last move played by Nihal was played a while ago, and that's when we checked in with this game last. So I'm going to go back to that point just to get all of us oriented with what happened. This is where we left it. And here the queen defended the pawn, the central pawn. There was a trade that happened, and Nihal rerouted his other knight to greener pastures, trying to get it to the center. Improves the position of the bishop. A pawn break that looks like a pawn sacrifice. But there's an a3 pawn that's under attack as well. That's very sneaky. Bishop takes pawn, queen takes pawn. I'm going to admit I completely missed that a3 was hanging. And this is where we are. Knight e4 given a question mark.
I'm not actually sure why that's a question mark. I mean, it looks so ambitious. We are going for knight g5, I assume, trying to take advantage of the weak f7 pawn. But maybe there's some rook c8 ideas that could be dangerous. I mean, the bishop is pinned.
Rook c8 looks very nice.
And I also like rook c8 because the threat that you mentioned can now be saved by the bishop taking the square the rook's just left vacant.
Exactly.
Oh, right. That's a great point. This
So e4 incoming.
queen d2, can I play? Maybe not knight g5. I like queen d2 more, just to not keep my knight on e4. It's the most powerful in the center. Maybe at some point I can have knight d6 ideas in the position as well. So queen d2. I'm not sure why the bar is favoring black so much here. If optically, I think white is so much better. You have the central pawns, you've got more active pieces.
Yeah, but maybe we can try to trade off the light squared bishop, and then b3 is super weak, and then the knight can jump in somehow. Maybe that is the idea here.
I think there are some concrete problems here. The bishop on d5, it doesn't look it, but it's kind of trapped. You don't have so many squares. If you attack this bishop, you have only one square to retreat to, and after bishop goes back, struggling to make that move on the board for some reason.
Yeah.
And then you've got b5 coming in. And suddenly you're actually just completely out of...
And you know what I'm thinking here? I was thinking the same thing in the previous move as well, but I just, it's better when you play b5. So let's just do it, Tanya.
Which takes on.
Let's just go for it.
Let's go for it.
King takes, and now we think.
That's Mikhail Tal's suggestion, right? Sacrifice first, think later.
Exactly.
But I'm not sure if that's the right approach in this position. It kind of looks like it's not going to be enough simply because you don't have enough pieces on the attack, I feel.
Yeah, the queen is just so much behind. I mean, queen on d2 is really misplaced. If maybe we had it, maybe that d pawn was not there and the position was slightly different, it would most likely work.
However, a bishop is generally a +2 or a -2 advantage, and since the engine says it's -0.7, there is something in the position. So maybe you can find something, but maybe you're right. Going bishop f7 is a bit hasty in this scenario.
I would love to see it, but I would be shocked if this happens. Let's bring up our live board. Knight e4. I think rook c8, your suggestion, is a very natural move. I also understand from a strategic perspective why the engine likes Yordan's position here. The imbalance of 2 versus 1 on the queen side, any endgame that happens, a pass pawn will be very strong on the left flank. Meanwhile, on the central 5 versus 4 majority, it's kind of hard to imagine creating a passer. Much more easier to get b5, b4, a4 flowing in the position.
Right.
So I think it's very important for Nihal to be direct here.
So what you're saying is that if this position went into an endgame,
A king pawn endgame, you're lost.
You're basically lost. Rook pawn ending, probably also black is the one pushing because you can create a passer very, very easily on the queen side.
Minor pieces, I think big trouble for white as well.
Yes, because the b3 pawn is isolated as well. So that's a great point. So it's in white's best interest to keep the middle game, and that usually means that moves like bishop takes f7 check should be working. Because that's
this whole argument by Sahaj was just to say that bishop takes pawn will happen.
I want to see it, I want to see some fire on the board, and Nihal has been doing that, throughout this whole tournament, starting from the first round itself. I mean, if you have checked out his game against Vidit, I mean, he has been playing some spectacular chess with some really, really cool ideas, especially his game against Anish as well. So yeah, I mean, because it's Nihal, I want to see some exciting chess, Just go bishop f7.
I just think it's too much time on the clock for Nihal. You need to get him down to bullet mode, and then bishop takes pawn will happen.
Yep, we've been seeing that as well. So, just waiting for it to happen. Okay.
Alright, so should we look at a wonderful game now?
Oh, wonderful. Yes, let's do it.
Let's do it. Wow, I might have hyped it up because the position itself, this is Pranav, Buddy Pranav with the white pieces against Evander Leang, and we've got a lot that has happened from when we left it, but I think the evaluation still remains that the only open line is under black's control with the queen and the rook lined up. It's 2 knights versus 2 bishops, a closed position, so knights are preferred.
Absolutely. And I'm going to say this position is going to be a wonderful draw. But okay, some chances to black though.
Yeah, because what I first noticed is the 2 rooks on the a file.
Yeah.
It seems like, sort of a dead end that you doubled up on the a file, but maybe some rook d8.
No, those a3 and a1 rooks are good buddies. Get it, Tanya?
They're good buddies for Buddy Pranav.
Exactly.
I think you'd love to play the move rook d1 here, but the problem is it's so hard to achieve it with your rook as well in trouble. And let's not forget the black knight attacking e4. I just think it's maybe not much, but if anyone's happy here, it has to be Evander. Especially because you have the only open line in complete control.
One thing that I got to know about Evander here is that he's always happy. Like, doesn't matter the result. We've had him here on stage many times to do commentary. Doesn't matter the result. He is so happy with the result. He's so happy to be here. He has such a positive energy around him. So yeah, I think I really, really root for him, in this tournament, that he does well, because he has such a refreshing personality to have in the chess world.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not accident that we call him our Pookie here. I mean, if you go on our Instagram page, I mean, he also sent us a really cute video before the tournament. He put on some like so cute filter on his face, and that's how he announced his presence here in the Chennai Grandmasters.
I haven't seen that. I need to see that.
I will definitely show you in the break. But
that is amazing.
And he's such an honest person, and his personality is really shining here, actually.
Awesome. Well, also his position's kind of shining, right? Because as black, it's a dream position. The one idea that I do see for Pranav that could come into play, it's around what you said earlier. It put me in that direction that maybe rook a2, rook d2. Trying to trade off one set of rooks could be something to ease the pressure on the open line.
Absolutely. And from black's perspective, you again want to go into an endgame where you just have to achieve one thing. That bishop on e3 has to go away. If you can achieve a bishop versus knight endgame with all the pieces traded off, with white's bishop on f3 and black's knight on e6 or f6, black is virtually winning that. So
that's a great point. So a pure minor, everyone has to imagine all the majors off the board, and then black is left with one knight and white only has the light squared bishop.
Yes.
That is a dream good knight versus bad bishop endgame.
absolutely. And
You
I
just
think
maneuver your knight, attack the weaknesses.
put the knight on c5, you'll attack a4 and e4. White's bishop will be on e2, and then it would be a very thematic position on how you. There's a very famous rule in famous sort of principle. It's called the principle of two weaknesses. There are already two weaknesses in this position. That's the a4 and e4. E4 maybe not an absolute weakness, but to defend e4, you have to play moves like f3, which is another weakness. So you can create another weakness on the king side as well. So it will be a very, very thematic move. Queen d3. You see, Awanda realizes that the endgame favors him. So he sort of offers that queen trade and goes straight towards it.
You know, I understand what... I'm going to back up. The reason why this move was played by Buddy Pranav, I think, you know, you've been talking about the light squared bishop. He wants to play bishop g4 next. He wants to try to get rid of this bishop. So he needed to defend the e4 pawn. He makes that possible. And look at this. Wonder stops that idea by, again, trying to trade off the piece that you want to, putting pressure on e4, so not allowing the move bishop g4.
That's a great point there, because now if you go queen takes g3, rook takes g3, and the pawn on e4 is undefended, at least you cannot play bishop g4. And if you go queen b3 here, Tanya, I can go knight g5, because then I'm forcing you to go bishop takes g5, and then basically you can just resign there.
Is there a reason you don't want to take on e4? Oh, that's actually a nice trap. Let's show that.
See,
Is it in trap?
I wouldn't want to take the pawn. If I have a choice between exchanging the bishop or taking the pawn, I'm exchanging the bishop, because that pawn is still going to be a weakness that I can take at a later stage. If I take e4, maybe the position opens up, the center is more open in that position, and the bishop on f3 might become active.
That's a great strategic point, but I think it might be lost immediately because of rook d1 as well.
Oh,
After queen
right.
takes queen b3, maybe knight takes pawn just loses on the spot here.
Yeah, right.
All right, so black trying to play for the win here. I think that we can establish from this one. Where do you want to go to next?
I think we can check out. Oh, by the way, we should check out in the challenges section. We should check out Abhimanyu versus Pranesh, because he is our sole leader of the tournament, and this is according to Abhi and a second as well. He named a few players, but Pranesh was definitely one of them. And Pranesh is chasing him with just 1 point difference between these two guys. So very similar to Vincent versus Arjun situation, but in the challenges section. Very chaotic position. Black has that king on f8, cannot castle anymore. White has a double bishop pair. White has an advanced pawn on e5. Some chances of the f4 break. Maybe if you get f5 in this position, black can just resign. But the problem with f4 is that it also exposes your own king. That knight on a5 feels very out of place to me. I think Abhi has a good position. What do you think?
I completely agree with you. I mean, okay, it's a really complex position. There's so many things to look at. I mean, there's the open H file, all of the pieces around white's king, the black king being on f8, and that knight on a5. There's just so many things to process here. But after thinking just for a few seconds, I do see some ideas, maybe with knight e3, knight g4. Maybe putting the knight on f6 can be super dangerous for Pranesh.
It's a nice outpost there on the 6th rank. I think that if White manages that, I think Pranesh can resign immediately because there's Bishop C5 checkmate right there, Tanya. If the knight is on F6, so we should mention that. But yeah, I think Abhimanyu is going to win this. What do you think?
This looks very, very powerful for White. I mean, you just compare all of White's pieces to Black's counterparts, right? There's no coordination in Black's army. That king has cut off 2 majors from the rook on h8. You don't have time to set up anything on the h5. White's king close to his own miners, completely safe there. This pawn on e5, always threatening to go further if needed to break open the position. The idea you suggested of improving the knight comes with a tempo as well. Black's knight on a5. We are just seeing all the trumps for White here and nothing for Black.
Yeah, I think Pranesh is... I think if you compare this Vincent versus Arjun to Abhi versus Pranesh, I think Pranesh has a worse position.
Then Arjun does.
Than Arjun, yes, for me at least. Because your king on f8 is so... it's in the center. You have this double bishop advantage as well. Dark squares...
He's a beast in these kind of positions.
Yeah.
If you give him such an advantage with no big threats on him, he usually does get the point in the bag.
Yeah, and he has been proving that again and again. He has 4.5 out of 5. Just 1 draw in 5 rounds, and that too against the beast, yeah? Adiban in the first round. And so he has had 4 wins in a row, back to back. What a performance, what a dominant performance it has been for Abhimanyu here.
Definitely, he's going for that master section for the next year's tournament. And he's definitely showing us that he wants to claim that spot and no one can stop him. But let's see if Pranesh can make maybe a comeback or wire his position together somehow.
Pranesh is a very tricky player as well. He always manages to set up some traps in the position, but it just looks like it's going to be hard to coordinate pieces as Black here. So as he tries to catch up the leader, should we go on to our master section?
No, while you do that, I just want to talk about Pranesh here for a second because I've played 3 times against Pranesh. Okay, 3 times, and each time it was a blitz matchup. Twice online, once over the board. Each time I had a piece up against him after move 15, and all of those 3 times I lost. All of those 3 times. So Master Trickster is an understatement. It's definitely for Pranesh specifically. One of them is actually live on stream. You can check it out on YouTube as well. You can also gouge my reactions live as I'm tilting hard, but despite being a piece up. So yeah, he's definitely not gonna give up without a fight.
So if you know one thing about Pranesh is that a comeback in the game is always possible.
Yes, 100%.
All right. On that note, let's see if Arjun's managed a comeback in his position. Going back to the Masters, this is not the position. This is Pranav's.
Yeah, that's Vincent versus Arjun right there. Oh, by the way, isn't this what Kincho recommended?
This is what we were talking
about.
Yes. Beautiful. Actually, no, this is what you recommended. I remember you were saying that we were discussing this line with G5. And you had to go Rook H5 and give up that pawn on G5. So now Vincent has a difficult task ahead because he can either go G5, G6, or he can go G5 and Rook takes H5. What do you think is more possible here?
Well, I'm just doing a quick action replay. This is what we were analyzing. Again, it's such a human tendency as well, right? When you're under attack and under pressure, you want to try to trade pieces to ease that off. So it felt like Queen B6 was strong, comes in with a threat, but this was what I think you want to make work. And it looks like Arjun did manage to do that. So the bishop slides over, putting pressure on the knight. And here is where we are on our live board. And this is the move that we were worried about.
No, most definitely. I mean, Arjun is trying to, trade off the pieces, the less attackers that can potentially come against your king. But G5 just seems such a powerful move here.
Also the most human move. Right?
Exactly. I mean, after G5, you can also take on H5. You can come with the other rook, the queen, and you can even triple up on the H file. And Black has to be really precise here in order to not get mated at some point.
We are worried about G5. You are worried about G5. The audience is worried about G5. One person who's not worried about G5. It's Arjun. He's not even on the board. He's just walking around as usual, without a worry.
Because sometimes when you don't like your position, you don't want to give that away. You want to kind of make your opponent feel that, hey, I'm totally chill here and everything's under control. Do you think that's part of the strategy?
It could be, but Arjun just never reveals anything. Like, there is a video on Chess.com India, I remember, where they show Arjun's face and then they ask you whether he's winning or losing. And I challenge you and the viewers to actually try to get it right, because you cannot. Because he has the same reaction towards everything. And I think that's a great strategy to have, because you are never giving anything away. Even I think Prag was on a podcast very recently, and he spoke about Arjun being like this quality of Arjun being so great, because he never ever shows his opponent that whether he's winning or he's losing, he will have the same reaction. That's very scary to an extent.
No, but the players are very, very prepared for these such scenarios. I mean, it's not only important to be precise on the board, but precise off the board as well. As we mentioned it so many times, that it's so important how you appear. Not only for the viewers, you're well dressed and everything, that your hair looks fine, but it's very important how your face expressions are, how your body language is.
That's I think about that a lot. I think as commentators, we point that out a lot. There are a lot of chess players who are extremely expressive. You can tell what's going on the board by looking at them as well. And then you have some who have absolute poker faces. And I think one thing I've noticed about Arjun is also, regardless of what happens in the game, he always analyzes at the end of it. I think for these youngsters, it's so much about sort of getting to the truth of chess, trying to understand what is the right path, where they missed. And they just are enjoying what's in front of them. Arjun knows he's probably under pressure, but it's a fight. And he always enjoys that. So now bishop b4 on the board. I think why Keymer is not making a move is the choice is between pushing the pawn or taking pawn takes pawn, which also opens up the other line that we earlier pointed out, the g file. But then Arjun's just going to trade a bunch of pieces, right? That he should be happy with.
Right. But also it's a question of g5, g6 or g5, rook h5, which I think is what Vincent is thinking about. Because g5, as you mentioned, Tanya, is a hand move, right? You will play it. I mean, if this was a blitz match, you would play it without thinking much.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, if you put this in a blitz game or a rapid game, Vincent would have played g5 yesterday.
Yeah, basically. But the real question is, after g5, knight e8, what is he going to do? Whether he plays g6 or whether he plays rook h5. I think this is a tough question. By the way, I would say, personally, I start to worry about the time when I see 3-0 on my clock. And already we're seeing 3-9 on Vincent's clock. It's already been I think move 21 or so. There is no additional time in this tournament, obviously. So it could become a problem, going as we approach the end game.
What do you guys think? Is Keymer going to play g5 or will he take pawn takes pawn here? Okay, we have one vote for pawn takes pawn. I think that move has, by the way, a lot of merit. I feel that pawn takes pawn here with the idea of rook g1 as well as h6 makes some sense. But the big question is, I think this is what would stop Keymer from going into this line.
Unless he's calculating b takes e3. Because you need the rook. Really? B takes e3.
And then you want to go rook here.
Ooh.
I know it's a bit risky, but at the same time, you're going for the throat of the opponent.
Risky for who?
What's your name? Say that again. Tamil. Well, if Keymer goes pawn takes pawn, that would be amazing. That would be awesome to watch. So I'll remember that it was you. Give you a big round of applause if that happens.
Nice. It's definitely possible. And I think if he does that, the game is on. The game will be on. Let's go.
But I feel g5 is the most scary option. I think that's really the move that you want to make here, because it just feels that the h line is more dangerous than the g line.
Absolutely. Difficult situation ahead. Let's see what happens there. Tanya, before we take a short break, shall we actually do a roundup of each match? What do you think?
Let's do it. Let's quickly do an evaluation check of our Masters section, starting with Karthikeyan versus Ray Robson. Another game with the rook on a3.
Oh, rook on a3. What is that rook doing there? I mean, there's no exchange. How did that rook end up on a3? Can we actually check what happened?
Let's do it really quickly. I'm not going to go all the way back. With
Yeah,
this position out of the opening, we saw the bishop falling back. The black knight jumps forward to defend the pawn at the center. A4. Ignore that dubious mark there. I think this is a very human move, stopping the advance of the B
It's
pawn.
also preparing rook a3.
Oh, yes, that's the deeper idea. And actually, it happened on the next one.
Wow, I didn't know that, but that's
Very
cool.
creative. I wonder if what he's setting up is just a pawn takes pawn, and then do you even rook lift and then a rook slide at some point on the other side.
Nice, very nice, very creative.
Very creative. So we had the pawn takes pawn. That's how the rook got there, and happens to also defend the c3 pawn. So I think that just shows what his plan was to expand with b4.
Bishop f5 and knight e5. That knight is my that knight on e5, Tanya, is my ray of sunshine. Oh, you didn't get it.
Oh, I do get it. Because it's robbing white of some idea.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
Totally get it, son.
Nice.
Okay, fine. So knight e5 played. How do you evaluate this position, Sahaj?
Very
As
messy.
grandmaster.
Very messy, very chaotic. I think that rook on a3, I don't like it so much, but I do get why it's there because it has to defend the c3 pawn. But I would like it if that rook was on a1. Slight preference to black, I would say, just because there is black has better placement of pieces, a better piece placement. So yeah, I was a slight preference to black there.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Nihal versus Yordan. Let's do a quick roundup here. You said messy. This looks messy. By the way, your idea on the board, Kimchi, of getting the rook on the c file, it has been played. Do you like white or black here?
I actually very enjoy black's position. I mean, it's that pin just looks so powerful, and f7 square is not that weak anymore. I mean, as we mentioned earlier, we can worst case scenario play bishop e8 and we protect everything. So I would definitely choose black's position here. What do you guys think?
I'm
I'll-
with black.
Black, for sure.
The
Liking
bar
black.
says completely level, but I think the activity, the piece activity feels stronger for Yordan in this one. All right, let's move on to the next game, which is Pranav versus Wonder. We looked at this earlier, so really quickly it looks like...
Oh, what?
Wait,
Wait. He sacrificed an exchange.
Oh, he did.
All right, really quick action replay on this.
Oh, there was a brilliancy on the board. That's so cool. Rook takes e3. So he actually took away the bishop on e3, and he was okay sacrificing his rook as compensation. That's so interesting.
And that is the best move in the position. It's a brilliancy.
Wow,
Beautiful.
beautiful. Leang showing some wonderful chess there.
And the whole point is the knight jumps in. This pawn is attacked. White's rooks are completely misplaced. And after the king stepped forward, the other knight comes in. It's complete domination. You can basically never move this rook away from defending these two pawns.
I think big preference to black here. I think it's basically impossible to lose this as black.
All right, but I have to say, I mean, that sacrifice, it just felt it came out of nowhere.
Exactly.
You could keep the position as is and have the advantage. But beautiful technique here. We'll see if Wonder is able to convert this.
And then we have, this position which we had been looking at, the Vincent versus Arjun.
Ooh,
He-
wait, a lot has happened.
Oh. Wait, this looks very interesting.
Wait, is this?
Wait.
Yeah,
He took on h5,
I think
no?
so. So this one takes
Bravo.
turn on the board. It
Very
was played. So great call there by you. And the king slides over. All right, I think we're going to break this down. But before that, we're going to go into a very short break. This is heating up. And as it goes into those moments where it could be decisive, we will be right back. So stay with us.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Now we are heading towards the very exciting second half of this round number 6. And Sahil, Kinsho, what do you guys think about this all-important clash, Vincent versus Arjun? Is Vincent going to win this game? Do you think Arjun will be able to survive? Because I do think Arjun is under pressure.
Yeah, he is under pressure, but the best thing is these guys get to decide among themselves. Yeah, these both are the leaders. Arjun was fighting and he lost that crucial game against Nihal. Vincent, of course, in the lead. Arjun can utilize matters right here. It is in his control. If he can't do it today, Sagar bhai, he will lose control over this match.
True. I think if a draw here, it's a great result for Vincent. But then with the position he had, perhaps a draw would be like, oh, I was having a great position, but I couldn't really convert it. Right now, it seems like Vincent is still considerably better.
I completely agree with you. And as we mentioned even earlier, Arjun is going for the peace trades in order to remove some of the attackers from Vincent's position, which is a completely normal reaction in this situation. The king is not in the safest position. And now the question is, what will Vincent take back? The rook or the pawn? What do you guys think? Oh.
There's an additional move. Rook h g1 threatening a mate on g7.
Oh.
And I was actually wondering, guys, and maybe it's a good question, if rook at g1, the most natural move looks knight e8 to defend against the mate. But what's the problem here? Maybe we can ask our viewers.
Yeah, that would be a very good question. I think you have a hidden resource, something you might ignore usually, but in this case, it wins the game.
Actually, we already had an answer from the audience. It was just not so loud. Can you please repeat it?
Yes,
h6. Wow.
That is the move indeed. And if you take this pawn, I think the queen's protection of the g8 square has vanished. And now queen g8 is already game and probably tournament over. I think so. Very.
Was this question asked before the break?
No?
No. Wow. This guy is too strong, yeah?
Ready to answer.
Kind of found it instantly.
Our audience is full of future or even present grandmasters here, even in the VIP hall. So we have a really, really strong audience. So we have some fantastic games, and before we go any further in this position, I would like to quickly just take a look at the Pranav A Wonder game, because the bar is really, really favoring black here.
Wow. It's very interesting how a Wonder has managed to get an advantage right out of the opening and has kept up that advantage. And right now he's kind of, you can say, material down, because he's exchange down. You can see white has 2 rooks, black has 2 knights, but the knights are just incredible monsters here. They are jumping around. There are so many weaknesses. A4 square is weak. Looking quite intense here.
And his opponent's name is not Nihal this time, so he is all set to win this one. Pranav, of course, has offered incredible resistance so far in this event, so I would not discount him here. But Leang again, and yesterday, what was his reaction after he realized that maybe he had some winning chances?
You mean a Wonder's reaction? Yeah. No, he was. I think he wasn't particularly upset. He kind of made himself understand that if Nihal would have played the best move, it would have been a draw. So he took it in his stride. But what I'm finding quite incredible is a Wonder who's kind of downplaying himself in this tournament, is saying like, hey, I'll be okay if I lose only couple of games here, is actually going to every round and performing seriously well. So this guy is actually, he's playing this kind of tactics here off the board as well.
Yeah, we all have that one friend, I'm going to fail in the exams. I haven't studied, 2 days to go. I'm watching, some documentary on Netflix right now, and then he's the topper of the class. I think maybe a Wonder is following that recipe. But regardless, I think on the board, Pranav here has a difficult task. As you mentioned, the knights are so good right now. And the rooks, the rook on a3 is like, bro, I want to be active, not sit on a3.
Yeah, but guys, what's the best move here in this position is a bit curious for me. Correct me if I'm wrong. The best move according to the engines is h5. which I personally think is super difficult for black to find, because if you play h5, I take the pawn, pawn takes, bishop takes h5, and it might seem like, hey, I've just lost a pawn. But suddenly the knight jumps to c4 because the bishop is deflected, and now the rook is attacked. So if you go rook a2, then in this position I have rook h8, and I have complete control on this position with the e3 pawn hanging, h4 pawn hanging. Not easy.
In short, it looks like, the white king and the rook are on a holiday, sitting and watching the game happen. They're not part of the game right now, and black is just dominated the game. And that's why I think this is a crucial moment, right? One mistake and the game could be over.
Most definitely, and the Wonder is also up so much time here. We have 17 minutes different on the clocks, and Wonder has been playing brilliancy after brilliancy. If I'm not mistaken, yesterday also knight takes g6 was at least a good move, but if I'm not mistaken, it was also brilliancy. And even today, his exchange sacrifice was also marked as a brilliancy by chess.com. So he is definitely going for the win here, and he plays h5.
What? Wow. No way. Did he really? Wow, guys, a wonder Leang. Truly, as Tanya says, playing a wonderful game here. Yeah, this is truly, I think he's going to win. I pretty much think he'll win. And if you play g5, the knight will jump to f5, I believe, and h4 pawn is weak. So tremendous play by this young GM from the US. Should we go to Vincent versus Arjun? Because Vincent has played his move here.
Yeah, let's jump to that game.
And he took back.
Tough move, yeah, rook hg1, because you kind of feel maybe the rook belongs on the h file, right? Opposite your opponent's king. And now your king is also open. But the question is, how easy are Arjun's moves here? Because if white is given 2-3 moves, white will win, yeah?
Yeah, I personally think Arjun could also turn things around here, yeah? With the white king now looking a bit exposed, and Vincent having the momentum by his side but now losing it. Do you think, guys, this could turn around?
I have a feeling that Arjun is definitely hoping for that. He's trying to create these small little imbalances. The king was so safe. Now that's also shifted. Maybe some queen b6 ideas, or maybe a rook lift can come in the future. And Arjun is definitely going for these ideas, I think.
I'm a bit afraid of, let's say, for example, you play like b5. Just an idea. Rook c g1. Now I go knight e8 because, I want to defend. h6. g6, I need to keep it closed. And now bishop takes g6, f takes g6, and queen takes. And this is game over, guys. So this is the dream scenario for white, which Arjun has to prevent at all costs.
Yeah, looking extremely difficult, and that means maybe black has to be precise. And for example, the best move here is knight to e8.
Prophylaxis, Sailvai.
Yeah, but it's also like very difficult. I think black has to manage keeping an eye on the white king, keeping active options open, and also simultaneously prepare for the white attack, because white still is slightly ahead.
Correct. And I have this one more question now. If h6 here, g6. Now if you sack, bishop takes g6, f g6, queen g6, you don't have the rook just yet.
Yeah.
And so I play queen e7, rook c g1, and you are almost about to mate. And guys, black to play. What is that key move here? That saves the day for black. It's very important because the white king is on b1.
Yeah. And imagine this, right? It's all about one move. One move. If white had one extra move, then the rook would have been on g1 and the game would have been over. So,
wow, who said it? Well done.
Wow.
Queen h7 is the right move. Brilliant job. And you just pin the queen.
Super tricky, and that means Erigaisi Arjun is in a tough spot here. And of course, rook c6 played.
Second best move,
Yeah.
but not the best.
Not the best. But now, for example, if I were to go to g1 and threat a mate again,
Yeah.
how do you defend that g7 point?
Yeah, now that's a very tricky question, because again, knight e8, h6 is not what we want. That would be game over. We know this sack that's coming.
Yeah.
So maybe
Maybe some queen moves here.
Queen F8, yes, excellent. And the thing is, you defend that pawn, and now your queen also could sneak into A3 at some point to attack. The rooks could double. I think Arjun's move rook C6 may be bad according to the engine, but practically pretty good, yeah?
Yeah, playing with fire and playing with water at the same time, and this is very interesting. And Vincent with the less time on the clock, right? So if he makes a mistake, as you mentioned, this could switch completely in a couple of moves.
Yeah, I agree. What is Vincent's best move? Let's have a look. Not rook C G1. He has to play rook H G1. And generally, you don't want to move your rook away from the H file, right? That there's this pawn, you want to push it.
And I assume the difference is, of course, that we keep the other rook on C1, protecting C3. So maybe the king is a bit more protected, but it's definitely not so easy to see the difference. And we really have to be cautious of the time here, because Vincent is now 20 minutes down the clock.
Ooh, that's a great spot there, Kinjo, because here time could become a huge factor. And if Arjun manages to equalize, and imagine that Vincent comes down to 10 minutes, then this game can really heat up. Okay, guys, I'm actually very excited what Vincent will do here. We'll get back to this game. One more game that is very interesting. Should we check the game between two great friends, Anish Giri and Vidit Gujarati? Because that one seems like Vidit was the one who was pushing, right, a bit in this position.
Yeah.
And actually, if I'm not mistaken, this G4 arrived earlier, as we talked just, I don't know, half an hour before. And I said that I just didn't feel like it was likely for Vidit to play G4 because, he's a really solid player. But we did see G4 on the board, and it's actually beautiful. And
it's a very aggressive move, right? You're breaking up your kingside structure because you want to launch an attack, and then he brings his queen in. So Sahil bhai, if we can make these arrows, yeah, the knight on G4 beautifully looking at F2 H2, the bishop on A7 looking like a sniper from A7 to F2, the bishop on D7 can join the attack, queen is on G5, knight on G6 can jump into F4, king H8, rook G8 may be possible. Good attacking chances for Vidit.
I feel like Hikaru right now already. And of course, Vidit has done this previously. That crazy game, where we saw, I think Yordan or somebody it was, when we saw him play knight F2, knight E3 tactics.
Oh no, that was with Ray Robson, right? Yes.
So he's done this exact thing before in the tournament. So he's come with the mindset of attacking play. And Anish will be like, bro, I thought we were friends.
And if we put it in boxing terms, I feel like Anish is right now like with these gloves towards his hand in complete defensive mode. And Vidit is like punching all like with full energy. But it feels like Vidit is not going to be able to break through Anish's defense. Anish super solid here.
Yeah, and Vidit does have less time, but it's not a significant difference. And one long thing here could equalize the matter. So how do we move forward here, though, from Anish's perspective? Because knight F3 has kicked the queen back. And now how do I kind of exchange some pieces? Do I just take on G4 maybe?
I think taking on G4 looks very risky. Like it might be the best move, but after H4, he has knight H2. And then the G4 pawn becomes weak.
Black is like a move shot, yeah. Just if we look at it was possible, there could be something here.
But guys, after this line, knight H2, if we take E takes D4, I'm a bit tempted to win the E4 pawn, but I don't even recapture. I go bishop G4.
wow.
And the E4 pawn is defended. The white king is safe. And that rook on C1, the cryptic rook move could finally come to some use.
Yeah. And also now suddenly Black's king looks a bit weaker. Yeah, there are no pieces on the king side holding it together. So very interesting position with a double-edged nature.
Absolutely. And right now, guys, what is the move that you think Anish will play? Will he take the knight, or do you think there's something else he might do here? A bit more consolidating move, perhaps?
I think knight takes is going to arrive shortly. I feel like this rook c1 move has to make sense now. And with some calculation after e takes d4 and freeing that rook somehow is going to happen shortly on the board. But what do you, Sahil, think?
I think maybe he might also consider queen d2. I'm thinking if I can somehow bring the queen in and we trade queens, keep an eye on the h6 square as well.
Nice.
But again, there's so many options. For example, the engine said even rook c2 is a normal move. Yeah, already rook c1 and rook c2, which makes no sense. But yeah, if Anish wants concrete play, I think knight g4 is the move he might be considering.
Right. And by the way, guys, do you know Anish Giri has played 5 games here and all 5 are drawn. And a lot of people talk about, Droish and Droish Giri and all of this. But think about it. His games are wild. Look at this. And I think he's played such wild games in this tournament. I think the reason why his games end in draws is that the moment things spin out of control, Anish is like, let me push the brakes immediately. And I think right now, it's that feeling for Anish perhaps all over again, where he's like, maybe this is spinning out of control. Let me push the brakes, and I think it might again end in a draw, and we might be like, Anish, why do you play like this and stuff? But no, he's trying his best, to create this chaos on the board.
And also in this time control, it's going to be chaos anyways.
Yeah.
He's the clock ticking down. He's like, okay, I want control over the position. I don't want chaos. And then the chances of him kind of, as you said, clamping down even increase further.
Yeah, true. Okay, guys, I'm also very curious. So, we have 2 super interesting games. Then we have this Awonder who's beating Pranav. What next? Do we go to Nihal?
Nihal, apparently the position is crazy. And somehow the best move already is intriguing me a little bit here.
He played b5. Oh my god, b5. And guys, the bishop is trapped. Do you see it? Can the bishop can't move. So here, white to play, if you were in the shoes of Nihal Sareen, what would you do here? Would you just say, oh, my piece is trapped? Or would you go for something very exciting?
Get whatever you can, yeah?
Yes? What? What's the move? You can go for something exciting, but you need to make an exciting move. Beautiful.
Wow.
Well done. Bishop takes f7.
Super exciting move. And actually, Sahaj was kind of hoping for these ideas just earlier, and now he's super happy here. Exactly. Now he's super happy to see that Bishop f7 is going to arrive shortly. But our viewers also, huge shout out for them because they have been also seeing some amazing lines. So shout out to them as well.
Today we have some really strong players in the hall here, in the audience, really enjoying this. But what about this piece sack? How do we continue? Do we go knight g5 check? Do we go, I want to go knight d6, but the queen is protecting that square. Can we deflect the queen? Not so likely.
Knight g5, I think, is exactly falling into black's plan. King kind of walks back happily, and that...
Did Nihal play?
Oh, he played b4 instead.
b4.
Is he trying to trap the queen?
And the bishop was taken. Actually, guys, just to tell you why bishop f7 was strong, if we go there, king takes, and now b4, Sahil bhai.
Yeah.
To stop the queen's action on that diagonal and threaten knight d6, this could have been interesting. It's still complicated, but Nihal decided to play b4 first, and Yordan was like, hey Nihal, free piece, b takes c4.
Ooh, that was the strongest bishop, right? Attacking f7. Now rook a1.
Yeah.
Queen comes out.
Queen is getting trapped. Queen is getting trapped, guys.
Oh, but look at the Yordan and Forrest sacrificing his queen. I'm sure.
Spicy.
Nihal has seen this, I'm sure, but has he, underestimated the influence of knight b5?
Knight b5 or even this crazy move a4. It's like these 2 pawns are saying to the queen, we are with you, and if rook takes b3, c takes b3. And we have 1 rook and 1 bishop, and these 2 strong pawns on a4 and b3 for the queen. good compensation.
Oh my god, this game I'm sure is going to actually become super crazy. And we have seen really, really similar crazy games in this tournament so far. And with the time control, with no additional time after move 40, this game is going to get out of hand. And I'm really hoping for such a position here.
Yeah, Nihal Serene has promised us entertainment in this event throughout. Yeah, no game has been calm, and this is going to be another queen sacrifice. Yordan, of course, lost 2 games in a row, struck against Robson yesterday, so he would love those 2 wins consecutively.
But don't you think Yordan is playing some amazing chess here? Like, I still can't get out of my head this move, Bishop A6, that he played against Vidit. The first round, guys, the most brilliant move, I think, of this event. And now again, he's sacrificing his queen with the full understanding that he might be better. So Yordan really living up to his name of this super creative player and bringing in some great games here.
I think after he lost 2 games, he was having a meal and just sitting there and thinking. Yeah, he had no phone in his hand. I think chess players take their losses to heart. And when you win after that, right, it gives you just immense pleasure. Yeah? It's like your life suddenly falls into place.
Yes. They say, right, like when you lose, chess players see the entire world around them in black and white. And it's like, oh, this is dull. Oh, the sabzi, the paneer vegetable suddenly looks no taste anymore. And then when you win, even if there is like this bitter guard there, you're like, oh, this tastes pretty good today.
But paneer always has taste, Sagar bhai.
Okay, guys, rook b1, the queen is trapped. We are waiting for Yordan to move. What a day today, yeah? After a quiet day yesterday, we are having some beautiful games. What about Karthikeyan and Ray Robson? Maybe the only quiet game, yeah, today?
Yeah. So far, I'm going to say, I think, because 18 minutes for Ray Robson, and as the time goes down, we see imbalances though. There's this pawn on d5, this pawn on c3, the knight on e5, knight on d4, this rook on a3 again, which seems to be a common theme today. So it's still the kind of position where you could make mistakes and somebody could win this.
True. It could go either way. Both sides quite nicely balanced here. We'll come back to this one very soon. We need to go to our leader game between Vincent-Keymer and Arjun Erigaisi. Vincent hasn't played yet, guys. Vincent down to 10 minutes.
Sagar bhai, you mentioned, things might be difficult. I think you mentioned 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Insane. We are already at 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm getting excited now. Guys, rook c6 and Vincent down to 10. He played. Oh, did he play this move?
Yes.
Rook c1, yes.
Guys, didn't we say after queen f8, Arjun has equalized? In fact, he might well double on the c file, and if Vincent's attack doesn't break through, Arjun is fine. Maybe even better. Pushing for the win.
I think Vincent took a lot of time because he's trying to understand, do I actually have winning chances anymore, or do I need to start defending? And his analysis is telling him, yes, I still do. So let's say rook g1. What is Vincent's next move after queen f8? I think that really dictates matters.
Yeah, I think in general, h6 is definitely the plan you want to go ahead with. But then g6, if we can just see if that works. h6, g6, bishop g6, I want to sack, pawn takes, queen takes, it looks scary. And I think the big threat here could be queen g7 or not.
It could be in some cases because if you take...
It is actually takes and rook h8. So if we say, a5, queen g7, take, king h8, rook check, king f7, boom, take the rook, you make a queen later. Okay, so this doesn't work. But after queen g6, there is one defensive move here, guys. I want all of you to become defensive experts here. What is black's move in this position? Can you guess it? Not easy. From attackers, they have to get defending.
I think the square is still the same, right? That square is crucial. I think black needs to have a piece there for the king's defense, blocks the h file, and really, this is a crucial moment. One mistake and the game is over.
Yeah, super critical. Queen g7 is a big threat here, but there is a defense, and it's very cool. I guess a little bit tough. Maybe we have a grandmaster here who wants to try Black to play, too tough for him as well.
He needs to position himself better to see the board.
Wow, black to move here, guys. And this is the kind of positions where Vincent could go, and then Arjun with his cold-blooded defense plays the move knight h7. Amazing move, no more attacks, and I think this could be very cool. Yeah, check, takes king g8.
And the H file has been blocked.
Beautiful. By the way, guys, I must tell you one small fact that you should be aware of. Arjun is not in his best health here. We got to know that he has a sore throat, and in fact went to the doctor today early in the morning. So he's not feeling up to the mark, and yet he's playing there. You could see from his body language. We were thinking that he's looking a bit off since yesterday. So yeah, it's always tough in chess tournaments. You know, we see the moves, we see the players, but there's so much stress beyond the chessboard. You might not be feeling well, you might not be eating well, you might not be sleeping well. Many things possible.
Definitely, and you know, Arjun also cannot really afford to look sick here, because the problem is that Vincent has so much confidence since he's the sole leader of the tournament, that even just getting to know that your opponent is sick, that your opponent went to the doctors, the opponent didn't sleep well, etc., that it can give you even more of a confidence boost.
Ooh,
so it's very important to
Great point, yeah.
That's incredible, like then you can prepare a very sharp line and you're like, oh, he's not feeling well, he might not have prepared well.
And also,
Could be.
He knows, this is the moment for Arjun. He has to strike. As somebody mentioned in the chat, I think a draw might be worse for Arjun here than a loss. So he has to go all in if he wants to win the event.
You think so?
I mean, for his rating, no. But if he really has to
If he wants to win the event,
he has to go.
A draw here means he would be 1 point behind, and then with just 3 more rounds to go,
Very difficult.
Very unlikely. Okay, guys, Arjun has 39 minutes to figure out that Queen F8 is the best move here. Should we quickly check what Anish Giri is up to? Did he play knight takes knight here? Oh, what happened?
The position
what?
changed so much.
He took on G4.
Okay.
Bishop takes though. This
It's the
time.
best move by Vidit.
Yeah, and another trade offered, takes that as well, plays h4, attacks the bishop, drops back, and
Oh, he takes the pawn. He takes the pawn here, Sahil bhai. If you take CD4, bishop d4, and you are a pawn up.
yeah,
So Anish went knight to f3. And now if you take pawn takes pawn, rook on c1 is like, You know, I saw it all along. From move number 12, I needed to be here. Rook takes c3. But still, it's a debatable question whether this position is better for white or not. I don't think so. But I don't think this has happened in the game, or it has.
This has
Oh, it
happened.
is on the
So we
board.
will know
Whoa.
if it's better or not. And now black plays bishop to c5, basically blocking that c file as well. So an interesting position, and I really don't know who will be using the king side more.
Yeah, I don't know if this position, actually the engine is saying Vidit is slightly better. But do you guys feel practically it's a very double-edged position with the black king being exposed?
I feel like I do agree with the engine's evaluation here. I mean, black is already threatening with some bishop b4 ideas as well. Maybe there could be some problems on the g file. I mean, we do have the pawn on h4. Maybe we can push h3 in some positions at the correct time. And after h3, maybe g3, that bishop on h2 has no future.
Ooh, look at this, guys. Anish and Vidit, two good friends facing off each other, and there could be a decisive game today. And I think it's not easy for both of them. I guess they don't want to beat each other, but then what to do? Yeah, when you're against each other, you have to play.
So when they're having dinner together in normal circumstances, and if somebody beats somebody, is there a difference in your experience?
Well, in general, that I'll get to know today. But yesterday, of course, it didn't turn out that they were together at the dinner table. But today, after the game, one will see. I pretty much think that once the game is over, players are back. You know, no matter what the result, because, okay, the fight is done. But before the fight, it's often a bit tough to, spend time with your opponent. Tomorrow you're going to play. But then again, every player is different. And he plays a3. He stops bishop b4. And Vidit now has 22 minutes. This time is not such a big factor, right? 22 minutes to Vidit, 25 minutes to Anish.
I think this is like this is the only game maybe where Vidit is not significantly lower on the clock. Maybe I'm jinxing it right now. Really hoping not, touch wood and everything. So what do you think? How can Vidit actually make some progress here in the position?
I also wonder if Vidit, he's been a second for Anish for a long time. He's worked with him. And how does he look at Anish? Does he think that, he can beat Anish? I think it's a question in my mind, or does he have a thought that Anish is the better player? What do you
I think till some point, Vidit was of course working as a second, and then he was learning a lot from him. He also went on record and saying that reaching 2700 was actually made possible because of seeing how Anish worked, his work ethic and all. But then at some point, Vidit consciously made a decision that he wouldn't work for Anish, and then he started focusing on his own chess. And so at that point, I think they became friends more than a seconds or something. And so now that friendship has grown, and I believe he believes in himself that he can beat Anish. So a4 could be a very nice move. We see the king side weak. We are like, oh, there might be an attack there. But blocking the queen side has its own set of advantages, because then the white queen pawns like a3 and b2 are blocked forever.
Yep, interesting. And as you mentioned, Vidit has enough time, but his time is now going down slightly but surely. So he has to play quickly, and he has momentum in this position. He has that pawn. And but yeah, I hope he doesn't take too much time. Meanwhile, can we have a look at the Pranav against Leang game 1?
Oh, yes.
As far as I can see, the black rook has perfectly adjusted itself to the position and is now ready to come all the way to G1 if need be.
Guys, if anyone told you ever that knights are inferior to rooks, show them this position. This is the position where knights are superior to the rooks. Maybe like rooks are worth 3 points and knights are worth 5 points here.
Yeah. Most definitely. I mean, that knight f5, that knight on f5, looking at e3 and h4, it's just so beautiful. And the problem of Pranav is that he cannot protect both at the same time. And the question is, which pawn do you give up? How do you continue here? And it sort of seems like the rook is also tied on a2. White cannot really do anything in this position.
I think the only thing that can help Pranav here is if Awonder loses his confidence now and starts to think, okay, I can't win this. And then, like yesterday, what happened? Because otherwise, he's really in big trouble.
Yeah, but I think with the 41 minutes on his clock, Awonder will not really be stressed. He's not really worried. There is no counterplay for White. You really want the rooks to be on the 7th rank, maybe attacking some of these pawns. But now King f2, trying to block the rook's entry. But what about the pawn on h4?
Yeah, that's going down. I was just very curious, guys. Do you think that Awonder Leang has ever crossed 2700 ELO?
Ooh, interesting.
Because
I think he has.
He has?
I think
because if not, then this could be the first time he might do it, in this tournament. He's doing well. He's at 2696. Whatever it may be, reaching 2700 again is a big feat if he has already crossed it before.
Maybe we can actually ask the audience, because now I have Awonder's Wikipedia page, which I know might not be the most reliable source. But the question is, do you guys think in the audience that Awonder has ever crossed 2700 in his life before?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, I'm also later on going to search on the FIDE website. They have the kind of rating peak of every player there. So maybe we'll have a look here in the graph. Oh, this graph is going upwards. Yeah, it's at the highest right now. Wow. That means Awonder Leang, if he wins today, could very well cross 2700 for the first time in his career. I'm not sure what his live rating is. Then we go to 2700 chess. Okay, guys, I'm excited for this one as well. Should we go back to Arjun versus Vincent? Is there a move by Arjun? Oh, he plays Queen F8.
The best move. Arjun, even though he's not in the best shape, he's playing the best move. Put his queen on f8 for the defense, keeping an eye on the a3 square as well. And now Vincent has to find another way to attack with 8 minutes on the clock and no help in coming with a new time control.
Man, Vincent Keymer today really not keeping up on the clock. He must speed up. He is right now in a bit of mess because the position has equalized. There's no clear way to sort of say, okay, now I want a draw. Arjun is like, okay, but now there's no draw, yeah?
Oh, we saw Arjun cuffing a couple of times there.
Yeah, he's not well. He's not well.
Yeah.
He's not well here. But, okay. Guys, any idea what should Awonder do? Should he try to attack? Should he play King A1, which is more like, okay, let me just tuck my king in. You know, that way.
I would play King A1. I think
King A1, but Sahil bhai, what about King A1, Rook takes C3? Is that working? Oh my.
No way.
No.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way.
he
Guys,
find this.
white to play. What's the move here? Incredible concept.
I'm still trying to even understand it. It's crazy.
I think it's all about not letting black block the H pawn when it moves ahead. Black is always going G6, right? How do you stop that from happening? Oh, I am Rakesh Kulkarni here with the move BG6. And if you take FG6, of course, now the H file opens up. It's clear King G8 and Queen H2 or H3 with a mate.
Typical puzzle rush moment, yeah, I think this would be. But for now, do you think Vincent has seen Bishop G6?
It's a very tricky move, yeah?
Yep.
And a tough move.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Kinsho has basically been able to locate Awonder's live rating. It's 2696.4. And I'm pretty sure that this win with Pranav will give him around 4 points. So he will cross 2700. Big game for Awonder.
Lifestyle moment. Yeah, it's a life-changing moment for him, for new sponsors, for new opportunities, for new invites. And meanwhile, Vincent Keymer has played King A1.
Let's go. Vincent is like, Arjun, please take my pawn on C3. By the way, guys, it's not a bad move. It is a playable move. We might see Arjun chopping that pawn, but then Vincent has to find this crazy BG6. But Sahil, what's the point if I go Rook C8? I just continue bringing another piece, and now?
Now I think I have kind of blockaded your G-pawn. I can push forward with the pawn H6 move. And if you take, now I bring the bishop back quietly and I've opened all the files towards your king.
This position is absolutely crazy, and I'm really hoping for the Bishop G6 move. I mean, that would be so amazing for us.
Move of the
commentators.
tournament, yeah?
Really, that would be fantastic to see. But the problem is that Vincent is on 7 minutes.
Yes. Did Arjun take? No, okay.
And
Sahil bhai, let's go to the live position.
By the way,
I'm like, did he take the pawn? Did he take the pawn?
Talking about move of the game, I think if he does play Bishop G6, I think Arjun's next move is also impressive.
Yeah, Oh, it's all about stopping H6 move here, guys. Black to play, what do you do? Anyone. Because H6 is coming in. Yes, we have knight to G8. Rakesh bhai on track to achieving his GM title very soon. Getting all the right answers. Knight H6, just blocking that H file. Woo.
But I mean, this is going to be an instructive game if we see these moves. But this is the live position. Arjun is calculating whether he can grab this pawn. So question, does he take it?
Yeah, Arjun right now, you can see him. He's not even looking at the board. He's calculating in his head. You either take or you bring your rook to C8. I think there's no other logical move here, right? You take the pawn or you bring rook C8. If Arjun doesn't see a danger in taking the pawn, Arjun takes the pawn. Because he generally is quite greedy in that sense for pawns. We have seen this before. So I'm actually saying rook takes c3 will happen.
I'm also hoping for it regardless of the result. Yeah, you want to see those variations over the board. If bishop g6 happens and if Arjun has not seen it, that reaction is, 10 million views.
Oh, most definitely.
Oh.
Speaking of greedy though, let's
Yes.
take a look at Vidit's
Oh,
game.
why? What happened?
I mean, it's just so. Oh, sorry. It's just like such an interesting position still. I mean, seems like he
Queen
still
f6.
has quite an advantage, and the c7 pawn is protected now.
So Vidit also saying to Anish, I'm a pawn up. I'm greedy, Vidi. I've taken a pawn. And now prove your compensation here.
Yeah, this is not easy at all for Anish here, and somehow, even though the black king also looks weak, you don't have the pieces to take advantage of it, and the only weakness has been well defended by that one bishop. So Anish needs a new target. Where is that target, Sagar bhai?
Yeah, he has to create it. That's what I was thinking. Is it with the pawn push to e5? But I don't know. You can't push it, right? Black has 1, 2, 3, 4 controls on that square. So maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe you try to get your rook somehow from c3 on a better square. Do you try rook d3 to rook d5? Getting the rook to the king side. Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea. Yeah, rook d3, rook d5, rook f5. But it takes too much time.
Yeah, it does take too much time, and right now Anish going below the 20-minute mark. Vidit looks quite confident right now about the position. His body language portrays a lot of confidence.
Who said this? Yeah, that Vidit is a completely kind of a changed player in this tournament. He looks more relaxed, more calm. Even after his any result, he looks more under control. I think it's true, yeah. And every evening, he is indulging in physical fitness. He's getting ready for the game, the right habits. It's actually looking like he's really enjoying himself here.
And not to forget, he's not played enough classical chess this year. So I think he is coming in this event with, fresh eyes. He's trying to battle and kind of challenge his opponents, I think.
Yeah. Well, Anish Giri on 19 minutes, guys. 17 minutes for Vidit. Do we have a move in the Arjun Erigaisi game?
Let me check quickly if we have a move. Oh, no moves yet.
Sagar is on the edge of his seat.
Yes.
He's every second passes by, he's more and more excited. But I think we can all relate to him actually in this sense.
It could decide the tournament, right? It's so big. Because if Arjun wins this game, he has better chances of winning the event. He will then equalize with Vincent. If Vincent draws this game or wins, guys, Vincent is going back with the Chennai Grandmasters title. I mean, having a lead of 1 point, having already played Arjun, then it's no longer going to be possible to stop him. So, very pivotal 30 minutes now in this tournament.
Yeah. By the way, our stats king Rakesh Bhai telling us some updates that between Vidit and Anish, the last 4 classical games have ended in a draw.
All.
Oh, wow.
Yes, they have always drawn their games. So they both are like, who is the first one who can beat the other over the board? It's not easy, but right now it seems Vidit has the small edge between the two because the position is... Oh, he plays rook d3.
Yeah.
Man, wow. Am I thinking like Anish? Wow. Okay, rook d3. He's threatening rook d5, perhaps that rook f5 idea. What should Vidit do now? I was wondering if knight e5 makes any sense because, kind of block that square. But after knight takes knight, pawn takes, somehow the rook can swing over to the king side. Doesn't look good. Tough position, yeah, by the way, for both players.
So, what's your predicted result for this game?
Okay, I'm going to be a little bold here and say Vidit takes this one, especially because he's pawn up and I don't see a clear way for Anish to make this kind of cool it down. But I think very likely the game might end in a draw. That's my feeling, but I mean, I'm torn between these two results. I think perhaps Vidit might win, draw. Not sure. What about you guys?
I do have a feeling that this game might end in a draw. You know, it's always nice to. It's never nice to play against friends, but it's always nice to draw with friends. And I feel like it would also
That's a
be
good one.
amazing to see, a sixth draw by Anish. He's definitely in the drawing mood in this tournament.
By the way, can we have Anish and Vidit on screen? Because this game is of Anish and Vidit. Yes. Oh, by the way, Vidit. Oh, is he playing Rook E6? Because it's the best move. No ways. Oh!
Wow.
Vidit Gujarati in hot form. He's doubling the rooks on E file.
And what's the idea of Rook E6? Is it just a doubling?
Yes, just put pressure on E4.
Wow.
And I have a great question. Rook D5, Rook A E8, Rook F5. And now guys, black to play. What do you do here? There's a very young boy, very quick. Tell your name and the answer. Beautiful, Lakshman. That is brilliant. He not only said one move, he gave the full variation, which is incredible. Takes, check, knight takes, mate.
Wow.
Beautiful.
And that bishop on h2 is like, I didn't have to be there. Yeah.
Sorry, mate. But yeah, Rook D5 played, and Vidit does play Rook A8. Sagar, bhai, I mean, what's happening?
Oh, but it's a mistake.
Yeah.
What? It's a mistake. The most natural move turns into a mistake. Anish Giri, no way he's going to play Rook F5. He's going Rook H5. Anish suddenly finding his rook. Rooks need open files. But Anish is finding this open file, open rank, then moving his rook like crazy here. Oh, he's going rook.
He's doing it.
Oh, Anish.
No Rook F5. Yeah, come on.
Rook H5, of course. Rook H5.
Yes,
Man.
best move there. And suddenly the position has slightly shifted. What was Vidit's best move there instead of Rook A E8?
It was your move, 95.
Because he had to block the rook. And now guys, look at this. Knight takes, pawn takes. Because the rook on D3 was going to F3, this was not great. But now that the rook is on D5, we block it there.
Beautiful.
But it was so, it was so natural, right? To play Rook A8.
This is so difficult for Vidit now. 3 minutes behind. And what's the real plan? So let's say Vidit just passes the move. What is Anish planning?
I think right now, for example, let's play a move. For example, not easy to make a normal move.
I don't know.
But then queen takes A4. I don't want to give up just a pawn. I was wondering if king G7 makes any sense. And then it's not so clear, that next move, what Anish will do. Yeah. So perhaps the position, but now maybe some E5 move is in the air. Look at Anish,
Queen D2, Queen H6.
Anish
is
taking his collar up, thinking, completely focused. I think they both are enjoying themselves. It's such an interesting position. They are liking it.
Yeah. And of course, if they have an equal record, no wins so far, I think the person who wins gets to roasting rights for at least the night.
A little bit of bragging, right? But somehow when you win, that time you don't brag, but you brag like after a few days, like that. Okay, meanwhile, Vincent, did he play Rook?
Vincent is worse now. Rook C3 was played and Vincent didn't find Bishop G6. He directly went Bishop B1 and now Arjun has completely equalized.
Yes, he has equalized, but I'm too scared about this position. Guys, think about it. I snatch another pawn, yeah? Arjun will take another pawn. Rook E3. Now, I was wondering, what is the way in which I can make inroads into the position? H6, very natural, but G6 closes everything. No tactics, nothing. Bishop G6, we know. FG6, Queen G6, Knight H7. We know this defensive pattern. Okay, so can't play H6. Then, as Vincent, what is your plan? Why are you giving up? I mean, Arjun must be confused, right? That why is Vincent giving me one more pawn?
Maybe Rook H3, Rook G3, does that work?
Ooh, that's a good one.
I
Is
was,
it?
yeah.
He's too slow, maybe somehow. I don't know.
But what else? Let's try it. Rook h3.
Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I was looking at maybe some Queen G5 ideas and then preparing H6 somehow. I mean, you can never push the pawn because the knight is hanging. But I'm maybe scared of Rook takes
f3.
so-
Another pawn bites the dust.
But maybe I don't know. It's
But I like your attacking instinct here, yeah, because you love attacking. I think these are the moves that these two players will play. It's not these engine moves anymore now.
Yeah.
This game has become more human than ever. There will be mistakes that will happen. Should we go back to the live position?
Yep, this is the current position. Very, very interesting. And 5 minutes for Vincent, 23 minutes for Arjun Erigaisi. This is his golden chance to equalize everything, to take that lead back and potentially win the Chennai Grandmasters.
Well, Sahil bhai, you have increased the stakes like anything here. But I don't know what the move will be. Will Arjun capture the pawn on e3? Will he play rook c8? Will he play, I don't know, knight e8? There are many possibilities here.
Yeah.
But I think very likely he will chop the pawn. Okay, guys, still Arjun, we should try to be like, as soon as he makes the move, we'll come back here. Should we look at, in the meantime, a Wonder Leang, who's very close to this big victory for himself, reaching 2700 ELO in the live rating. Guys, he's doing it.
Yeah.
I don't think black has any problems here. Play e4, play f5.
Yeah, you're very much right. I mean, e4 to stop the bishop, and maybe some rook g2 ideas can also come, and the position is completely lost for white.
He gives a check, king e2, and I'm pretty sure he'll go e4 next.
And that means the bishop is blocked, and rook g2 at some point is going to be a killer move. And meanwhile, just one look at the Nihal game as well.
Oh, yes. Oh my God.
That has spiced up. A takes b4 was played, takes the queen, bishop b2, knight comes to d5, rook c1, and knight is sitting on c3 now.
No, but I take... but one second. Why didn't he take with the knight here?
He should have actually. He should have taken with the knight, but he takes with the bishop.
Mistake.
Yeah.
Huge mistake by Nihal Sareen. And now, he's lost here, guys.
Oh, e4 is the killer blow. Oh, this is difficult.
No, let's just analyze this. If e4, knight takes e4, rook takes rook, queen takes b2, queen b1 stopping the pawn, and now rook c8 with rook c1, game over.
Wow. And what a game by Yordan, by the way, because, I mean, he did have a tough start at the tournament, but after yesterday's game, even taking up against Nihal with such a crushing game is actually crazy to me.
Yeah, I think we can see the bars are no longer in the middle for most of the games, and maybe this is the perfect time to take a very, very short break, and we'll be back on the other side.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players automatically with smooth, accurate tracking. No camera operator? No problem. Control it from a joystick, a phone, or let it run on its own. With crisp 4K video and easy streaming, it fits right into your setup. Perfect for schools, clubs, and live sports broadcasts. PTZ Optics, professional video, made simple. Brought to you by RTAV, your broadcast AV partner.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something.
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now because Chess.com is best.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players automatically with smooth, accurate tracking. No camera operator? No problem. Control it from a joystick, a phone, or let it run on its own. With crisp 4K video and easy streaming, it fits right into your setup. Perfect for schools, clubs, and live sports broadcasts. PTZ Optics, professional video, made simple. Brought to you by RTAV, your broadcast AV partner.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess?
Welcome back everyone to the final segment of the 6th round of the Chennai Grandmasters 2025 sponsored by QUANTBOX. I am super excited because this segment very well could determine who takes home the title. Well, not literally, but kind of, yeah?
I think this is the moment of truth, right? Because it can really shake up the standings. We've seen Vincent-Keymer dominate the tournament so far, undefeated, 3 wins, 2 draws. And right now, the way the day started, it looked like Vincent will continue that run. But Sahil, huge turnarounds on that board. Arjun doing Arjun things.
Yeah, and he's not even well. And he's kind of pulling off this crazy potential comeback here. And of course, we saw how Bishop G6, that insane move. I mean, it's inhuman to play that move over the board, yeah?
Yeah, it could still happen though, potentially. You know, he's gone back with the bishop, and if Arjun goes and takes that e3 pawn, I am pretty sure that it's somewhere on the horizon to play bg6 with the idea of h6. Okay, Tanya, what's your prediction here? Because, you know, we asked ourselves, I think we didn't predict this game yet. Let's predict. Do you think Arjun wins, a draw, or wins and takes this?
This is such a tough call. Okay, if I have to make a prediction, Vincent 5.5 minutes on the clock, Arjun up on the clock, the position, the way the momentum has shifted in the last few moves, I am going with Arjun on this one.
Ooh,
Arjun
bold.
all the way, yeah? Arjun all the way. I think Vincent did not find Bishop G6. Unlikely he finds it now with 5. And of course, Arjun, once he gets hold of that momentum, he never lets go.
And look at the screen, head and hands for Vincent, a complete turnaround from what we saw early on where he kept looking at Arjun, you know, he was feeling more confident. Now you can see he realizes the time, you know, it's the clock is ticking and big questions lie ahead. And I just feel that in these nervous, critical moments, Arjun just has the better nerves.
Correct. You know what? Oh, he comes back. He comes back. He doesn't take, but it's a fine move. It's a fine move. No problems. Everything's okay.
But what if white goes with the idea that you were looking at, that brilliancy, bishop to g6, because that's the big move.
Tanya, that move is not easy to find.
No.
Yes. Now, I don't think if he didn't find it before, he won't play it again. Yes, Sahil bhai?
And I think he has maybe even seen that move because Bishop G6 no longer works. Now, Queen to A3, a counter attack from Erigaisi Arjun.
This could very well lead to a very strong attack. And so here, no more moves like bg6 could work. But let's go back.
इतना turn around कि नाम ही turn around कर दिया साहिल ने.
क्या किया?
Erigaisi Arjun. But I feel like I get it because this position suddenly from white being in driver's seat, once that queen swoops on that a3 square, gives a check on c3, and we have a move queen g5. He's threatening h6.
H6 is a big threat, and of course, and the bishop is ready to capture on G6 if the pawn moves up. So what do we do? What do we do as Arjun here now?
Actually, with h6, g6, queen f6 is hanging. Oh my
That's
God.
what he set up.
And knight at 7, very quickly played by Arjun. I think if you take that knight, bishop takes knight, king takes, then Arjun is very happy. Because then to break through is super tough. Although, guys, you know, there's always this, can I give this? Okay, let's say in this position, you make a move, rook h2. Okay, just a normal move. And black goes queen g8.
Ah.
Oh, it doesn't work.
It does work. It does work. We have to show this idea.
Guys,
You need little help.
little bit of, you know, helpmate kind of a thing. Queen g6. And then take and hg is a mate. Unfortunately, after king h8 in the game, I mean, after queen g6, there's no way to move forward. But such ideas are there in the air.
True. And now the queen is attacked. So again, Vincent has to choose a square. Where do you put the queen back? Do you come back all the way to g3? Do you put it on f4? Do you play, I don't know, queen e5, h4? There's so many options, and he doesn't have time to kind of understand the differences between all of them.
He does centralize his queen. He's provoking Arjun to play f6 because again, h6 is a threat. Now the queen pins the g7 pawn to the black king. So f6 would be the move, but comes with its own weaknesses, right? You're leaving behind some squares.
But you have to do it, Tanya, and he plays f6. Now the queen has to move away. This is so exciting, right? Because on one hand, I feel like Arjun is consolidating his extra pawn, but on the other, the engine is like, it's still in the balance. Nothing's changed.
1 second, Sagar Shah did not make his prediction.
Oh, yeah.
What happened there? You totally dodged that one. You put us in a spot.
You know, I didn't have anything new to add, but now the way the last few moves have happened, I have a feeling that this might end in a draw.
You know, Arjun let go of the position for 2 moves because Sagar couldn't make his real prediction, and now he's going to come back. So now Queen G3 played, the moves are coming.
Ooh, he makes a mistake. Slight mistake though. Very slight. F5.
Do you think Arjun's sort of playing on the board but also on Vincent's clock right
I
now?
think so. Yeah, because he has 16 minutes, but he sees Vincent has only 4 minutes. And so he makes his move quickly, hoping that Vincent can't find the best way forward.
It's sort of a practical approach, right? You know, objectively, maybe you're not making the best moves in the position, but you're putting the pressure on your opponent, who needs to figure it out in now about 4 minutes.
But what do you do, Tanya? Now, as Vincent, do you go h6? Do you go queen g6? You know, like trying to get in. There are these possibilities, not so easy.
And Vincent has not been in this situation in this entire tournament. He's been cruising through with some spectacular games. So that time pressure, that positional pressure, so sometimes it can make you crumble. And he has to make that choice. 3.5 minutes versus 16 minutes.
Oh my
with
God.
no extra timing.
Oh my God. Guys, while Vincent is thinking, should we quickly catch a glimpse of Vidit, Anish? What's just happening there? Is there any movement? Whoa! Vidit has snatched another pawn. What the hell? Oh, he took that pawn and Vidit took the b2 pawn, and it's still around even, but not equal. Yeah, like this. I think this game is going to be decisive. I don't know who will win though.
There's so many imbalances in this position, right? Right now, black has an extra pawn.
Yes.
Let's point that out. It's 4 versus 5. White's queen is attacking c7. The e4 pawn is under fire. It's like everything it requires calculation
And
here.
Tanya, bishop c3 is coming to kind of attack both the rooks. So if queen c7 here by white, bishop c3 is killer. Game over.
Which is why he reaches out for the rook. He attacks the pawn on b7.
Oh,
rook
big
b5.
mistake. Big mistake.
Whoa.
By Anish Giri. Will Vidit snatch another pawn on the...
As you said, be bragging rights for the month.
Sure. I mean, in general, if you win in such a prestigious event in a classical format, it definitely shows that you have done better than your opponent in that game. But then again, will Vidit take the pawn?
Greedy-Vidit.
Greedy-Vidit.
Needs to strike now.
He needs to channel his inner Greedy-Vidit. Oh, and he takes it.
That's me. That's me.
Bye,
Sorry.
bye.
I was moving forward in the variation. My bad.
Okay.
So bishop takes pawn is the best move in the position. And with it, it's also a move that you really want to make because that bishop can plant itself on c5 next and stop all queen infiltrations.
I agree. So this is definitely a very important move. And guys, should we...
He
takes it. My goodness. I'm getting very excited here. should Anish take the c7 pawn or the b7 pawn?
But then even e4 is under attack, right? The moment your queen leaves connection with that central pawn, black recaptures on e4.
Wow.
Vidit is going to have an extra pawn in the position.
And Tanya, there are these h3 moves coming in, yeah, and that knight on f3 can get a bit shaky.
Vidit Gujarati in the driver's seat right now. He could be moments away from getting a completely winning position. Maybe Anish can take on b7.
Yes, take on b7, bishop c5, rook takes c7, because I'm very, very much wanting to get back. And now, guys,
h3.
No, look at this move. Black to play. What do you do here? Yes.
What is...
Shout out. Man, this guy is Lakshman is on fire.
Amazing.
Rook takes e4. What?
Yeah.
Exactly. Rook takes e4. Queen a1.
What is a check?
Yeah.
Checkmate. And if knight e1.
Now black to play. What happens after knight e1?
Queen e1. Let's go. That's the move. Queen takes e1, rook takes e1, and this back rank mate, this bishop is like, why am I
Sorry, bhai.
creating a mess for my own king? Okay, guys. So this one looking really, really exciting. Should we quickly, Tanya, you're like super into the game. Should we check Arjun versus Vincent?
Let's do it, because even for these two players, that matters so much, right? If Arjun's able to put a halt to Vincent's run, the whole tournament opens up.
And where are the queens?
Let's do an action replay on this.
Yeah. So f5, h6 was played. Now
G5.
g5 played. Check. Queen blocks the check, and the queens have been traded. But the g5 pawn falls, and Arjun offers a trade.
Guys, am I closer to the truth now with a draw, or you think black is doing well?
I just feel like we were made to make that prediction at the wrong time, and Sagar just managed to navigate. But I agree with that now. If you asked us again, I am going on that bandwagon. Queens are off the board, and after the rooks come off as well, you know, that h6 pawn. In fact, I still like black just a little bit, because h6, from becoming an asset, a strength, has become a weakness in this endgame.
But Tanya, I can just give it up, using it finally with rook check, king at 7, rook g7, king at 6, rook b7, and somehow I could get another pawn back. So maybe this will end in a draw perhaps.
Yeah, very likely. Maybe Arjun will try to win this, paces the clock, but Vincent should be happy without the queens. I think he will be able to kind of play on the...
I still feel there's something to play even in this endgame of 4 versus 4. You
Yes.
have that knight that can jump around, the black rook coming in, the black king maybe marching up, h5, h4, g3, and that white bishop. You know, I see the plan as well. Bishop d3, rook a7 will be the activity that Vincent will be going for. My point is, this endgame is not without poison.
Yes, it's quite imbalanced, that endgame. And meanwhile, Yordan Van Forest is winning. But is it very clear?
Yeah, I think... Oh, there was no e4 played though, but h4, rook c6, knight to d1. You know, allowing rook c2 already feels very dangerous. Queen a5, and a pawn has been grabbed. I mean, this just looks like Yordan is going to win.
Yeah, black's position is flowing. The 2 bishops, the b3 pawn, the 2 rooks, everything perfect. So I think Yordan is going to win this. Tanya, a wonder, is also winning, so he might reach 2700. But should we go back to Vidit, Anish?
Let's do it, because rook takes pawn has happened. So will Vidit find that idea of the queen sacrifice and set it up with that bishop retreating move to c5? Big moment here. Best move by the engine.
Yeah, bishop c5.
By the way, guys, right now rook e4 doesn't work, because I was like, why doesn't it work now? Why should I go back? Because of rook e4, queen a1 check, and the rook comes back to b1.
So you need that rook on c7.
Yes,
You're setting a trap.
You have to give a bait to the rook so that it moves away from the b file, and then you get this in.
And I want to say, I mean, this is an easy miss, you know, because spotting queen a1 check in the middle. So, but Vidit has to find it first.
4 minutes for Vidit. Oof, time-wise, he's gone down on the clock.
You know what Vidit's thinking right now?
Yeah.
Is the other very tempting move to push that h-pawn.
Oh.
h3 is also a very human approach in this.
I agree. This, I think, is very likely going to be Vidit's choice, because bishop c5 feels like...
Khelega. Bishop c5 khelega.
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 But you know why bishop c5 you can only play if you have spotted this rook takes e4. Otherwise, h3 is more likely.
But that's what he's calculating right now, I think. He has taken a deep think here. Even though he has less time, I think he's considering these options and he will play bishop c5.
I think we have one person here who probably knows Vidit the best, so maybe we should ask her.
Oh, what's
to
your
take
feeling?
this. What do you think?
Nidhi in the... Oh, finds it! Wow! Man, did she say he'll find it?
She was...
Nidhi, we can have a chair here for you. Okay, guys. Bishop
Vidit was like,
c5.
ये लोग फंसाने वाले हैं। निधि को मैं पहले ही चाल चल देता हूँ. Bishop c5 on the board, setting up a trap for AG now.
Yeah, I think Anish has to be super careful here. Don't take the pawn on c7. Come back with your rook to b1. But I think kudos to Vidit for finding some great moves, putting immense pressure on Anish Giri.
In fact, Vidit won his first game when Nidhi came in, yeah? So it's amazing and he has Lady Luck on his side. But now Anish has a critical choice. Does he take on c7 and blunder? What else can he play here? That's the question.
Yeah, the other point is to just regroup, get that rook back on b1. It's quite funny, the fate of this rook, guys. Remember, it went from a1 to c1, c3 to d3, d3 to d5, d5 to h5, a5 to h5 to a5, b5, b7, b... Oh my god.
Crazy journey.
This rook is...
But he has a counterpart, the bishop. He's also been everywhere, so I think it's pretty fair. Yeah?
Yes.
You know what I think Anish will go for? I think he'll put the rook on the third rank. He'll put that rook to defend the knight.
b3.
So that at least you're fighting against the h3 idea.
Very, very human move there, Tanya. I think that might be the move. Now Anish is in the thinking mode. Let's head over to Arjun versus Vincent. Maybe we might see something happening there. Oh, he takes. And Arjun is considering to take with the knight or the king.
Yeah, we know Arjun, yeah. If he thinks, even though he's slightly worse in a certain variation, but he has winning chances, he might still go for it. So is there a chance he plays knight g8 to not allow that rook g1 idea?
But you know, Sahil bhai, then e4 comes in and then the bishop is really happy. It unleashes itself and I don't think that Arjun would want that to happen.
Also, Arjun is just allergic to retreating moves like this. I feel like he will keep that knight at the center of the board, capture with the king, but he's trying to see how can I keep this game going. And he sees that idea of the rook coming in with a check for white. He does
Takes
capture
with the king. Yes.
I think it's going to happen. Rook g1, rook g7. Because give Arjun one move. After king to h7, black is clearly better.
True, true. And Vincent now very close to that half a point, but still has to work a bit for it. He can also bring his king in, king b2, also a good move. Meanwhile, Arjun's health not so great. We can see that on the screen. Guys, I wonder Leang is totally crushing it. Yeah, we maybe don't even have to look at that game because he has such a big advantage. Should we just quickly see the position?
Let's go.
I wonder Leang crushing it totally. Look at those knights.
And look at those rooks. What are those rooks doing right now? I mean, the knight's on g3, knight on d3. The king is basically stuck, has no decent squares. The pawn is coming in. And 3 minutes for Pranav. This is basically over.
Tanya, he crosses 2700 for the first time today, yeah, if he wins this.
Yeah, Chennai is going to be his favorite city in the world. But also just what incredible technique, right? He voluntarily gave up an exchange in a position where there was no need to. Just imagine the kind of understanding that takes. And then the knight domination. A full nightmare here for Pranav and he's played it flawlessly from that point.
Yeah, well, Sahil bhai, which game to go to now?
Oh.
We've gone through Nihal versus Yordan. It's winning for Yordan. We went through Pranav versus Awonder, winning for Awonder.
Let's go back to Anish and Vidit because that is a big moment. If Anish goes with rook takes pawn, that would be almost game over.
Yeah, that's not good. And I think Anish will spot it because that's a trap that's, I think, quite possible to see, right? It's
Especially
not too
for
hidden.
me.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, this is these back rank ideas. But Anish, he's indecisive right now.
He does look eager and ready to move.
You know what the point is? If you don't move that rook, Vidit is setting up bishop b6, trapping that rook.
No, that's true. Absolutely right, Tanya. The rook can get completely trapped in there. He needs to come back. Rook b3 is going to be the move. You can see the tension, right? It feels like, if you look at Vidit's body language, it feels like it's his move. Yeah. But it's not. He's so intense there.
And what I love is the time control. There's a comment in the chat as well. I love the time control.
Yeah.
No extra time.
That's a retreating move.
Oh,
and he does.
B5.
Rook b5.
Rook
He
b5.
finds it.
And now for the other blow on the other side, h3. Let's go. Guys, this move, very likely.
Oh, he has to play it, I think. The knight is a bit loose on the f3 square. And white's options are limited. If you play, I mean, you can never play g3 even if the knight was not there because the bishop would be stuck. You don't want to take anyways, the knight is hanging. And now what do you do as white? It's not
Actually, I'm pretty sure that Anish has seen some response to it. Maybe he's provoking with it to go h3
What is the response? I think bishop g3 is...
or rook b3 coming back. I mean, because he could have played rook b3 straight away.
Exactly.
Is there a point to be made for a move like e5? Because he's placed this rook attacking the black bishop on c5, right?
Tanya, what?
Okay, we're about to
Amazing.
see. I mean, this could be something that might set up some tactics on the board.
So this is how it is. Anish plays his rook to b5. He's threatening e5, but actually it's not a good move.
Yeah.
With it, could call it a bluff, or he might say, oh, e5 is dangerous, let me do something against it.
But with it's not reaching for the h pawn. That's
Yeah.
my hand reading situation right now. He does
He does
make a
it.
decision.
He plays what?
Queen? What?
Is it... I don't know.
Queen?
Whoa, Queen f5 he's played. What a move! What a move!
Wow. What a move.
Look at this. The only move for Anish is bishop takes d6. What?
Guys, but why not take the queen? People in the crowd are like, queen, free queen.
Wow.
Nothing in life is free. So what happens after pawn takes queen?
It's, yes. Rook e1, exactly. It's a back rank mate. Takes.
I want to say one thing, we saw Vidit make this move on the camera, Queen f5, but none of us were calling it because we didn't realize that move is possible.
And also the board was updating a little late because it was like, wait a second.
That's not possible.
That looks like a blunder. But no, it's a good move. Although Anish can now call it by taking this amazing move, bishop d6.
Wow.
Clearing the h2 square for his own king so that the queen is hanging. Look at Anish there. He's getting excited.
Also, bishop f2 is a threat, right?
Yes.
The rook is hanging.
Oh.
So there are so many threats.
Okay.
This could be the game. Oh, this could decide the game.
Rook takes pawn is a threat. Bishop takes pawn is a threat. White can go bishop takes pawn. This is crazy.
Wow.
Tanya Sahil, bishop takes pawn first. I take bishop takes f2. King, queen takes. I take now your rook. And 94 of fork. No, it continues. Let's cut. Queen c4. Knight takes rook. I don't know. Rook takes, and
Oh, this is so hard to find.
with it still is a pawn up. At the end of all of this.
Question. Who is it more difficult for to find these moves?
White. I think finding bishop takes pawn in this position, inviting bishop takes pawn, Anish has this long road to calculate. And long variation, wrong variation. I think it's definitely harder for Anish this position.
Anish could be thinking that he's lost already if he doesn't see bishop d6.
If no bishop d6, he's losing.
He's losing.
He's losing
It's
this
the only
game.
move that saves the position
Yes.
for White.
Yes. Can he be tempted by a move like bishop e5?
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy move. But it's like putting the bishop there, threatening to take the queen now.
That is nuts.
Wow.
The idea is that if knight takes bishop, pawn takes queen, you lose the queen because there's no rook takes rook.
Yeah. And now black can just simply ignore the bishop and move the queen.
And black is winning. And black is winning there, yeah.
If Anish spots bishop e5, he would have definitely spotted bishop takes pawn. I feel bishop e5 is the harder move to spot. We have a result.
Draw.
I think it's a draw between Vincent-Keymer and Erigaisi Arjun. That's impressive, I think, from both players. That was a crazy game though, yeah?
You can say that from this game point of view, Arjun can be happy because he was worse. But from the overall tournament standing, Vincent can be super happy. He will keep his 1 point lead and he's very close to becoming the champion.
And also it's against the top seed of the tournament, one of the most dangerous players on the circuit. So I think Vincent got a better position, but I think he's the more relieved one. He keeps that big lead.
Agreed. So
Guys,
let's jump back.
let's go to
We
it.
have to go back. I mean, this is really the moment of truth. Anish, through process of elimination, can find bishop takes pawn, but it is a difficult one.
Saga, does he find it? You have to answer now, before he plays it.
Yeah, you can't go later.
Yes.
Oh.
It's the only move, guys, and Anish Giri is fighting for his survival. If he doesn't find it, he's losing the game. You can bank on a 27-48 Grandmaster to find this move.
This is the moment he has to. And what Anish has to spot is that knight d4 at the end of the line. That is super important.
You have to trust the line and keep going. Okay, guys, come back to the live position. Let's just wait. Let's hold our breath. Can you hold it for 2 minutes 50 seconds?
He's doing it. He's about to do it. Bishop takes pawn is going to happen.
Oh! What a move by Anish Giri, but I'm pretty sure Vidit has bishop takes f2 ready.
Any chance Vidit missed bishop d6?
I mean, maybe he already saw bishop f2.
Because
right?
he's almost ready with his response. Look at that. I think he's about to make his move.
But maybe Vidit...
And he's reaching out. It's going to be bishop takes pawn. At the end of the line, and there it is. Best move found by Vidit. At the end of the line, Vidit will be up a pawn. Will it be enough or not is the question.
Now you have to take with the queen. That is the
important move. I think Anish finds it straightforward.
And the reason for that is your king will be exposed otherwise to certain pins. You will not be able to win the material back.
Queen takes rook. And now this move saves Anish. The knight fork. Forking the rook and the queen.
I mean, these are friends on the board, but clearly, I mean, the moves have been absolutely ambitious. No friendship there in the moves, actually.
There are no friends over the chessboard.
And queen c4. Maybe if this move is played. But guys, let's assess this position. Queen c4, knight e6, rook e6. Bishop goes back to h2. What are your feelings here?
It's 3 versus 2. White has this big weakness in e4. The big thing is, I don't know if it's enough or not, but every single day of the week is picking black here.
Yeah, definitely black is for choice, but perhaps once again, Anish has managed to pull the brakes to make the position such that he may not lose it.
6th draw of the tournament incoming potentially for Anish.
You know, if games are like this, I'm okay with Anish drawing all his games. You know, like he's playing such fighting chess.
Not all draws are made equal, right? You have those slow, dull draws. You have those opening, right out of the opening draws. This is nothing like it. This is just beautiful. What is the accuracy of these two players in this game?
Good question. It is 93.3 for Anish and 94.3 by Vidit. So Vidit has played the slightly better game, and you can see it in the evaluation as well. So now queen c4, as Saga mentioned, is the best move. You kind of bring the queen back and put pressure on that e4 pawn. I think the bishop on h2 is the problem, right? If the bishop was on this diagonal, White could have some mating ideas, but that's simply lacking.
Right. Okay, guys. So this game, we have to stick with it. Is there...
I just want to point out before you go to another one.
No, we are not going to another.
We'll
stick with it. Yeah.
So I just want to say, I think what Vidit is considering is actually maybe the response queen to b6. And after knight takes rook, I wonder if he wants to capture the bishop. He doesn't. He goes for the best move in the position.
Queen c4. Nice move.
Takes.
And now rook takes is pretty obvious because if you take with the queen, the c7 pawn hangs. So rook takes.
Yeah.
And bishop comes back to h2, and there we have it. You know, at some point we thought, oh, it's impossible to reach this position. But when two world-class players play each other, it's like this unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. And somehow both are equal. Yeah, like amazing. Look at Anish. Yeah, like, okay, I've done my job now. At least I can hold this.
But again, I mean, this is an extra pawn for Vidit. That c pawn is a passer. You know, there's everything to play for in this position.
But Tanya, don't you feel the black king is a bit too weak?
That is the compensation that you have for it.
But what is c5? Like, where?
Yeah, good move. I think it's the best move. It's the most natural move. Or maybe what do you think? I play c6 because then I save my pawn from the bishop and I threaten the e4 pawn.
That's the difference, right? And c5, it's under fire with the white queen.
Yeah.
So you're immediately threatening to take on e4. Also, just good advice here, right? That you want to place your pawns on the opposite color of your opponent's bishop so that it can't be targeted.
But also you want to queen quickly. So I think in general, tough decision, yeah, for Vidit. c6, c5.
That is the core of chess, tough decisions.
Correct. And this position has settled down. into, I think, a 2-result position. Either Vidit wins or it's a draw. I doubt if there will be some huge blunder that he might lose
You
here.
can see Anish's leg shaking there on the left. Yeah, he is nervous, even though he has more time on the clock. 1 minute now for Vidit Gujarati. He needs to take that decision quickly. He might need that time in a crunch moment, right? Do I push the pawn? Do I defend? And if he has 30 seconds, that might just lose him the game.
True, true. Let's push c5. I mean, I'm more for the pawn queening. You know, let's... Did he... okay.
That's again.
Yeah. Okay. 48 seconds. Vidit is thinking a bit too much here. But then again, a lot of things have happened. The position has transformed itself. So a good idea is to take a bit of time. Guys, can we take rook e4 or it's not a good idea? Rook e4, queen e4, bishop c7. No, don't want that. I want my c-pawn, yeah?
More pawns that disappear off the board, you get closer to the draw. This 2 versus 1 will be a lot more holdable than allowing Vidit with the passer. We have a decision. He does go c5, wants to queen quickly.
That's a nice move.
45 seconds for Vidit, 4 minutes, 36 seconds for Anish.
I think at some point, Vidit might even just give up that h pawn with h3, trying to open some lines. That is an idea that Anish will always have to watch out for.
Tanya, I mean, while we are thinking about this as an end game, you're looking at it as a middle game, yeah? Like, it could be that a rook, knight and queen combine for an attack.
They usually say that 3 pieces is the ideal number to give checkmate. And here you have the 3 strongest attackers, 2 majors and a knight.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, as you guys play, I think 2 games, the black side is absolutely cruising. And we can have a 5-second look at both. One is Nihal serene against
let's
Yordan.
go. Let's go.
30 seconds for Nihal as well. And you can see the rook on c8, the pawn on the b file being pushed. And this is looking tough for Nihal serene.
Very tough.
And also second is Pranav against Leang. And look at those pawns moving forward. Yeah, past pawns, this is also kind of lost.
Yeah, here I think Pranav has this one final trick of rook d7 check and hoping to take the c7 pawn and try for something. But it's not enough, guys. It's not enough.
And 1 minute for Pranav as well. So I think we'll have 2 results very, very soon. Karthikeyan option still looks roughly even. So let's jump back to Anish against Vidit. And queen e3, the move chosen by Anish.
It's a day for black pieces today, right?
Yeah.
2 wins there. Here Vidit pushing with black pieces.
30 seconds for Vidit though.
Queen b4 is my move. Push. Queen b4. Oh, but then he goes rook c1. You don't want his rook to come to c1. And that's what Anish wants to do. He wants to play rook c1 and win your c5 pawn.
19 seconds.
Alright, he needs to make a move now.
Not easy.
And he's reaching out. I think he's going to move his queen. So after rook c1, you'll have c4.
Queen
Is
d4.
it trade?
Going into an end game might not be the best idea because queen takes queen, pawn takes, and then king f2, just getting the king closer.
You know, the other thing about this move, and Anish does reach out, he goes for the trade, is that black's pawn has now gone closer to the white king.
Yes.
A c passer would be more difficult to defend and fight against, further towards the flank. So I think Anish is relieved with this trade.
Right, I agree. I think Anish knows that the draw is within like the grasp now. But I don't know what Vidit is feeling here. I think he might be also feeling, I think I missed my chance here, yeah?
I think Anish's hand is now moving on automatic mode. I think king f2, bringing the king to the center, attack that pawn with the rook or the bishop at the right moment. I don't know why Vidit went for this. Maybe the time pressure played a role. When you see 50 seconds on the clock, you kind of are tempted into going for the safer choice.
You actually hedge with queen d4, you're surely not going to lose.
Yeah.
So in a way, Vidit played it a bit safe. But okay, saved now, no way to lose.
It's a very safety first approach, but usually, you know, you take less risks, less rewards as well. So now with it trying to activate his rook on the open line makes a lot of sense. If you go king e2, there's a check coming, g2 is under fire as well.
Yeah. 4 minutes for Anish.
It's still not an easy endgame to defend, you know, because rook c2 is a big idea right now.
I'm trying to think, how do I attack this pawn, I think. Maybe I want at some point play bishop g1, but right now rook d1, because now you don't attack the e4 pawn. What if I just do this?
And that move makes a lot of sense. And then he'll come in with a rook check.
Check, maybe king.
King F3. But then, do we have H3?
Oh,
Hoping to
wow.
set that up.
And if you take, the bishop hangs.
That's tricky.
So you play rook d4 maybe. No, king f3, h3.
And the thing is, the bar doesn't move after this, but as a human, you see the move h3 and you stop your calculation.
Yeah.
You don't want to go further into this line. By the way, rook d1 played, so we'll see.
Anish is so good at neutralizing positions. Yeah, I think he's the best in the business. Once there is a small kind of a thing, advantage that your opponent has, you need to find accurate moves. And Anish does it incredibly well.
I think today's dinner is going to be quite amicable. They're going to order food together, have fun, because this is likely moving towards a draw and they're going to discuss lines over dinner.
But I think Vidit might be a bit upset, no, here, because, he goes rook c2 check. Because I think he had the more chances in this game.
Definitely. I think Anish will be the more relieved one. And now Anish looks like he's ready for his response. In
He's
fact,
shaking his head.
Felt that he was going forward with the king.
No, he's coming back. This is my hand, coming back hand. Tanya, what's your take? Come on.
I need to see it.
Today I think I might be able to get it right.
Yeah, I think it was to g1. He wants to defend the
F1,
bishop.
F1.
Yeah.
No, see king
G1. Okay. King G1.
And now this pawn is hanging, yeah?
He's fighting against h3. He defends his
Yes.
bishop, so there's no h3 anymore.
And what about rook c4 now, trying to defend the pawn? I think that's the only way. Otherwise, you lose the central pawn.
You know, but the problem for Vidit is he wants that knight on e5. That's the beautiful square for it. But now suddenly that bishop on h2 is just stopping the knight from getting active from f4 or e5.
But could we have played like h3 and knight h4 with the idea of knight f3, I was thinking?
Very tricky.
Wow, that's a great one. Great idea. Maybe it could happen.
But okay, he played rook c4 anyways, I think.
Guys, should we now, because this game is heading towards a draw, go to Nihal Sareen versus Yordan Van Forest and have a look at that final moments, because let's just check it out.
So Yordan might be winning his second game in a row after 2 back-to-back losses.
Yeah, and then he moves on to 3 points. Okay, not close to the leader because the leader is at 4.5.
Yeah.
Who would reach at 4? No one, right?
Nobody, I think.
And who would reach 3.5? Also nobody.
Arjun is at 3.5.
Yes,
already.
except Arjun.
And I think if Anish or Vidit win,
Yeah, that's
then-
also a draw.
yeah, so
most
that-
likely.
Yeah, nobody else, I think. Karthikeyan is on 2.5 right now. Leang is on 2.5.
I'm just amazed at this position. Like, black has a rook and bishop and 3 pawns for a queen. That's such a irregular imbalance in the position. Comes in, but queen takes pawn comes in with a check, right?
Yeah.
Does it, defends the rook,
Just
gives
drop.
a check, comes back with the king.
There's something magical about the two bishops working
You know-
in harmony, right? I mean, they just look so pretty together, kind of dominating that queen side, and now king g8. And how do you have to take that pawn at some point, I think.
So it's hard to come up with a move for white here.
Yeah.
Because everything's kind of in its best place. If you move the knight, bishop d5 is coming in.
Yeah.
You can't move the knight anywhere. The rook doesn't move. What's the move here?
No,
for
it's just lost totally. I mean, check bishop f8. It's not possible to fight this anymore. Yeah. Queen e4, rook takes rook. Then your queen is super passive. I think you can even just go rook b5 or rook b8 and threaten bishop a2. It's game over.
Yeah. This looks very strong. I was also thinking bishop g7 and then rook a3, rook a1. So you just defend b2 and get the other piece in.
Right.
Jordan looks pumped here. I think he knows he's getting his second win in a row. And Nihal, of course, has a tipsy-turvy tournament.
Yeah.
Right? He has some couple of great games and couple of horrific blunders. Like, what is he thinking right now?
I mean, for Nihal, this would have been, because yesterday he was happy with himself after drawing against a Wander from a worse position. But I think today, after this loss, he won't be like very pleased with his performance in this tournament. 2 out of 6, not that great. Should we go to the game of a Wander and check if Pranav has any chances, or is a Wander very cleanly winning this?
He has grabbed that pawn, but I think the h pawn is running h2.
H2.
94, blocking the bishop and then H2. So multiple options
So,
for a wonder
so
game.
H2 is met with bishop takes pawn, right?
Yeah, and
But then you have a check.
Check, king if F2.
and now maybe 94 is the winning move.
And king E2.
Knight C5.
And then knight c5.
Oh, and then you go H1 next, and you win the piece, and you're winning A4, and you're winning everything.
Maybe even 94 first, just blocking that bishop, and then it's very difficult to stop these pawns.
But knight E4, I'm a bit worried, Sailbhai, with C takes B6. Oh, but H2 rook G1 is just
that's
mate.
over.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, because bishop E4 runs into H1 queen.
Okay, so maybe I wonder will be able to win this with a little bit of care here. And then the other game that's just left is Karthikeyan versus Robson. This game, I have a feeling, will end in a draw. Although Robson is a pawn up, this opposite colored bishop positions should not allow, I think, black to try for much.
Especially with all the pawns on one flank, 3 versus 2, and white already has the perfect setup, right? You've already built a fortress by putting all your pieces on the light squares if you're white. You just keep shuffling with the bishop and no improvement.
Yep, it's 3-move territory. By the way, Nihal has resigned. I think Yordan has won his game. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, rook b8 as you mentioned, and now regardless of bishop a2 or the rook coming here, and Nihal suddenly suffers another loss, 2 out of 6. I don't think he'll be happy with that score at all.
Not at all, but Yordan will be feeling really positive here. He's moved to 50% and his tournament has improved greatly with the last 2 wins.
I'm telling you, it was watching the Vishy video at the start.
Oh,
for
yes.
lunch. That was the prep.
Hopefully we can ask him, yeah, if he comes today.
Which video was it? We need to watch it as well.
Yes.
Sagar, you're going to have a match against Levy soon, so you know what your prep has to
How's
be.
your preparation going on?
Yes, this is my preparation, guys. Please help me. Help me to prepare.
By the way, that d4 pawn has vanished in the Anish versus Vidit game. So I think this might be moving towards a draw. But the e4 pawn has also vanished. But the pawns on the same
Can I
side.
make a prediction?
Rook and knight versus rook is the prediction Sagar Shah is about to make.
No, I'm going to predict that they are going to play for another 1 hour here.
Really?
Yes, and then it will be a draw, but they'll play on and on. I don't think that they'll agree to a draw. I mean, Vidit will just keep playing. What do you think?
So I think as long as, very possible, if the bishop and the knights get traded, then I think they'll agree for a draw. But as long as the minor
Oh,
pieces are there,
actually.
one more pawn comes off the board.
Maybe my prediction's going wrong, guys.
I don't
Maybe
think
they
so.
both are hungry and are like, okay, now time for dinner.
But yeah, I mean, once the pawns are traded off, even if you just give up the bishop for the pawn, even that's a comfortable draw. Although Vidit did lose an endgame against Magnus, like a rook knight against rook.
Freestyle chess.
Yeah, but this is not that case. He has enough time on the clock.
No, you have 30-second increment.
Yeah, there is no stress.
But I don't think this is so simple because that f pawn, he wants to get that up the board. He's created a passer. He's going to start slowly improving the king. Vidit will play this on. He won't allow white to give the bishop for the pawn.
But I think, Tanya, it's very tough, no, to make progress here.
This is a draw. I mean, technically it's a draw, but
Yeah.
but we've got people here saying yes, draw is incoming in this. But I think I agree with you that black fights on. I mean, this is the position you have to play on, right? You're playing against a world-class player like Anish. You know, it's a 2-result game. Enjoy it. Make him suffer a little bit.
True. I mean, of course, you shouldn't agree to a draw just yet. Go on. But maybe 1 hour is a
What
bit
if you
too
were
much.
playing against Amrita this position? Would you play on or would you play
Yeah,
on?
100%. I would play on. I have played on such positions, and Amrita often blunders in such positions. But I don't think Anish would.
Actually, first time I met Sagabai was when he was playing Amrita in a real over-the-board tournament. That
Which
was
one?
Darren or Leiden.
Leiden. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Leiden. Oh,
Leiden,
yes.
And I think you did beat Amrita.
Yeah. Then I wrote a post also that it feels bad, but you have to do it. Something like that. Okay, but guys, I think this is one philosophical take which I have, which is like when you go to the chessboard, you just forget everything else. Your friendships, your relationships. You then need to be true to the board. You just need to fight. And then when the game ends, you have a handshake. Then you forget the chessboard. Then the relationships are back.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think we see that across players, right? Regardless of what happens, they'll sit down, they'll analyze, they'll suddenly become going back to their equation again. But yeah, it's never pleasant to play against somebody you know really well. So I'm really impressed that you can find it in yourself, Sagar, to fight it out till the end.
Yeah,
And-
that has been very
And go
tough.
like Amrita blunder to karegi.
Because the thing is, not just that, sometimes when your friend or someone whom you care for loses, it actually spoils their entire tournament after that. And then you feel sometimes guilty that you were the reason for that to happen. That's life, yeah. What to do?
You know, I have a feeling like if tables turn around and Amrita is the one, I need to stop with this conversation at some point. But I was just saying, if she's the one with the extra pawn, I wonder how much she'd play on.
She might agree to a draw, I think.
Yeah.
I think Amrita knows what to do next game when she's a pawn up. She's gonna
Like,
push
ab dekho tum.
king, she'll keep playing. So that will be very interesting. But meanwhile, I think these two guys will fight on for a while. Maybe we can catch the final moments of Leang against Pranav, because that game might end soon. Both sides are about to queen.
Ooh.
I think the black queen
Yeah.
might just end the game.
Usually, this is what happens when both sides are queening. The one that's able to give the first check wins the game in such a position. Queen and rook versus queen and rook. You get the first check in, you're going to get your checkmate in as well.
Yeah, so this one going in Awanda's favor. Has Awanda lost only the first game with Arjun? Since then, he has had draw with Karthikeyan, win with Yordan, draw with Robson, draw with Nihal, and now win with Pranav.
And even the Nihal game, he could have pushed. I think his play has been fantastic.
Yeah.
And the belief maybe is now coming into place. And the queen has arrived on the board. And I think we'll see resignation from Pranav soon, even though optically the material might be close to even.
Sahil bhai, can we get Awanda here?
Oh.
And I will get up. I want Awanda and I want Tanya to say her puns. What a wonderful game. Will you do that,
I
Tanya?
feel like he's had a lot of that. and-
No, we never did that to him.
All right, I'll try. Oh, we do have a resignation. What a game. What a conversion by Awanda right now. You know, starting, getting that upper hand, going on to sacrifice the exchange and finally giving this deadly check. And he wins the game.
You know,
Yes.
I was writing a message, can we have a wonder? And I have a new
Autocorrect.
phone because my old stopped working and it auto-corrected it to wonderful.
Oh,
I mean, it's,
yes. We just need him here today.
yeah, we need him for sure.
Awanda Liang won today. Okay, wonderful. Okay, can we go now to the game of Anish and Vidit? That's the only one going. Oh, there's also Karthi versus Ray Robson.
I think this one again, White has found that fortress, as Tanya mentioned. I think you can just play along, keep the rook
Yeah.
on the second rank.
Tough.
It's very tough for Black
Tough
to
to
make
win.
progress.
And the moments the rooks trade off, that's already a draw. And he's trying to give a check on g1, trying to destabilize. But the king will just hide on the h file. King or h2, just don't put it on h3. But rook g3, is it that stable of a fortress? Because Magnus Carlsen does not believe in fortresses. Vishy Anand does. We are in Chennai. So is it a fortress or not?
Yeah, I think this is a great position to think about as to what Ray Robson is feeling. Sorry, guys. But I guess you're right. Rook g1, king h2, rook g3 is a very good try.
It's a threat. And
It's a
once,
try.
but I think the point is that the bishop can then move away.
Yeah.
And what's next? Oh,
Let's say rook
g4 is
but-
hanging,
but-
right? So
yeah,
bishop
bd1 perhaps.
d1.
Yeah. No, bd1. And now bishop g1 check, king h1, bishop d4, and then rook h3 and h4 is hanging. So yeah, this could get a bit nasty. Yeah.
Okay, he sidesteps with king h2 already.
So you know what his idea was, that after rook g1, I think he had rook e2 here. Or maybe some
Oh,
check.
nice. That's a great point because rook g3, rook e3.
Oh, tricky.
Ooh, epic.
But 18 seconds for Robson, yeah? I think we mentioned fortresses, but when you have seconds on your clock, no position is a fortress sometimes. And I think he has already played rook to f1 again at destabilizing this, formation that White has.
Very precise, because now if king g2, you go back to your initial plan. But instead the bishop drops back to g2, attacking the rook.
Maybe rook has to move again. Maybe bishop g1 check as well is an option.
By the way, guys, this position definitely has more chances for black to win than the Vidit Anish one, right?
It is.
No
Rook
way.
Knight versus Rook. Let's go.
Oh my
I've never
god.
seen someone so excited for Rook Knight versus Rook. I love
But
it.
why did Anish give up his bishop? Oh, he just went voluntarily. Anish is like, I've studied this when I was a little kid. It's a draw. I'll now show it how to do it.
But this is perfect because Anish is just, that's a power statement. He believes in his hold in this. And I will say that Rook Knight versus Rook is easier to hold than Rook Bishop versus Rook.
Yes, for sure.
So here, as long as Anish doesn't walk into a one-move mate or a one-move fork, he's fine.
Yes. What's happening, Sahil, with the
I
chessboard?
think it's just kind of glitching in some way. We can see a lot of quite dubious marks there for some reason. But yeah, I think the position is a comfortable draw still, and they have enough time.
Have you ever played Rook Knight versus Rook?
I played Rook Bishop versus Rook from both colors.
I've played, and I have managed to defend easily, so I'm sure these guys will comfortably.
You know, I had one national championship where I had Rook Knight, opponent had Rook, and if I won, I would become the champion of that tournament. And I was so excited because I was like, okay, now there's some chance. It was no chance. It was so easy to hold it. There was this.
I mean, if you're playing with the side with an extra piece, your first aim has to be to corner White's king here. You have to first try to do that and then set up a mating idea. But it's very difficult to achieve that. And let's remind everyone, 50 move rule.
Yeah, move number 56 was the move when Anish gave up that bishop for the pawn, the last capture, and now you're already 10 moves in. So, 40
By the
moves
way,
to go.
Sahil bhai, we have a, I think, stat here by Sahaj, and I think you guys also mentioned it, that Vidit did lose to Magnus in Rook Knight versus Rook. There's also this famous game of Judith Polgar losing to Garry Kasparov in this. So it's not an unthinkable thing to lose this. It's just very difficult.
You know what happens in these positions is like your opponent keeps playing, the one who has that extra knight, till you're down on the clock on seconds. And then the paths to draw will be so narrow at some point, and you will need to be so precise that that's when the mistake happens. And that's where Vidit went wrong against Magnus. He held it beautifully till a certain point, but then out of 2 moves, he had to find one right one. And he had seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
And he made the wrong decision.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And you know what? I was ready for both results here because I had my cap ready.
Oh,
But
what is this cap?
I had from some content piece, but this was the cap.
Oh, but on the cap it says, oh, nice one. I was like, on the front side it says Vidit greater than Anish.
And on the back
But then
side
on the
it's
back
opposite.
side it's...
But there is no draw option,
Yeah, there needs to be an
unfortunately.
equal sign. That's
Equal sign is
what's
missing,
missing.
yeah.
Nice one, yeah. Sahil, can we get this cap?
I have one more if you want it.
Yeah, I would love to wear it. But then which side to wear?
I think
Oh,
we need to draw. We need to draw an equal sign.
That depends on the situation, right? Depending on who's winning. You're very flexible. But meanwhile, I think the game goes on.
Should we check challengers? What's going on there?
Yes, but just 1 second. I think Leang has won his game.
Yes.
Queen G2 check.
No, but we wanted a wonder here.
Yeah.
Will he come?
They're trying their best. Hopefully he will.
Oh, who?
Amazing.
He won.
Yeah, he won.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's go to the challengers. We have a big result in the challengers.
Queen D1 check coming in after this.
Pranesh beats Abhimanyu Puranik. He was the leader of the tournament. So just like how Vincent was leading by 1 point, Abhimanyu was leading in the challengers by 1 point. And with this win, Pranesh has now joined Abhimanyu. But there are more players.
But this has been a turnaround. When we checked in with Abhimanyu's game, he was dominating this position pretty much, this game right out of the opening. And it just felt like White's the only one playing. Black had no coordination, in big trouble. So it's incredible to see that Pranesh winning this in the end.
And 3 leaders in the challengers with
Wow.
4.5 points. So this is a
Whom
tough
did
fight.
Leon beat?
Yeah, let's have a look. So Leon, by the way, Adipan defeating Diptyan in this game. So he strikes. Wow, nice position in the final. And Leon defeats Aryan Chopra.
Wow, that's a big result there as well. So very intense fighting round. We also have Vaishali Harika. Is it still going on?
Yes, it's still going on. And okay, this is one of those endgames which is maybe even more drawn than the rook knight versus rook, yeah?
Yeah.
But this is very interesting, this endgame, because I just want to point out for Harika, the winning idea at some point is to go a5. But the problem with that is that the b pawn is on b5 and not one step ahead. The moment that happens, you start checking. The black king moves forward, and as long as there is this enough squares between the king and the rook, you can never make progress because the black king comes forward, you win the b5 pawn. So you're forced to go back.
Very nice.
Which
Tanya, have you just revised your rook endgames recently? This is so perfect. The entire explanation.
So there's actually no way for black to make improvement here because you can't get a5 with that pawn on b5.
Absolutely. And by the way, on this screen, we have 3 members of the gold medal winning Olympiad team in Budapest, Sahil bhai.
Yeah, that is crazy actually. I mean, India has done so much, and all thanks to these players, right? Tanya, Harika, Vaishali, and even in the open section. I mean, India is growing at an unprecedented rate.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really amazing. Tanya, what's your take on both these players? Like, when they are facing each other, do you think they are very competitive, or do they say oh, we are part of one team, let's take it easy?
We spoke about this, right? No friendships over the chessboard. And this is not only a clash of generations, it's a clash of styles as well. Harika has always been an incredibly solid positional approach player, while Vaishali is always looking for those attack and those aggressive possibilities. I think, again, there's a lot of respect. Vaishali, for Vaishali, it's Harika.
Yeah, that's elder sister.
Yes, but I think over the board, each of these players, they want to assert their domination. And that's what's also really interesting about the younger generation, that I think they respect the opponents, but over the board, they don't let that get that thought in their head.
True.
So they play for a win. By the way, we're going to see this line being played out. Now, Vaishali will start checking the black king. If Harika gets b4,
no, that's winning.
It's winning. Because then your rook doesn't have enough squares.
Yeah, the king is cut off, and that's why rook a1 is the only move played. Harika puts the king back, and now rook b1, the only move to stop that pawn from moving forward. Critical moment, but of course, Vaishali will find it.
Yeah. Vaishali, I think, learned this as a youngster, and now she plays it. Rook b1. And we have one more game going on, guys, here. Harshvardhan versus Inian.
Do we have a second to just show that? Because I think that's so instructive.
Yeah.
That had Vaishali not given a check on a1, let's just go back to that moment. Right here, let's make a king move, king e4. And the difference here is that after b4, and you see the bar go down. Now if you go rook b1, stopping b3, rook b1, king a4, rook a1, king b3. And now you see you don't have enough squares. King c3, rook c1, and king b2 comes in.
Yeah.
So well
and
pointed.
the pawn is moving forward, and we'll have the loosen up position soon, yeah?
Yes. By the way,
Good
guys,
memories there.
if this same position is shifted one file to the right, not this one, the initial, right? Yeah, here, king b6. If this was king c6, right now, if you go back, king b6. No, this one, king takes pawn. And this was c pawn, and the rook was, then it's winning actually, this endgame. Because then there is space on the other side for the king to go, after check, king b4, let's go check, rook a1, king b4, rook b1, king a4, rook a1, and now if the pawn was on the c file, there would have been a z file for the king to go, this side, like the a file. But now there's no space on the board. So
this is the new version of chess we need now. We'd love to have Z files, and that'd be amazing, yeah?
Yeah. So unfortunately, the board often is the limiting factor here. And now Harika is doing this well.
But Sagar, even in those endgames, because what you say is so interesting, if the pawn is on the c file, you need more cutoff files between the black rook and the white king.
Two files.
Yeah, but in this case, it would just be one.
No, but there are two, here.
Rook on d6, how?
No, I would also shift the rook and king also.
You want to shift everything.
Everything,
right,
yes.
Right. Yeah, then it would work. But this one is going to end in a draw. And Vaishali knows this at the back of her hand. She puts the rook on the right square.
Talk about theoretical endgames. I think this one is another one. The king in the corner, a queen endgame. You have to love these ones, yeah? It's always a draw, but it's never a draw.
No,
I love what you just said. I think that sums it up really well.
Yeah.
From a human perspective, to save these games is just so incredibly difficult.
Yeah, well said, Sahil. I think this is what is going to happen. I believe that Indian will take this point. If Harshvardhan draws this, it'll be huge. It's not at all easy.
Yeah, super tough. And meanwhile, we can jump to the Masters maybe now and check what's happening there. So we have 2 games remaining. One is Anish against Vidit. They are still fighting in that Rook Knight versus Rook endgame. Don't think we've had any progress so far. Check again. And you're already like 25 moves in almost.
21 moves in, so still a lot of moves left to be played. And what Vidit's trying to aim for is to corner Anish's king, get that on the first rank. But he's not allowing it.
How many moves? 50, right?
Yes, so we're on 22, so another 28 moves to go.
Yeah.
So
56 was the last capture.
So if you reach 106 without anything happening, then it'll be a draw. But if the players don't claim, then the arbiter can come in at 75 moves and say it's a draw.
You know, the first time I had this, I reached 49 moves and I was like, let me show off by, capturing the knight with my rook because it will be 50 moves. But then it dawned upon me that then I would have played a capture. And
Did you do it?
No, I didn't do it.
Come on, you could have done it for content.
No.
At that time, you were not a content creator.
So luckily, I didn't capture it. Otherwise, it would have been a horrific realization.
Nice.
But Vidit's trying. He's trying to reset his pieces, but no progress.
Yeah, I think comfortable draw there. Even though the king, even if you get it in the corner, even then it's still a draw. And so far, I think it will take at least 10 more moves to get the king in the corner. That means you're already up down to 35 or so moves.
The fact that Anish did not wait to be forced to give up the bishop and just went for it on his own as a bishop h4, bishop into pawn. It just shows that he knows this endgame. He knows exactly how to hold this. He'll do it not for 50, for 100 moves if needed.
I agree.
And also, he didn't want Vidit to torture him, for 100 moves. Maybe 50 moves is enough, Vidit.
That's actually hard because you reach 49 moves, you push a pawn once.
Exactly, yeah.
True. Okay, king comes back to c2. Vidit is trying to push the white king to the corner. That's the only way you can win here, if you push the king away. And naturally, Vidit has to try. Like in such positions, agreeing to a draw doesn't make any sense. So you play it out till 50th move. But I'll be super surprised if there's any decisive result here. Going to Karthikeyan versus Ray Robson. We have some progress here.
I think bishop g2, rook e1, white still...
No, I think h-pawn was also there, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, here.
d5 was played. And now check, rook comes back for the defense. And so far, no clear, change in the formation. The king is still on h3. Although white has 15 seconds.
Oh, rook e5. Okay, attacking the bishop and the pawn. And now, is he going to lose that pawn or is there some tricky way?
There is this move, rook check.
Yeah.
And king h2.
Yeah.
And then some bishop f2 something. But
okay, rook takes pawn.
Rook takes pawn, check.
King h3.
King h3. It looks optically dangerous.
Almost a mate.
Yeah, there is nothing though. It just looks, a bit scary.
Can we do bishop e3 by the way, instead of rook d3 check? If we can go like rook e5, bishop e3. And if you take on g5, I was wondering if, f3, because I attack, but then
Bishop
my
takes
rook
pawn.
is attacked.
Yeah. That will also be a draw. We have moves, check, king h2 on the board.
Guys, this is going to be a draw as well. So great
But I think
defense.
he's setting your idea up because now bishop e3 is possible. And you're saying after rook takes pawn, you want to go f3.
But then, Tanya, then we might get rook bishop versus...
Imagine a rook knight versus rook on one hand and a rook bishop versus rook in the other one, a commentator's dream.
Wow. And I think we have a real lesson in how difficult bishop rook versus rook is as compared to rook knight versus rook. If that happens...
Oh, it's happening. It's happening forcibly, actually. Oh my God. F3 is coming in. And Tanya just realized that what she was just speaking with a lot of fun has actually happened.
Be careful what you wish for. So f3, and now we're heading into this. And the thing is, there's a pawn alive, right? So this is going to go on for even longer than Vidit's.
No, he'll get that pawn.
But it will then reset the 50 moves.
Yes.
So
And this one, I think rare option will try till the bitter end, because rook bishop versus rook often results in a win.
So what's your prediction, Sagar, by now for this
I
game?
think Karthikeyan will hold, because Karthikeyan is very good at such stuff. He's very good at solving, and I don't think he'll get outplayed.
I've seen like so many people blunder this, especially in rapid and blitz. Maybe classical is a bit easier. Tanya, what's your prediction?
no, I agree with you. Rook bishop versus rook is not an easy hold at all.
Yeah.
And even grandmasters, super grandmasters have lost these positions. So in fact, they say that rook bishop versus rook has far more chances to win than what we're seeing on the Vidit board. So I think we're going to see this being played out. And the idea here is, once again, you want to corner white's king, you want to bring it to the last rank or the corner of the board, and then white will have to be very precise with a defensive move.
So would you give the pawn away like Anish did here, or would you just hold on to it for a while?
I think, that's also, I don't know what to do, but I think the pawn will go eventually. You can't hold it on forever, but just give it up is fine. And then, but you know what? Karthikeyan has to be super confident that he can hold this. I think this one is a much more serious endgame than the Vidit Anish one.
You know, I was here a few months ago for the Chola chess camp with Ramesh, and Karthikeyan was also there, and in fact we were studying rook bishop versus rook, how to hold, how to try to play for a win. So I think that is something that they've worked a lot on.
Nice.
And the simplest explanation is, look at the clock timings on Anish and Vidit now. It's 11 minutes for Anish. They've played so quickly.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe they had like 30 seconds at the clock at some point.
Oh, by the way, they have reached 85th move, so we are now 23 moves away, right? 108 is the
106.
106. So 21 moves away.
And usually what a player would do is, on that last capture on their score sheet, they'll make a mark.
Yes.
So it's move 56. We see them doing the notation. So for Anish, he would have something there pointing out 56
Correct.
was the move number, the counter.
I saw in some cases where it was checkmate in a rook bishop versus rook endgame, but people claimed a draw on the 50th move, right? It was mate in one. I think happened to Hikaru maybe at one point. Oh, so what do you want to watch? Rook knight versus rook, or rook bishop versus rook?
Also, what does this mean for our tournament standings? I mean, this is going to end in a draw. Let's say Anish holds this, which I think he will, without too much of a sweat.
Yeah.
So Vincent, with that draw, still keeps a full point lead.
Yes. And who are the remaining opponents of Vincent? Can we have a look at that? Because
I think he is going to play, if we quickly check out Vincent-Keymer.
yes,
He's going to play, according to Leang, Yordan and Robson.
Wow.
So he has already played.
So he has all the non-2700 GM opponents left, and he has a 1 point lead. He has a performance of 2892. That's insane. What about then Arjun? Because he and Awonder are the only 2 on 3.5. Arjun, if he wins 3 games in a row, he might have an outside chance, but his pairing is much tougher.
It is Anish, Vidit and Karthikeyan. So 2 Indians and 1 Indian as well. I think it's much tougher. And of course, for him to win, I think somebody has to beat Vincent. That's not going to be easy.
Especially the form that Keymer is in, right? Even today, he was the one pushing throughout the game.
Yes.
He got that upper hand out of the opening, had a strong play in the middle game, never on the back foot this entire event.
True. And today, maybe for a bit, it felt like he might be in trouble, like for a few minutes, but then he came out of it very quickly. So, Vincent-Keymer in great form. I think the Indian food is really suiting him. We should ask him. I think it would be nice to get him at some point here to our studio when he plays his next game. But today, I wonder Leang left.
Yeah, but he plays Vincent
Who? A wonder.
Leang. And he's 1 point behind. So if he wins against, Vincent and he has the white pieces, that could open up the entire event again.
Yeah, for sure. But, a wonder might go to this game. It's interesting with what mindset he'll go. And Vincent looks like a tough opponent to beat. But then again, as you rightly pointed out, a wonder wins.
And he's going to be white, right?
Yeah.
Wonder will be white. So he is going to go all out in that game.
Oh, but by the way, guys, did a wonder cross 2700?
Nice.
That's a big news, right? A wonder Leang was on 2696.4 and he beat Pranav V, who's 2595. And so a wonder reaches 2700 exactly. Wow. Super. That's such a big day for him.
It really is, right? Because it's a milestone in
Yeah.
any player's career to cross over these rating barriers, because sometimes you just plateau for a long time. Getting over that 2500 mark, then getting over this 26, and then finally in this, what we call the Super GM Elite Club, being over 2700.
Yes. And I think for US chess also, it's a big moment because I don't know, for India, we have had till date, if I'm not mistaken, 10 players who have crossed 2700 in live ratings.
Do you think that there should be a different sort of a title for grandmasters who are over 2700?
I think Super GMs is a good title, no?
So you need to make it official then, a Super GM.
I mean, what is the loss if they do this?
Yeah, because I
mean-
do feel that it almost feels like there is a big difference of strength between, let's say, a 2500 grandmaster, even though it takes the same amount of work to get there, with a 2700 player.
Yes, for sure. So I think 2700, if you cross on published ratings, could become Super G. Could be a Super G.
Live ratings, yeah. Imagine somebody crosses 2700 and then they will just quit the event to get that title.
Yeah, but we have had Nihal cross 2700 couple of times on live ratings, but never in published until now. So that happens often that you do cross on live ratings. Also for a wonder, right now he's 2700. If he doesn't do well in the next 3 rounds, his rating won't be published above it.
By the way, it's move number 74, the countdown move. So 50 moves from here, Karthikeyan has to defend, and already you can see this is much more difficult. Yeah, the king is already on the 2nd rank, and there'll be some. Do you think Robson will get a chance to win this?
Let's see. I'm very excited now because I think it's a long day ahead of us. Tanya, Sahil, I guess you guys are ready for this. No?
I think this is going to be a lot of fun to watch. Meanwhile, on the Anish board, he's holding it without a sweat. Just want to point out, move 95, another 11 moves to go in this one. And look at that hesitation from Vidit. He first puts it on A6, then places it on B6. And look at the way Anish's king from one side has marched across to the other side and still far away from being cornered.
Yeah, it's very difficult to kind of avoid all these checks. The rook in the square is perfectly placed. I can check from this side, I can check from this side. Your knight cannot blockade both sides, and it's just so difficult. 13 minutes for Anish now, on the clock.
Let's stay with this one. It'll end in in couple of minutes, and then we'll get to see their analysis maybe, because they'll start talking to each other.
I think they're going to smile. Both of them are going to smile. As soon as the handshakes come in, we'll see them breaking into a...
You think so?
Yeah,
Do you
Well,
think it's a possibility that they don't talk to each other and then just Vidit is I was winning, and he would just leave?
No chance.
No
They will
chance.
smile, they will chuckle a little bit. Maybe Anish will smile.
Vidit will tell him, I think I was better here. He'll lean forward onto the board, show some lines with his hands, and he should be like, but I always knew I'd hold this.
Anish will you almost had me, brother. You almost had me, but not really.
Yeah. But a great game. I would say this was the game of the day. No? It was so exciting. At some point, we all felt there would be a decisive result.
I mean, I think we still have... I don't want to miss the last moment, but I think that whole sequence of moves that happened, starting from bishop to c5, and, Anish finding that beautiful resource, Vidit playing the best line possible, it was very intense
This was the moment, and of course, not rook c7, that would have lost the game. Rook b5, queen f5 was the move,
Oh, this is beautiful.
Wow.
This move belongs in like a t-shirt.
Yeah.
You know, you need a photo of this.
But if you think about it, this move was so beautiful, but it was the move that let Anish off the hook, right? Because Vidit did have a big advantage at that point.
So what you're saying is you shouldn't fall for beauty. You need to go deeper.
Sometimes, beauty kind of attracts you there, and then you have to be like, okay, I need to go deeper. But sometimes when you see such a beautiful move, how do you resist?
you resist
you
the
just make the move.
Yeah.
It happens to me often at the dinner table. The ice creams look so beautiful. I just go and grab couple of cones.
By the
Maybe
way,
I should resist it tonight.
I think today these guys will have ice cream together for sure, and only 7 more moves to go. Both players know it's almost over. Maybe if the king was here, you might get a chance, but it's still on the second rank. 13 minutes, 8 minutes. We're gonna see handshakes in about just a minute.
100 moves done. Ooh, king c7.
Century on the board.
Longest game of the tournament.
Of the tournament.
But it will be broken, Tanya, immediately with the other game.
Yes, on the same day. In a couple of minutes.
What have you brought with you, Tanya? Until
Such
now,
exciting
always like 7:15, we would be like done. Now that you are here till 8 p.m., we are
We
all.
get more chess. But also very exciting games today, I want to
agree.
point out. And the defensive idea that Anish has shown, keep the king and the rook as far away from each other as possible, sort of on the same line, but on either ends of the board. That is the way you make sure you don't walk into any checks.
True.
When you're fighting against the knight, keep your pieces as far from each other as possible.
Yeah, the knight is a tricky piece. You don't want to blunder a fork here. And now only 6 more moves to go. Anish thinking, okay, where do I put the rook? That just seals the draw for me. He has his hand on the rook here, almost. He even had a case where he accidentally touched the rook, I think, in some game earlier. And now rook to h1, far away from any knight.
And it's usually the other story when you're fighting against the bishop. One of the key defensive resources when you're fighting against rook, bishop versus rook is to keep your rook close to your king.
Yeah,
And against the knight, general rule of thumb, keep it as far as possible.
true. With it, realizing, I think he wouldn't have expected Anish to make a mistake as well. So he would be relatively happy as well. Check.
But to bring the king forward, you don't want to place it on the last rank.
King c6 played. Another check. 4 more moves to go.
Do you
6
think?
draws for Anish.
Yeah.
I get it, exciting games and fighting chess, but that's got to be frustrating, right?
Also, Anish, I think, takes this tournament very clearly as a preparation for the World Cup because it's going to happen in India, and for him, just coming here, playing this. So I believe he's not very thrilled with this result, but at the same time, he can say to himself that, hey, look, it's good prep for the World Cup. I'm not losing any games. Looks good.
Keeping it solid. I mean, 2016 candidates, right? 14 draws.
Yes.
Still far away from
I was
that.
there in the same venue in Moscow, and I'm here as well. So yeah, I think I'm witnessing these drawing streaks up close.
And there it is, the final move of the game, I think. 106.
What do you think? Is Anish going to call for the arbiter, or will he just say, I'm so confident about this hold, I can play another 50 moves?
Nah, you don't want to risk
No,
it.
he's making his moves with so much care. He's like, he's keeping the rook touched for like 5 seconds.
And now they can claim the draw, I think.
Okay, now
Now Anish can, if he wants, call for the arbiter and the draw will be granted. But he's not doing it.
Is he going to kind of walk into a checkmate and then
now
run
he's
away?
seeing the score sheet. No, draw. He's saying do with it with
Oh, look
50
at this, he
moves.
offers a rook trade. He says, why call the arbiter? Let's just play this out.
Nice. And that is a draw between Anish and Vidit, 2 very close friends. No smiles though, but I'm sure now we see it.
See, and now with it, smiles, Anish smiles. They'll discuss a little bit.
Friends are back. Friends mode is on. The opponent mode is off now.
Yeah.
So
And as
nice.
Rakesh mentioned, they have never had a result in their classical game. So that record moves on for some other game for now.
Yeah.
And we see them analyze.
But they've always had exciting games,
Yeah.
fighting chess, but somehow they always seem to find peace at the end.
Right. I think in their heart they don't want to beat each other. Yeah, they're like, oh, it's okay. But I think a good event for Vidit here. I mean, the tournament is shaping up quite well for him. 3 out of 6 out after that loss in round number 2 that he had. He lost his game to who was his opponent in round 2?
Robson.
Yeah, Ray Robson, where he was winning, and it felt like, oh, his tournament could go downwards. But then he immediately steadied his ship by beating Nihal Sareen, and since then he has had 3 draws.
And you know, all the players have been coming in to sign autographs. So
Yeah.
anybody who comes in gets a chance to take a selfie with their favorite stars, get an autograph. It's amazing. So yeah, as we move to the next game, that is the Rook Bishop versus Rook. And it's only been, what, around 10 moves or so far?
Only.
I think so, yeah.
Only 10 moves.
Yeah, 13 moves so far.
Okay.
Wow.
Interesting. And already the king is on the last rank.
It is. And to that point, you also have, you're coming down on the clock as well. So a bit of a defensive task ahead of Karthikeyan.
Actually, Karthikeyan is going for this second rank defense, right? When you put your rook on the second rank, then this is known as the second rank defense.
But it's tricky. I mean, for example, right now, black can slide the bishop over, attack the rook.
Yeah.
You need to find a good square because there are ideas of the king coming forward already. Rook g1 checkmate.
But Tanya, look at this. Rook a2. It's a mate. You lose the rook.
G1, rook g2.
Right. So then you have to actually play your rook on the other side, rook h2.
But the king f1, rook g.
No.
Let's show that idea.
Bishop e3,
I know
rook
what you
h2.
King
and,
f3.
And now if king f3, it's a draw
Yeah.
with rook f2. So pretty with a stalemate if you take the rook. But king d3 was winning.
Wins on the spot because rook g1 is a big threat.
But this is difficult because, right now the king is here. At some
And
point...
you know what the beauty about that position is? I think you don't have moves. For example, at the end of that line, if you go rook to h1, king d3, rook h1, I thought black can just go back with the rook and you wouldn't have a move.
Yeah, you don't actually.
King e1,
But why not play king d2, Tanya? Then it's done, right?
then check,
Check.
Check, king d1.
Oh, nice. Oh, then it's done. Yeah.
rook h1.
Rook h1 and now awaiting.
Now waiting.
Because you've blocked the king and
Oh,
you
it's a zugzwang. Yeah, it's very rare.
Very nice.
Very cool.
So dangers everywhere.
And black will just kind of 90-degree rotate the position at some point, and that's the difficult part. You find the formation here, and suddenly some point the king is on g4, and the king. So it's very difficult to kind of align your vision in that way. You always have to restructure that fortress somewhere.
But impressive that Karthikeyan is keeping control on the clock.
Correct.
That he's not letting, because if you come down to your seconds, that's when mistakes in this happen. And actually mistakes in this just basically means game over.
And of course, both these players would have studied this endgame. As you mentioned, even recently, you constantly keep checking these theoretical endgames on how to push, how to defend. 3.5 minutes. Robson has 30 seconds, but he can quickly gain time. So no stress for Robson there.
Are you going to be covering the Grand Chess Tour tonight, Sagar?
Yes, I hope so. I'm very excited for the games to see them.
Yes.
But I don't know, this might go on for until 8, I guess.
I mean, I have to say, some of the yesterday, what Gukesh did after losing that first game to Levon, the way he won against Oparin, the way he won the next game as well. I mean, that queen takes pawn, but it wasn't just about that, right? How he set everything
No,
up.
he just played beautifully. Actually, I'm very excited for today as well.
It was one of the most beautiful games that you've seen. Sometimes as a commentator, you feel like you've seen everything in chess, then you see what happened yesterday and you realize you really haven't.
Right, and that too happening in rapid format over there. I mean, Gukesh is in good form. So we definitely are excited to watch that one. But is there something happening in the challenges?
Yeah, I was just going to check that quickly because we have that queen endgame still on. So two very, very difficult endgames, technically a draw. I'm wondering how many moves have been played. By the way, there was I think maybe a moment where there was a slight mistake, but regardless, this was the position, I think b2. Yeah, this was the moment. I think move number 72. Pawn was pushed to b2. We are at 97 right now.
But that is, I don't think it matters the reset. It's basically white just keeps checking the black king now.
Yeah.
If you stop, black is queening. The problem is that the setup that black has, the black queen can never block a check. And he's calculated. I think even Harshvardhan, he knows this, that he can't run from the checks. He can't hide from the checks anymore.
Yep. And now King D3, maybe trying to move it around, maybe confuse his opponent somehow. King D1.
Actually, there's still some hope, right? Like if you go check, I go King D2 now. You go Queen G5 check, I believe. Because if you give Queen G2, then I go King C1. And then I can block with my queen next. So Queen G5 check might be most accurate, perhaps.
That's a very good point. So you still need to find that. He gives a check from
D2 and now King C1.
King C1 maybe.
Yeah, he played it. And now Queen E1. There's Queen D1.
And then you go Queen C3.
And King B1 and the check at least stop, right?
True.
I think we're going to see that. And then you have to find a good move for white in that position.
Correct.
It's not going to be obvious.
I like how Harshvardhan has...
Can we go back to the other game?
What?
Because there's a beautiful stalemate that is being set up right now.
Nice.
Let's backtrack.
Yeah, this was the position. Rook G4, Rook F3, Rook G1 and Rook E3 check.
That's a unique stalemate. I haven't seen this pattern before in Rook Bishop versus Rook.
And you can't take it because the king has no squares. So now the king has to go back. And that's a lot of breathing space for the white king now.
And the reason that you say that this is a unique pattern is because these stalemating ideas usually happen when the white king is on the first rank.
Yes.
But here on the second rank, being cut off at the rook, very creative stuff.
Love it. Love how Karthikeyan is playing this calmly.
And there's a piece rotation going on there. That is a very classic chess player thing to do. You know who's the world champion of piece twiddling?
Boris Gelfand.
Yes.
Magnus. Oh, I thought Magnus, yeah.
Boris Gelfand, just unmatched.
No,
he
because-
doesn't even look at it. He also has a very unique style of doing
He can
it.
do it with a queen actually. And it's the toughest actually.
It's the toughest, and he does it at super fast speed. And he can do it for like 30 minutes straight.
And sometimes you don't even realize you're doing it, yeah? Your hand just takes a piece, you're just moving it in your hand and you don't
Correct.
realize you're moving it.
Do you do it in your games?
I'm not a professional at it, but I think it happens unconsciously. Like unconsciously, you're just so much into the board, but I'm nowhere
It's
close.
happening with your pen right now.
I was actually trying it out. I wish we had a piece. We could have a commentators competition on who does it better.
I'm pretty bad at it. Yeah, I can't do it. So maybe
think-
Sahil and you. Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm great at it because my pieces are usually out of the board anyways. But yeah,
That's why you might be good at it, right? You
So many
can't do it with the pieces on the board.
But yeah, I think again, still holding on, but only 20 moves in, 30 more moves to go, 31 more moves to go for now. So tough position ahead, defense ahead. By the way, in that Challengers game, the king is still getting checked all across. I think this one will be a relatively easy draw, maybe.
And he's going to keep checking till again the black king is forced on b1
Yeah.
and then playing a waiting move.
Yeah,
Again,
I
they
think
built up on
Tanya,
block.
this 50 move rule might come in handy here as well.
Yeah.
What is
because-
the number?
I think 35 moves so far.
Yeah.
So 15 more moves to go and you're very close, of course. But of course, one wrong move, the pawn queens and the timer resets and the game is done.
But Harshavardhan, it just looks like with the confidence that he's playing, he knows exactly where to check with the queen. He takes a pause though right now.
The
Where would you go with the check here? Are there any
Queen
bad
D5
checks?
Queen
Queen
D5 check.
D5, I think. Looks logical.
Yeah, I think all checks draw, yeah? Almost all good ones.
Oh, Queen D5 check attacks the pawn as well.
Forcing
King C2,
C2,
now.
Queen A4. He goes
C5.
C5. Okay, should we go back to
Yeah.
the Ray Robson game, Karthikeyan? Who again, look at this. He's threatening a check to win the rook. But you give a check, right?
And then the black bishop will be forced back.
Yes.
After rook to b5.
And then the threat is rook h3 pushing the king back. Okay, it's not a threat, but
we can catch the ending of the other game. I think
Okay,
it's.
let's do it.
Also, I want to point out one thing that as a player on the defense in that king and queen endgame, what Harshvardhan has done with his king at the edge of the board is exactly the defensive setup that you need. As white, you want your king as far away as possible on the opposite end. By the way, a claim there. Is he claiming a 3-4?
It is a draw. I think Chess.com is showing us it is a draw. So it is. We have had this position thrice on the board, but not consecutively. Yeah, it happened way back. I think.
That's
This was-
smart, yeah.
Yeah,
Harshvardhan, super sharp.
That's some level of awareness. I mean, how many? And that's it. It does end in a draw. What was the space between the three
Around
repetitions?
10 moves each. So it was in fact 15 moves for one.
By the way, this is known as a photogenic draw, right?
Photographic.
Photographic. Oh, sorry, photographic.
Photogenic.
You know, I
Is
remember
it something very beautiful?
Photographic draw.
how
Yeah.
Karyakin qualified to the World Cup was a claim, I think.
Who?
Karyakin, once he qualified for the candidates via the World Cup, he claimed a draw against, I think, Ilyanov. In a worse position, Ilyanov didn't realize, so it can be very helpful.
This also happened with Gukesh and Prag, right? It was threefold there in Vaikanze.
Yeah. So that's a draw. I think all the games,
But I'm
challenges
so
have been it.
impressed with the fact that he remembered that 10 moves ago this position had come, and then a 15 move behind those
Yeah,
10 moves,
crazy.
the position had come.
Wow, amazing. And that is the end for all games in the challenges. I think moving on to the last remaining game, that intense Rook Bishop versus Rook Endgame, and still 30 seconds.
Or not? Oh yeah, it was 30 seconds. Now he gets a minute. So he doesn't go for the check, he gets the rook closer to the king.
Last game, yeah?
Yeah.
Final
Okay.
game of the day remains.
Check. King goes back.
See, that's the piece twiddling that we were talking about.
Yeah, Karthikeyan also does it well.
Yes.
Maybe he does it the best in India.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Bishop e5.
So the white king can move towards the rook.
Maybe we can. We have the birthday boy here. The birthday boy is like, okay, don't call me. Okay. But guys,
the Vishnu in the house.
yeah, Vishnu celebrating his birthday here at the Chennai Grandmasters. Tanya, you will be celebrating your birthday very soon.
In a
On
few days.
20th of August.
Yes.
Wow. What are your plans for the birthday?
I'm not sure yet, but dekhte hain. You know, Sagar knows exactly what my plans are for my birthday.
Oh, so then you can tell it. I forgot actually what you said in the morning. Something. Okay.
All right, so the rook comes back, the king is shuffling. No progress.
No.
Yeah.
Or,
Only-
you mean in your birthday celebrations or the position?
Well, no progress there as well right now. But in this position, the only progress that can actually happen is if black can give a check and move the king forward.
Yeah.
But Karthi set up a position that makes it very difficult to do that, because the moment you give a check, a rook trade will be offered once the king moves back.
I think most players usually have a good result on their birthdays. I don't know if that's the case for
Is
you.
that? No, I have
Because-
never liked playing.
Because Diptan actually won his game on his birthday.
Yeah.
And for me as well, I think birthdays I've never lost a game.
I mean, Gukesh had the birthday of his life here this
Exactly.
year, right? In Norway chess. I think between
Yeah,
the 2 days, he beat Hikaru and Magnus.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
What's the case for you?
I have done pretty well on my birthdays whenever I've played. So yeah, birthdays have been good for me.
I made my first woman grandmaster norm on my birthday. This was, I think, early 2000, I want to say. But after that, whenever I played on my birthday, I've never really enjoyed it. I've always had a bad result.
Because you are always
Right.
looking forward to something after the game, yeah? Or is that like, do you have
Yeah,
always plans or?
It's not about plans. I think it's a day when, I feel like there is so much sort of love around.
Mm-hmm.
And then somehow to play chess is difficult for me on that day.
Right. You would rather just enjoy rather than play.
I do enjoy playing. So it's not, it's just, I think,
You don't enjoy losing.
yeah, then there's this additional pressure, and then your mood gets so affected with what happens in the game. So it's hard to
Right.
enjoy your birthday if you've had a bad result.
True.
What about you?
I've had amazing results on my birthday. If I had a birthday on every single day, I would be a great chess player.
Grandmaster already.
For sure. But Bishop D4 now, so he kind of cuts off some squares. The check could be incoming again. The king wants to come to E4.
We have reached around 25 moves now, yeah? Because it started at move 74.
Yeah.
So we are at move 100. I think until now, Karthikeyan has done a great job with this endgame. He's kept his king on the 3rd rank, 2nd rank, never really been pushed back. I think he'll confidently hold this. This is my feeling.
He also looks pretty chill on the camera. He's not stressed about defending this position.
And by now, usually you have some sort of, king on the 2nd rank, some initiative. I think the king on the 3rd rank, constantly, also wasting these moves, attacking the rook, playing it very practically. And it just kind of is wasting so many moves. I don't think Black will get even a chance on the back rank to create some initiative.
I would be surprised if Karthikeyan places his king on the H line, so he keeps it still at the center of the board.
Yeah.
Check again. King G3, yeah? Nothing changes. Maybe King E4. Oh, we can't play King E4.
Yeah, King G3 seems good. And then Rook. Oh. Nice.
Very sharp. Sets it up.
So one more news we should tell our viewers is Divya Deshmukh played at the Speed Chess Championships and managed to beat Lei Tingye with a score of 10-3.
10-3.
That's
I mean,
destruction.
it was insane. And I think Li Tingji, in her defense, did have some internet issues, I think, for a couple of games. But, it was crazy because Li Tingji lost like a couple of minutes on the clock. Divya gave back those couple of minutes. She did not play for a couple of minutes and then defeated her in that game. So Divya playing it very fair. But of course, 10-3 was just pure domination, even without the internet issues.
Yeah, I think in general, I was not very aware of how strong Divya is in online chess. We do remember her online Olympiad, this amazing game at the end, which actually decided the entire thing. Because I think it was her game that was incomplete at that point. And then she was better or something, and then the FIDE president gave it as a draw or like a joint winners. And but since then I haven't seen her playing so much. But like beating one of the best players in the world with 10-3 is insane.
Divya is one of the fastest players that I've seen, even when it's classical chess. I think her opening preparation is so strong. She also just put so much pressure on her opponent's clock.
Yeah.
I don't know what was the case yesterday, but I can imagine her being ahead on time in most games.
She was. And when she plays next, it's Hugh Fun.
Wow.
Oh,
So that's going to be a tough match. And to
she's
win,
already beaten her in that London event.
and to win this event, she has to play Hugh Fun next and very likely Ju Wenjun as well. So she has some incredible players lined up. If she is in
Few
form,
world champions right there.
yeah, she could just kind of cruise through like the best of the best.
And if she wins this, it does give her some additional confidence for her candidates. And then eventually, if she wins the candidates, goes to the World Championships. Gukesh has made us believe that such things are not impossible. Earlier, you would think, becoming a world champion, it's very tough. But now you know that it's a matter of 3 events. You win one good event, then you win the candidates, and then you win the World Championship.
And to think that for Gukesh, it all started right here
Yeah.
with the Chennai Grandmasters.
Exactly. This was one of those events that he won.
Every 3 months you get that reel recommended again, that Rook F2 move, and Tanya says, what? And then Sagar, oh my god, what? Oh my, I watch that every single time. It's so much fun to watch that happen in real time. And the bar and the audience are in sync as they get up. So that moment, I think, made everybody believe that, Indian chess is here to stay.
Yeah. I mean, that moment, I still can't believe that happened, because in our head, it was like we are all meeting tomorrow again for the tie breaks. And then suddenly it was like, it's all over. And it ended like it ended.
It did, but I will also point out that blunder, that Rook F2 move didn't just happen out of a vacuum. Gukesh had put so much pressure in that match throughout, in that game itself throughout, that the nerves just at some moment gave away.
Correct.
And you make that blunder. So it's not about that one moment. It's actually about the storyline of the whole match that led to that moment to happen.
I agree. By the way, guys, in this position, do you see that how the rook pins the bishop against the king, and that's the biggest reason why black cannot make progress. So he just remains there, and now the technique says if the black king goes in one direction, let's say king e5, then the white king should go to h3.
Yeah.
If he goes to e3, then he should go to h5. So now Karthikeyan goes h3, yeah? So nice. He knows everything.
And you know everything. That is impressive, Sagar.
Actually, this I learned from Carsten Mueller. He is one of the experts at these endgames, and I think he has some great training material.
And the thing is, right, when you know these sort of general rules, it can really help you, even
Yeah.
if you don't sort of understand, let's say, what's the follow-up. Knowing that you need to place your king in the opposite side of your opponent, you'll be able to take that decision faster.
Correct.
I think there were these DVDs, right, by Carsten Muller.
Yes, the
Every
Endgame
chess player
series.
has gone through that. as well.
11 or 10 or 12, and then whenever I used to watch it, I could go and learn a couple of positions, but then it would be so tough. But yeah, I think endgame is tough. Chess endgames are tough, but then again, look at the return on investment of your time and effort there, because whether be it freestyle, whether be it EWC, whether be it classical chess, rapid chess, blitz chess, everywhere endgames are just the same.
Yeah.
So I would seriously recommend people to invest a bit more time on learning these endgames.
I think they really underestimate the power of endgames because it's also where most mistakes happen. It's usually in the 4th, 5th hour of play. Players are tired, and you think that it's easy, I'm close to the draw, but actually that's where the points come in. So it's a really good point. I think if you study your endgames, you would gain 100 rating points if you.
Sometimes, yeah. I remember there's this book by Victor Korchnoi on rook endgames. In its preface or introduction, he writes, if you study this book well, you will gain 100 elo points. He says that. And I studied and I gained 100
Who do you
elo
think is
points.
the greatest endgame player of all times?
Magnus, yeah, without a doubt.
But he said it himself in a banter blitz game, right? I think one of his opponents went into an endgame and he was like, doesn't my opponent know I'm the greatest endgame player of all time? So I think he said it himself. I'm going to argue with Magnus there.
But then you could argue a little bit here saying that Capablanca played amazing endgames in his time as per his, the level of knowledge of chess back then. I think Capablanca was amazing at endgames. Rubinstein, this incredible player, they said what was that saying? That if gods played chess, then rook endgames would be played by Rubinstein. Something like this. He was like the god of rook endgames. So, there are these incredible endgames by him.
Who do you think is, out of the Indian players, the best endgame player?
Wow, that's a good question. I think Prague maybe very good at endgames because you see him grinding these endgames beautifully. Maybe, yeah, I think it should be Prague. Arjun, of course, doesn't let the games go to endgames often.
He's actually one of the strongest Indian from a slightly older, I think, Hari Krishna.
Yes.
I feel that he has that capacity in him to squeeze out
Yes.
positions where, again, very Magnus style, where it
Yes.
feels like there's not much to play for. I've seen him do it all my life. He almost always navigates his games towards the end games and then goes on to outplay his opponents.
Yeah, I agree. Hari Krishna was well known for his endgame and still is. He's still very active. I see some of his videos that he's in the gym and he's staying fit. I think he's very serious about his chess. He still wants to be very active.
Yeah, he's really focused on fitness, and he realizes that as you get older, if you have to compete with the younger generation, having that endurance and stamina is a massive part of it.
Right. And I think Hari has achieved everything that is there to achieve for a chess player, right? He reached top 10 in the world. Then he has been the trainer of the world champion. That's Gukesh. He worked with him.
Wenjun.
And Zhu Wenjun. He has won almost all the team tournaments, including the Olympiad, like all Bundesliga. Everything he's won. I mean, in general, he's a super complete player. I think if there's someone like from the previous generation after Vishy Anand who's achieved like the next in line, I think maybe Hari Krishna is the one, right?
I think the difference is that the chess boom hadn't happened at the time. When Hari was at the top of the game and having these incredible achievements. But completely agree with you. The one thing probably would, is making it to the candidates. I think that is the one goal. And now we see so much of the golden generation do that. Just in the previous one, we had 3 players.
Right. Yeah, true. I mean, in that sense, that thing has been missed out by Hari. But Hari Krishna, Shashi Kiran, both of these gems of Indian chess who crossed 2,700 way before these youngsters came up. I think a lot of credit to them for doing it at a time when it was
not as popular, when the sport itself was a niche sport, right? And there wasn't as much support, as much recognition coming in. Because like you said, the achievements of Hari are second to none. I mean, he was also India #1 briefly for a day, I want to say.
For a day.
For a day.
He can do it, yeah. I mean, we have the World Cup, we have the Grand Swiss. He can still pull it off.
Yeah. Actually, I think there are some players who are well into their 40s and are still very, very much harboring ambitions of becoming the world champions. One such name that comes to my mind is Levon Aronian. I did interview him recently after he won freestyle chess, and he and his wife Annie. What?
No, I think it's not the Rook F2 moment this time. I think it was just Aaron.
And they did talk about how they still have this hope of becoming, how he still has the hope of becoming the world champion. By the way, we are very close now to the draw because we are at move 117. The game, I think the last exchange happened on 74.
Yeah, 7 more moves to go.
Nice.
So this is our longest game officially of the Chennai Grandmasters 2025 so far.
And today 3 games have crossed 100 moves. So today it's been a longer day than usual.
And how many decisive games today?
Yeah, that's interesting because we had, I think, 8 decisive games on Sunday. I remember that was insane. Today we have 2 decisive games in the Masters, and we have another 1, 2, and 3, and 4 such games.
Oh, Harika won?
Harika won that game.
Harika won?
What? Wait, that Rook Endgame, yeah?
No, wait, that's... Did she flag?
Oh, Rook H1 she played.
But she allowed B4.
Yeah, she had
You have to go Rook B1
Rook
here.
B1, yeah. I think Vaishali played Rook H1 and B4 winning. Wow.
And this, Tanya, what you explained happened.
And she allowed the pawn forward.
We just thought it would be a draw and we didn't even look at it, Rhea. At that point, they were playing.
Okay, this is heartbreaking because she had done everything right. In fact, she had put the rook on B1 just a few moves ago.
Yeah. Oh my God. Guys, this is a big miss by Vaishali there.
You know, you were talking about the game of the day in the Masters section, and of course, Vidit's was very exciting, which ended in a draw. But I really think it was a wonder, Leang's. The way he converted with the black pieces, sacrificing the exchange, playing that knight domination out.
I agree.
I think he was the MVP today.
I think I also love the Vidit Anish game because it's back and forth here. I think once Leang kind of took over, he just kind of cruised through. I love the battle, that Bishop F2 moment.
That sequence.
Queen F5 was just beautiful. I think none of us saw it, nobody saw it, and Vidit kind of played it. You're wondering, where
in fact, we saw it and we didn't believe it.
Where did he put the queen?
Alright, so big threat. Well, not a threat, but Rook G4 would draw the game on the spot.
Yeah, and 4 more moves to go.
Look at Karthikeyan, he's looking at his score sheet. He's thinking exactly about what you were going to say, Sahil. 4 moves to the draw.
King F3, there's another check, so it's very... The king is on the back rank, of course, but the bishop is far away. I think it's a draw now. I don't see how you even push. Karthikeyan looks pretty confident.
We have 5 more moves left now. And Ray Robson has 5 minutes more.
What are the pairings for tomorrow? Can we have a look at that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll keep, of course, our players and the moves happening. But Sahil?
Tomorrow, I think we have Vidit against Karthikeyan. So Vidit will have the white pieces. Will be very interesting. Does he push tomorrow? Arjun against Anish.
We have on our
Well, we
screen.
have it there. Arjun against Anish. That's an interesting matchup as well.
Right.
Arjun will, of course, love to win that one. And Vincent-Keymer against Leang or Wanda. I think that is the match. That is possibly the last, roadblock in Vincent's Chennai GM victory. If he can win that would be crazy.
Yeah, I think this is the main one. The Wander Leang versus Vincent. And let's go to the game. We are about to end here. Check and a draw in the background, guys. A handshake has happened. Great defense by Karthikeyan Murli. He's relieved there. And rightly so. Well defended. And guys, what a day of chess we have had here. Really exciting. Tanya, your first day in Chennai. Any final thoughts that you have?
A marathon day, but so much fun, right? The two wins that we had with Yordan winning his game, Wonder winning his game, some beautiful technique there. Then the sequence of moves on Vidit's board, Arjun being in trouble but surviving it. I'll be honest, I still want to see the fight on, so I want the tournament to open up. Tomorrow is another big day, but I think for a start for me here, too much fun was had, and here we've got the results. Karthikeyan with a marathon hold at the end.
The black pieces dominating today. 2 wins, both for the black pieces, and that makes the tournament very exciting. I thought even we might have a result in the Arjun game, but that ended in a draw. And of course, tomorrow, Vincent-Keymer will be very, very happy with 3 rounds to go with a 1-point lead.
Can anyone stop Vincent here? Can anyone stop him?
I wonder. And let's go to the challengers results if we have them. Yes, Harshvardhan drawing with Inyan. Adiban scoring a win there with Diptayan. Leon beating Aryan. Abhimanyu losing to Pranesh, the big one there. And Vaishali losing to Harika. Harika actually scoring her first win today. So she'll be very happy.
But this kind of shakes up the standings, right? Because Abhimanyu was on a point lead, and with this win that Pranesh has had, I think everyone was, at least all the other players must have been rooting for him to have that shot. So much at stake. You win this Challengers, you make it to the Masters next year. I think the heartbreak game was Vaishali, just doing everything right, holding that rook pawn endgame, and then in the last moment you make this mistake and it's all gone.
Yeah, this time control is impressive. You don't get any second chances, any 30 minutes after 40 moves. So you're constantly under time pressure, and you have to keep challenging yourself and keep finding those best moves, which is not easy when you've been defending for long.
True. Well, guys, thank you all who turned up here. Thank you all who are watching this online. We'll be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. See you all. Bye-bye.